Bursts of flames blossomed like flowers in the bright sky, and they covered the sky in a blaze of colors. News of the ant army being exterminated and the Black Fog Bridge rupturing quickly spread. The residents of Heavenly River State all rejoiced at this news, and its cities started to bustle with activity. Lin and Su Xiaolan wandered about the vibrant streets and tasted many delicious local foods. They even packed lots of these delicacies into their storage rings so that they could snack on it later when they were feeling a bit peckish. Soon, the two of them arrived at the foot of a majestic pagoda. This was a white brick pagoda with dazzling golden roof tiles. Shimmering clouds drifted around it, making it appear like a ferocious tiger which was curled up amid the prefectural city. A plaque hanging above its doors had two large words carved upon it, Golden Pagoda. And Lin's eyes lit up. I heard that Golden Pagoda is one of the very best treasure pagodas in Heavenly River State. There's countless exotic treasures and marvelous weapons here. You already have handy weapons such as the evil-slaying sword and realm-piercing nail, Su Xiaolan chuckled and said. Also, you've got quite the large collection of extremely rare treasures. And you're still interested in this treasure pagoda. Actually, it's not that I want to buy anything. It's just that I have too many treasures, so I want to sell a bit of them off. For example, that pile of rare tool refinement materials. I don't know how to perform tool refinement, so those are useless to me. There's also that pile of exotic ingredients. I don't know how to perform pill refinement, so those are also useless to me. There's still 1 high-rank spirit tool, 2 intermediate-rank spirit tools, 9 elementary-rank spirit tools, and that awful mess of stuff in the storage ring that belongs to the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Cloud Palace. It's easier if I trade all of these for spirit stones. And Lin wore an expression of annoyance as he checked off all the things useless to him. Su Xiaolan grimaced at this. She felt that it was tiring talking to people like this. It made her feel as if she had become a poor bugger. The two of them hopped off to Bai's back and walked into the Golden Pagoda. The entrance fee was 200 spirit stones. This fee probably kept out many people who simply wanted to go in for the sake of amusement. Those who could enter were usually people of high status. Greetings, sir and madam. I'm Huang Shi, one of the sales assistants here. What would you two like to purchase? A suave male walked over and greeted them. When he saw Su Xiaolan, a look of wonder flashed across his eyes. However, his expression quickly returned to normal as he respectfully joined his hands in salute. And Lin waved his hands in acknowledgement. Oh, I'm not here to purchase anything. I came here to sell some things. Huang Shi stole a glance at Lin and measured him up. His aura was average, so his cultivation base most likely wasn't high. He was dressed in simple white robes and didn't wear any valuable adornments. After performing a rough analysis, he clasped his hands in salute and said in reminder, although Golden Pagoda offers fair prices when buying treasures, we only accept artifacts that are above the rank of intermediate rank magic tools. If it's elixirs, pills, or rare materials, then we only accept those above the spirit rank. We don't accept things if their rank is too low. Oh, I don't have magic tools. Huang Shi frowned. Then that's to be. I'll sell these dozen or so spirit tools first. Huang Shi. Dozen or so spirit tools. Even medium-sized cultivation sects probably don't have this many spirit tools. Huang Shi grimaced and tried his best to compose himself. Okay, sir, please follow me. Although Lin didn't look like a wealthy person, Huang Shi was very professional in what he did. He forcefully suppressed his feeling of absurdity as he led the way in front of him. He had already thought this through. If Lin dared to trick him, he would beat Lin senseless until he couldn't even recognize his own mother. Sir, these are Golden Pagoda's appraisers, He Mu and Lu Hua. Huang Shi brought Lin and Su Xiaolan to an elegant room and introduced to them the two elderly men sitting inside. Both these elders had white hair and piercing eyes. Their appearance was as if they had seen all the vicissitudes of life and possessed an abundance of knowledge and wisdom. Their appearance and demeanor are not bad, and Lin gave them a thumbs up in his mind. Young lad, you plan on selling spirit tools? Looking at Lin, He Mu observed that both his appearance and temperament was young. Usually, it was rare for these types of people to have valuable treasures. Thus, There was a hint of uncertainty in his tone. And Lin was aware that these two elders were renowned throughout the heavenly river state for their fairness and honesty. As such, he didn't need to take extra precautions and tossed out a dozen spirit tools all at once. The room was instantly flooded by the energy fluctuations of the spirit tools. Their glow was dazzling and brilliant, and the quality of their make was magnificent. This, He Mu and Lu Hua both drew in a sharp breath as their eyes widened in astonishment. These artifacts which were casually thrown onto the floor were undoubtedly all spirit tools. What more, their quality and make was all quite high. Huang Shi also had a look of amazement. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still had a small fright when he saw Lin toss these spirit tools out from his storage ring, as if he were tossing out stones. Oh, I also want to get rid of these tool refinement materials and exotic ingredients. I don't know how to refine tools or pills anyway. Saying this, Lin continued to toss things out from his storage ring. Piles of rare tool refinement materials clanked onto the floor like scrap metal. Exotic ingredients also thudded to the floor like worthless goods. As they lay on the floor, these things all exuded rich spiritual energy. He Mu and Lu Hua both gulped with unease as they exchanged a glance. Holy shit! Is this some prince or one of the heirs to the four great sects? Is he here to sell off the family property because he's feeling upset about something? Huang Shi grimaced. Fortunately, he hadn't berated this male before. Otherwise, his face would have been beaten black and blue by now. For the time being, I'll just sell these. Help me appraise them. And Lin's expression was as if he had been freed of a heavy burden. He clapped his hands together and even sighed in relief. Seeing in Lin's attitude, a knot formed in Huang Shi's chest. He really wanted to roar. What the hell is with your look of disdain? Are these treasures going to bite you? Sure enough, He Mu and Lu Hua were very professional. They quickly got down to business and started appraising the treasures. For each treasure, they were able to list its virtues and defects, as well as determine its quality. Then they would state the purchase price. If Lin was dissatisfied with the price, he could choose not to sell the item. Golden Pagoda already had thousands of years of history in Heavenly River State, so its public reputation was unquestionable. Moreover, these two elders were eagle-eyed and experienced, thus could enthusiastically utter a lengthy speech for any given treasure. After a long time, they finally finished the appraisal. The total price came out to be 3.05 million spirit stones or 305 vital stones. And Lin nodded indifferently and placed the 305 vital stones into his storage ring. In addition to his original 4.2 million spirit stones, he now had a total of 7.25 million spirit stones. This wealth, he already didn't want to comment on it. To him, spirit stones were just a number. Thereupon, he tossed Huang Shi 100 spirit stones. There wasn't any special reason for this. He merely tipped him because he was feeling happy and in the mood. Huang Shi grimaced as he held these 100 spirit stones, and his body swayed. Holy shit! So stingy! Aren't you a tycoon? Su Xiaolan pursed her lips. She was far too familiar with this. Next up, he was probably going to wave his sleeve and then gracefully leave. Sure enough. And Lin glanced at Su Xiaolan, then smiled and said, "Let's go." After learning that Lin was a super tycoon, He Mu and Lu Hua exchanged a knowing glance. They had to treat certain matters with fairness and professionalism. However, they could try to generate some extra revenue through other means. Mr. And Lin, please hold on. Are you interested in checking out Golden Pagoda's collection of ancient artifacts? Lu Hua called out to Lin, who was just about to leave. And Lin paused and asked curiously, "What's so interesting about ancient artifacts?" Lu Hua smiled mysteriously. If you and the ancient artifact have a bond, then you'll even be able to leave with it. Really? And Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't expect for the Golden Pagoda to have such types of activity, and his interest was instantly piqued. One had to realize, things that could be referred to as ancient artifacts in the Kingdom of the Nine States weren't merely antiques used for decoration. No, these were artifacts which contained ancient energy fluctuations. Some of them contained mystical cultivation methods, while others possessed unique powers. Some even had astounding secrets hidden within them. Could be said that they were all very valuable items. Mr. and Lin, please follow me. Lu Hua smiled faintly and led the way. And Lin nodded and eagerly followed behind Lu Hua. Su Xiaolan frowned slightly but didn't say anything. He Mu and Huang Shi appeared calm and indifferent as they followed behind their two customers. However, their minds were bursting with delight. This big fish has finally swallowed the bait. Following Lu Hua's lead, and Lin and Su Xiaolan arrived at a place called Divine Altar of Heavenly Artifacts. Above this ancient rock altar, there hovered many artifacts which were enveloped in a white glow. Currently, there were a few luxuriously dressed cultivators standing atop this rock altar. They were either deep in thought or looking on probingly as they gazed at the artifacts. Golden Pagoda has a history of several thousand years. Lu Hua explained with a smile on his face. Up till now, we've only managed to collect 35 ancient artifacts. Every artifact here is priceless, and they're all waiting for the person who is fated to be their owner. And Lin was quite excited as he looked at the artifacts which hovered in midair, and he started to walk toward the altar. Right at this moment, a beautiful girl of elegant disposition and dressed in red Taoist robes suddenly said, "Mr. Zhong, I want to refine this ancient artifact." An elderly man on the rock altar nodded. He used a special technique to tap open the white glow, then handed the ancient artifact inside to that red-robed female. That elderly man is called Mr. Zhong, Lu Hua introduced. He's the guardian of the ancient artifacts. That female there is the second princess of Heavenly River State's Flaming River Imperial family. And Lin was a bit surprised. The Flaming River Imperial family was one of the 9 Imperials. Who would have thought that a member of the Imperial family would also come here to try out their luck? The ancient artifact chosen by Yan Meng, the red-robed female, was a golden weaving shuttle. She drew upon all her powers in an attempt to refine this golden weaving shuttle, yet she elicited absolutely no reaction from it. Only the ancient energy contained within the shuttle continued to ripple faintly. Items which can be referred to as ancient artifacts all have a spirit. Lu Hua chuckled and said, "They'll only choose owners who truly understand them. Using brute force to refine them will only bring about the opposite effect of what one desires. If the artifact spirit is erased, then the artifact will become junk. In short, it's all dependent on fate." "Humph! What's this lousy piece of trash?" Yan Meng was in an extremely bad mood as she placed the golden weaving shuttle down. Then, she retrieved a vital stone from her storage ring and handed it to Mr. Zhong before continuing to examine the remaining ancient artifacts. Seeing this, Lu Hua shook his head. Then, he turned toward Enlin and said, "Mr. Enlin, do you want to try? As long as you pay 1 vital stone, you'll be able to freely pick and refine any ancient artifact you want." And Lin nodded. With the wealth that he possessed right now, 10,000 spirit stones for 1 attempt wasn't all that expensive. The most important thing was the success rate. Lu Hua wore a calm expression as he looked toward Lin. However, his mind was chortling with glee. How much money is this big fish going to spend? Only true tycoons could enter this place. At the same time, this place also acted as a slaughter ground for tycoons. It would be best if this Enlin was a filthy rich idiot who would attempt to refine each of the 35 ancient artifacts. If he did so, then the Golden Pagoda would generate a revenue of 350,000 spirit stones. In addition, he would also be able to receive a commission of 35,000 spirit stones. He felt elated just thinking about this. Enlin, just try once or twice. Don't waste your money. Su Xiaolan was afraid that Enlin wouldn't be able to control himself. Thus, she transmitted a warning to him. "Don't worry, I'll feel out the difficulty first." Enlin nodded and handed a vital stone to Mr. Zhong. Then, he started walking toward the hovering ancient artifacts. Including Enlin, there were only 3 people picking out ancient artifacts on the rock altar. Apart from Yan Meng, there was another middle-aged male who was dressed in a purple beast hide. He was also carefully scrutinizing the ancient artifacts hovering in midair. and Lin looked through the white glow toward the ancient artifact inside. The first artifact was an ancient book. He thought for a moment. Although knowledge could be life-changing, it would be pointless if he couldn't understand and decipher the ancient text inside. Thus, he ignored this artifact. He looked toward the second object. This was an ancient sword. He already had a sword. Next, he looked toward the third object, fourth object. One after another, he looked toward them. Then, one after another, he skipped over them. He had to start with an ancient artifact which had him palpitating with excitement. Love at first sight would make for a perfect beginning, no? Just like that, he saw a jade pendant. This jade pendant was sky blue in color. Even though it had gone through tens of thousands of years, it still reflected dazzling and dreamy colors. Seeing this pendant made one feel as if they had seen the vast ocean. And Lin pointed at this jade pendant and said loudly, "Mr. Zhong, I want to refine this artifact. Mr. Zhong, I want to refine this artifact." At almost exactly the same time, a seductive voice sounded, and Lin was slightly dazed. He looked to his side and saw the equally dazed Yan Meng. And Lin's good manners and ladies-first attitude allowed him to react quickly. He hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Zhong, I said it first. Mr. Zhong, I said it first." The female's voice sounded at almost exactly the same moment. "Mr. Zhong." The two of them were dazed once again. They exchanged a glance, and sparks crackled in their eyes. Seeing the two of them face off against each other, Lu Hua and He Mu were both given a fright. Never would they have imagined that there would be a day when people fought to gift them money. Yan Meng puffed out her fulsome chest and sneered, "Who are you? Don't you understand the principle of first come, first serve? How long have I been choosing here already? You've just arrived here. Don't you know how to show a bit of respect and allow me to go first? Suit yourself. I'll let you go first. Anyhow, it'll all be in vain anyway." After some consideration, and Lin decided that it would be meaningless to clash with a princess of the imperial family. He would show great benevolence and exercise forbearance just this once. "You!" Yan Meng's voluptuous chest shook in anger. "I'll definitely obtain this jade pendant and make you wallow in regret." Yan Meng huffed angrily as she accepted the blue pendant from Mr. Zhong. In order to refine this jade pendant, she tried a gentle approach, forceful approach, sacrificial approach, spell formation approach. She tried everything she had at her disposal. And Lin exclaimed in wonderment, "This is truly eye-opening." However, her attempts were all fucking useless. After a long time, the blue jade pendant remained unchanged. There was absolutely no reaction from it at all. Yan Meng fell into despair and handed the jade pendant back in dejection. "Haha, it's my turn." And Lin eagerly picked up the jade pendant. Yan Meng glanced at Lin and snickered. "Why are you so excited? Even I wasn't able to refine it. How are you going to refine it? You must be dreaming." And Lin ignored this nut job. He held the jade pendant in his hands and started studying it carefully. He first tried the traditional refinement approach. Sure enough, there was no reaction at all. Seeing this, Yan Meng laughed. She didn't continue to look through the ancient artifacts. Instead, she stayed here to watch Lin struggle with all his might. Divine inspection technique. And Lin's eyes turned snowy white. As his finger touched the jade pendant, an avalanche of information started surging into his mind. Heart of the ocean. Refined from the heart of the West Sea's priest Ai Yi. This has the power to command the beasts of the West Sea. Its flaw is that it has already lost its spiritual nature over time. Its energy circulation has also become clogged and dried up. Refinement requires one's blood essence. One has to activate a water element spirit nurturing cultivation method in order to repair its flaws. The information is so detailed, and Lin was startled by this. Is this still the same fucking divine inspection technique which could only determine if something was delicious or disgusting? Since when was the divine inspection technique so reliable? Suppressing his surprise, he bit his finger and let a drop of his blood essence onto the jade pendant. At the same time, he activated a water element spirit nurturing cultivation method. Seeing Enlin's actions, Yan Meng was slightly dazed. Then, she scoffed. Haha. Using blood essence to refine it? Do you think you're signing a beast pet contract? What a brainless attempt. Don't you feel any shame? However, just as Yan Meng said this, the jade pendant in Enlin's hand suddenly radiated with a brilliant blue glow, bringing with it an ancient charm, a vast aura alike that of the boundless ocean suffused through the air. Enlin found that the jade pendant in his hand had already developed some kind of mystical connection with him. This was a link which connected them on a sentient level. The jade pendant had chosen its owner. Yan Meng's eyes widened in shock. Her mocking mouth hung agape, and an entire apple could probably be stuffed inside. He Mu, Lu Hua, and Huang Shi were also stunned to the spot. They stared intently at the jade pendant in Enlin's hands. What just happened? Mr. Zhong cried. Witnessing this scene, his body started trembling. Ding-ling. The jade pendant tinkled crisply. This was a carefree and joyful expression. Immediately afterward, it started circling around Enlin merrily, eventually nestling up tightly above his heart. Seeing this, even an idiot would be able to tell that this jade pendant had chosen its owner. The blue jade pendant flew back into Enlin's palm and started emitting a cool and refreshing feel. I successfully refined this heart of the ocean, Enlin chuckled and said. That means it's mine now, right? Yan Meng had her hands over her mouth, and she was still stuck in a daze. How is this possible? She stammered. He Mu, Lu Hua, and Huang Shi hadn't recovered from their shock either. This was far too shocking. This was especially the case for them since they knew the history behind these ancient artifacts. They knew that no ancient artifacts had chosen an owner for several hundred years. Now, an ancient artifact had actually gone ahead and chosen an owner. What were they supposed to do? Meanwhile, Su Xiaolin remained calm and composed. After interacting with Enlin for a long period of time, what incomprehensible things had she not seen? She had developed a strong and resilient mind long ago. It's chosen an owner, it's really chosen an owner. Mr. Zhong was trembling slightly as he walked toward Enlin, looking at the bright and vibrant jade pendant. His eyes reddened slightly. A rare smile emerged on his face. Cherish it well. I will, rest assured. Enlin nodded and placed the blue jade pendant into his storage ring. You actually succeeded. How did you do it? The look of astonishment still hadn't left Yan Meng's face as she turned toward Enlin. It was a fluke. Enlin laughed and said, I just pretended that the ancient artifact was a pet beast and signed a pet beast contract with it. That's all. You! Yan Meng was infuriated, and she felt her chest tighten. Her bust was already large, so her chest felt even tighter now. Enlin paid no heed to her. He handed Mr. Zhong a vital stone and continued looking through the artifacts. Heh! You're still continuing on? Yan Meng huffed angrily. You just lucked out once. Don't you understand the concept of quitting while you're ahead? Enlin ignored this female who only knew how to run her mouth. In no time, he had picked out a scroll which looked very fancy and high-end. It was secured by an intricate mechanism, and perhaps there were remarkable things locked inside. Divine Inspection Technique. Map of the Winter Dragon Tomb. Recorded upon this map is the burial location of winged dragon Shun Yin. Can be stirred by strong emotions. One can awaken the spirit of this scroll by singing a love song. Enlin was astonished. Refine it through singing a song? This method sure is unique. He didn't hesitate any longer and started singing a love song that he had learned in the Kingdom of the Nine States. He didn't forget to stroke the scroll tenderly and lovingly as he sang. Hearing Enlin, who had suddenly started singing, those present were once again given a fright. They all looked toward Enlin, who was singing emotionally, in bewilderment. What fucking insane thing is he playing at now? Before they could say anything, a clicking and whirring sound came from the mechanisms on the scroll. Immediately afterward, the scroll slowly unfolded itself before Enlin. Then, it slowly refolded and affectionately snuggled up toward him. Yan Meng's eyes bulged as she was once again dumbstruck. As for He Mu, Lu Hua, and Huang Shi, their breathing quickened, and they felt as if they were about to suffer an asthma attack. He can have an ancient artifact choose him as an owner through fucking singing? What the hell is with this? This is far too overwhelming. Okay? Haha. My thanks. And Lin laughed heartily and placed the scroll into his storage ring. He didn't hesitate at all before taking out another vital stone and handing it to Mr. Zhong. One had to admit, 10,000 spirit stones for an ancient artifact really was quite a sweet deal. He still wants to continue. Hey Mu and Lu Hu's visions blackened, and they almost fainted in shock. They had initially thought that Enlin was a big fish who they could make a few bucks off. Who would have thought that they had actually invited a wolf into a herd of sheep? This was fucking robbery. 10,000 spirit stones for an ancient artifact. If this wasn't a robbery, then what was? And Lin picked out a bronze-colored dagger which also came with a sheath. Then he used his divine inspection technique. Shield of Promised Victory. Life-saving armor forged by Taoist Songju. Gathers the conviction of victory and promise into one's body. Possesses an extremely powerful protective ability. And used and dust-laden with the passing of time. Forgotten the feeling of danger and entrapped by the feeling of peace and happiness. As a result, this dagger-like ancient artifact isn't used for attacking. Instead, it's used for defensive purposes. And Lin's eyes glimmered brighter and brighter as he read through the information retrieved by his divine inspection technique. He released a mighty and aggressive power from his hands. After a moment, he tossed the dagger into the air. Then, he drew his evil-slaying sword and without any hesitation, hacked ferociously toward the dagger in the air. Hold up! What on earth are you trying to do? This time, even Mr. Zhong was given a fright. Seeing Enlin's actions, he immediately called out in panic. Ancient artifacts were extremely valuable. How could they allow people to treat them with such violence and brutality? If they were accidentally broken, no one would be able to shoulder the consequences. Go! And Lin's sword had already cut upon the dagger. Ding! This sound was as if two jade pieces had collided, and it suddenly echoed across the rock altar. A golden shield projection rose from around the dagger, and it exuded a smooth and robust aura. And Lin didn't stop when seeing this. Instead, the speed at which he slashed became even quicker. Ding! 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 As his sword collided with the dagger, the crisp ringing sound it created was unceasing. His sword flashed incessantly, and sparks flew ceaselessly. Are you going to recognize me as your owner or not? If you don't recognize me as your owner, then I'll hack you to death. And Lin roared loudly as he continued to hack at the dagger ferociously. Yen Meng, He Mu, and the others all widened their eyes in disbelief. They felt that Enlin had truly gone mad. Mr. Zhong walked toward Enlin briskly, intending to put a stop to his violent behavior. Right at this moment, the dagger suddenly unsheathed itself. As a brilliant gold light radiated, it became a blur of gold and pierced toward Enlin. Be careful! Seeing this, Su Xiaolan's expression finally changed. Meanwhile, as if he had sensed something, Enlin extended 2 fingers. Crack! He caught the blade in his fingers. You lack instruction and discipline. Get back! And Lin spat and scolded the dagger. The dagger nodded obediently and flew back to its sheath. Then, it started hovering around Enlin cheerily. Mr. Zhong, He Mu, Lu Hua, Su Xiaolan. Yen Meng's body quivered, and she shook her head profusely. It's fake. It's all fake. Huang Shi clawed at his face. Heavens! Weapons can even be refined like this? What did I do wrong? Why was I forced to witness this? And Lin took no notice of their expressions. He put away the dagger and excitedly took out a vital stone and handed it to Mr. Zhong. He was itching to go again. Mr. Zhong grimaced and stared at the vital stone in front of him. A feeling of dread gripped at his heart. This male standing before him caused him to experience a feeling of dread. Time after time, he used all kinds of unique methods to refine these ancient artifacts. He refined them with a peculiar yet irresistible force. This was far too terrifying. Although having these ancient artifacts see the light of day again was a good thing, Golden Pagoda would perhaps go bankrupt if they let this male continue on his joyful ride. Just as Mr. Zhong was thinking of what to say and how to turn down Lin's vital stone, the air around them suddenly tremored. Immediately afterward, the remaining 32 ancient artifacts all exuded a powerful energy fluctuation. This was an ancient energy and willpower, and it spread through the stone altar. These willpowers could allow one to understand their intentions without speaking. That was right. Everyone present could clearly comprehend the sentiment that they wanted to convey. This was just a simple phrase. That was, choose me, choose me, choose me. Just like that, everyone was stupefied. They were all stunned speechless. The master of the pagoda, who had hurried over after sensing the commotion, was also dumbstruck. After seeing Lin refine them in the way that they wished, after seeing their dust-laden companions be taken away by a soul mate one after another, these ancient artifacts finally climaxed. Their excitement and exhilaration were condensed into one simple phrase. Choose me, choose me, choose me. He Mu and Lu Hua looked toward Lin as if he were some freak, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. What kind of person had they invited in? If this continued, Golden Pagoda's cash cows would all be snatched away by Lin. They didn't know whether Golden Pagoda would go broke. However, they knew that they would definitely go broke. Say, are you going to accept this vital stone or not? Looking at the dazed Mr. Zhong, Lin scratched his head and pointed toward the ancient artifacts on the stone altar. Hurry up, he continued. They can barely contain themselves already. They really want me. They want you? You probably want them even more. Mr. Zhong's chest felt incredibly tight, and he felt as if he was about to suffer a heart attack. Master Luo had just hurried over, and Mr. Zhong quickly turned toward him for help. Master Luo, that male called Lin, is very skillful at refining ancient artifacts. He's already refined 3 of them. If this continues, I'm afraid that the ancient artifacts here will all be taken away by him. After seeing that Master Luo had arrived, Lu Hua also transmitted a message in panic. Hearing this, Master Luo's heart ached in pain. Normally, we mightn't even be able to collect a single ancient artifact in a few decades. And now he's already refined 3? No, I must stop him. Ha ha ha. I'm Luo Baiyu, the master of Golden Pagoda. Congratulations on receiving the ancient artifacts. Mr. Lin. Master Luo was beaming as he walked toward Lin, and he clasped his hands together in congratulations. And Lin immediately returned a respectful salute upon seeing the master of this pagoda arrive. Master Luo didn't beat about the bush and cut straight to the point. Mr. Lin has already refined several ancient artifacts. How about you stop here? To be quite honest, this ancient artifact refining activity is one of the most unique specialties of the Golden Pagoda. At the same time, this activity is one of our main revenue generators. Admittedly, it's delightful that Mr. Lin has such a strong affinity with these treasures. However, we at the Golden Pagoda have worked hard for thousands of years to collect these treasures into this one place. This is also a form of hard-earned affinity. More importantly, we don't want to see our means of making money being cut off by others. And Lin blinked in surprise. He didn't expect them to be so upfront about this. They had already admitted their true intentions so shamelessly. How was he supposed to reply? Before, you guys said that it was up to fate, and those with strong enough bonds could take away the ancient artifacts. Now, you're all going back on your words. You guys treat this activity as a cash cow. Are you not afraid that I'll spread this news? After thinking for a while, Lin decided to rebut them. We can formulate a new rule. One person can at most only take away 3 ancient artifacts. I believe that only specially gifted talents like yourself can refine these ancient artifacts with such irresistible force. If it was other people, simply being able to refine 1 ancient artifact would already be something that they could brag about for 100 years. Naturally, they won't mind this restriction much. Master Luo's tone remained calm and gentle as he continued. I believe that in doing this, even if this matter is spread and Golden Pagoda receives a hit to its reputation, other people will understand our actions. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. I remain hopeful that Mr. and Lin can resolve this with us peacefully. That way, everyone will be happy. Looking at the courteous and refined middle-aged male before him, and Lin asked, "How exactly are we going to resolve this peacefully?" 1,000,000 spirit stones, and we'll all put this matter behind us. Master Luo smiled and continued, "Golden Pagoda can only offer this much. Mr. and Lin, please don't haggle with us." "Okay. Done deal. Mr. and Lin is such an honest and open person. Hereafter, you're a friend of Golden Pagoda." Just like that, and Lin received another 1,000,000 spirit stones. Then he swaggered out with Su Xiaolin. He Mu, Lu Hua, and Huang Shi remained silent as they watched him swagger off into the distance like a winner in life, and they stood disheveled in the wind. Master Luo rubbed his forehead in distress. He needed to calm down a bit in the meditation room so that he could erase this and Lin from his mind. Princess Yenmeng received a real big slap in the face, and she was absolutely crushed. She wasn't in the mood to continue looking through the ancient artifacts anymore, so she also left the stone altar. Only that luxuriously dressed middle-aged male was still persisting. In an attempt to refine the ancient artifacts, he shed his blood and sang emotional songs. He was absolutely immersed in the joy of trying to refine ancient artifacts. Of course, the end result was that this was all fucking useless. Walking out of Golden Pagoda, and Lin blissfully sucked in a deep breath and sighed with emotion. "Ha! That was unfortunate. I wasn't able to take away all of the ancient artifacts." Su Xiaolin rolled her eyes. "You still have the cheek to say that? Even I'm aching for Golden Pagoda. They initially wanted to make a buck off you, but you're really something. Instead, you took away 3 of their crown jewels. Then, you made off with another 1,000,000 spirit stones. I like the way that you used 3 crown jewels, woof." Dabai chipped in with a sinister smile. "Su Xiaolin and Lin, where are we heading to next?" Su Xiaolin felt a bit awkward, so she changed the topic. We'll just have a wander around here. We'll see if there's any silver pagoda, ingot pagoda, divine weapon pagoda, or the likes around here." There was a glint in Lin's eyes as he said this. Su Xiaolin grimaced. "You want to cause more trouble? You're looking for more ancient artifacts." "Hee, Xiaolin, you really do understand me best." A look of excitement flashed across Lin's eyes. Just like that, Lin really did go to all the treasure pagodas around here, and he tried to see if anyone would attempt to make a buck off him. Unfortunately, Golden Pagoda was already the top treasure pagoda in Heavenly River State, and it was the only treasure pagoda capable of hosting such activity. This had Student and Lin disappointed for a long time. He made an inventory of his storage ring. There was the Heavenly Spirit Ice Heart, a high-rank protective spirit tool given to him by Lin Junjun, 2 Immortal Pill coupons, the Shield of Promised Victory, the map of the Winter Dragon Tomb, the Heart of the Ocean, a Dragon Soul Elixir, the Evil-Slaying Sword, the Realm-Piercing Nail, and the Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation Disc. These were all the things that he didn't want to sell. Of course, there was still the 8.22 million spirit stones. To him, this was merely a number. After becoming rich, why is it that even earning 1,000,000 spirit stones can't bring me much joy? And Lin looked up at the sky and lamented. Su Xiaolin glared at the male next to her, and she felt the urge to beat someone up. "Ha, that's right," and Lin suddenly exclaimed as if he had thought of something. "Let's go treasure hunting." "Treasure hunting?" Su Xiaolin raised her eyebrow and derided. "Is Tycoon still worried that he doesn't have enough treasures? Being as rich as you are, you can just purchase treasures if you want them." And Lin faltered upon hearing this, and he was unable to respond. Holy fuck, that makes so much sense. Why do I have to go treasure hunting? What can't I buy with all this money? No, I can't be led astray. Treasure hunting is done for the thrill and adventure. It's done for the obscure and mystical opportunities that may arise. It's not an experience that can be replaced by dung and dirt such as spirit stones. The treasure hunt this time is different. It's going to be very stimulating. And Lin pulled Su Xiaolin onto his brick and flew off into the sky. Then he took out a scroll. This was one of the ancient artifacts that he had refined. "Look," As if he was showing off some rare treasure, he slowly unrolled the scroll. There was a look of slight surprise on Su Xiaolan's face, and her eyes glimmered brightly. This is one of the ancient artifacts that you just snatched from the Golden Pagoda, right? So it's a map. What do you mean by snatched? And Lin objected unhappily. I obtained it through my own abilities. The burial location of winged dragon Xianxia is recorded on this map of the Winter Dragon Tomb. This is a valuable map. You also know that dragons love collecting treasures. Their tombs definitely have lots of treasures. Su Xiaolan smiled and nodded. Then, she shook her head. Winged dragon Xianxia? That's a dragon of the return to void stage. Its tomb is definitely very dangerous, right? The higher one's rank, the more dangerous their tomb would be. This was common knowledge. This was called badass in life, still badass in death. But the more powerful a being is, the more valuable and precious their inheritances. When supreme beings die, they all have the habit of leaving skills and techniques that are to be inherited in their tombs. These are things that can't be bought with spirit stones. And Lin's eyes glowed brighter and brighter as he spoke, and the fire of seeking adventure burned strong in his soul. Su Xiaolan stroked her smooth chin. She looked at the map, then at Lin. Can your Gundams still be used? Of course. And Lin nodded earnestly. Their power cores have already been replenished. Su Xiaolan clapped her hands together and smiled prettily. Very well. Then I'll go on this treasure hunt with you. The Winter Dragon Tomb was located on a highland at the border of Heavenly River State and Stone Dragon State, and Lin rode on Debai's back, and they finally arrived at this highland after flying for 1,500 kilometers. Based on the coordinates given by the map, this should be the place. And Lin pointed toward a location that was surrounded by a few dead trees. Looking toward their destination, which was not far away, Su Xiaolan remarked, "There's nothing here at all. Could it be that there's a concealment spell formation?" And Lin nodded. The map is telling me that there's a spatial spell formation here. Those dead trees over there are the formation flags. We need to shift them in order to open the spatial door and enter the tomb. You can even talk to the map? Su Xiaolan exclaimed in astonishment. Of course. And Lin replied proudly. This thing has a spirit and it's recognized me as its owner. We can communicate our thoughts to each other. Su Xiaolan sighed in wonder. Truly, anything can develop a spirit if it lives long enough. Following the map's instructions, Lin activated immortal spells and started to adjust the positions of the dead trees. After the last dead tree was adjusted into place, vital energy started swarming about fiercely. A gigantic spell formation appeared on the ground, and 7-colored iridescent clouds formed in the sky. The scale of this was especially tremendous. Tisk, tsk, tsk. So impressive. It's as if some rare treasure is descending from the heavens. What are we going to do if it attracts other people over? And Lin couldn't help but grumble in dissatisfaction. Don't jinx it. Su Xiaolan glared at Lin. And Lin shut his mouth. This kind of thing truly was abnormal and bizarre. Especially after coming into contact with Cultivation. He harbored even more respect and fear for this kind of mystical karma now. After a while, a door made of white light appeared in the center of the spell formation. They couldn't see clearly what lay behind this door. One can't enter this door without the authority of the map. Hold my hand tight. Saying this, Lin grabbed onto Su Xiaolan's soft and slender hand and stepped into the spatial door. Su Xiaolan was a bit tense, but she didn't say anything and let Lin hold her hand. After they entered the door, what greeted them was a standalone mystic realm. The sky was white and there wasn't any formed land. Instead, there were numerous gigantic boulders floating in the sky. On each boulder was a humongous palace. Wow! This place is so magnificent. Judging by the appearance of these palaces, this place definitely holds impressive things. And Lin couldn't help but gasp in admiration. One had to realize he was a male who had wandered through the Greenwood Imperial Palace before. Based on external appearance alone, the palaces here were no lesser than those at Greenwood Imperial Palace. There were jade buildings and golden palaces, and they all looked imposing and resplendent while exuding an air of extravagance. Su Xiaolan smiled. There are so many palaces. Which one are we going to first? We'll start at the nearest palace. Then we'll sweep through them all one by one. We'll take everything valuable. He estimated that there were around 23 palaces sitting on the floating boulders. Together with the other floating fragments, they formed a unique pattern. It looked a bit like a gigantic winding dragon. The furthest palace was radiating with a white glow, and it made one feel like immediately rushing over to investigate it right upon seeing it. However, Enlin was someone who adhered to the principle of always sweeping through maps methodically. Thus, he persisted in starting his plundering from the first palace. Just like that, they stepped onto the first floating boulder. Sitting atop this boulder was a cyan-colored palace. The plaque resting above the entrance of this palace read, Palace of Spring. What was the most boring occupation? Being a bodyguard? Although bodyguards didn't have any personal freedom, at least they were able to follow their masters around everywhere. From time to time, they could even flex for their masters. Being a doorkeeper? Although doorkeepers were always stuck in one place, at least they had holidays and could go to enjoy themselves in the world of sensual pleasure. When they worked, they could also meet all kind of different people. As they guarded the door, they could also do many things to amuse themselves and pass time. If Spring Male was to give an answer, then he would say that the most boring job in existence was being a tombkeeper. That was right. The job that he had now was the most fucking boring. Personal freedom? Didn't exist. He was trapped inside this standalone realm and couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Holidays? To him, this job also counted as taking a holiday, no? He could do as he pleased in this palace. As long as he didn't beat, smash, loot, and burn things, he could do anything that he wanted. However, it seemed like everything that he did was boring. After all, there was absolutely nothing that he could play with and enjoy here. He wanted to sing loudly. However, even asking for an audience of a single mosquito seemed to be an extravagant demand. How long had he been in this job for? 100 years? 1,000 years? 10,000 years? Spring Male already couldn't remember clearly how long had passed. He only knew that his biggest regret in life was choosing to become a tombkeeper. He really must have been fucking crazy back then to take that kind of heavenly Tao oath and pledge that he would guard this winter dragon tomb and only regain his freedom when a person of destiny came to inherit the legacy here. If the heavens gave him another chance and allowed him to stand in front of Shun Yin again, he would definitely say these two words to her, fuck off. If he had to place a time period on these two words, then his wish was 10,000 years. Spring Male had a feeling. That was, he would have to act as a tombkeeper for all eternity. Today, Spring Male sat on a chair in the Palace of Spring as he always did. He sat there blankly, he dozed off, and he thought deeply about life. He was unable to leave this place. He had become bored of every single item inside this palace, including those thick and sturdy poles. Today is another boring day, Spring Male murmured. Let's just play rock, paper, scissors. He extended his left hand and right hand. Rock, paper, scissors. His left hand was rock, and his right hand was paper. Rock, paper, scissors. His left hand was scissors, and his right hand was rock. Little left, you've lost 2 games in a row. You need to work harder. Creak. This sudden sound interrupted Spring Male's game. The door opened, and Spring Male's body trembled. It wasn't the wind, and it wasn't ghosts. It was people. He saw 2 figures walk in. They appeared dazzling with the sun shining behind them. That was the light of dawn. That was the light of redemption. That was the hope of life. Spring Male squealed strangely and leaped toward the 2 people. Fated persons. Mountain-quaking lightning fist. Divine phoenix slash. Boom. Spring Male was struck by the golden lightning fist, then slashed by the flaming sword. He collapsed to the floor and rolled into the distance. It's real. This feeling of pain is real. I'm not dreaming. Spring Male was extremely moved and he laughed heartily. Tears of joy brimmed in his eyes. The 2 people who had entered the Palace of Spring were none other than Enlin and Su Xiaolin. They exchanged a glance and saw the quizzical look in each other's eyes. Is the guardian of this palace a madman? Spring Male stood up, and his entire body was still shaking. This was his long-buried blood seething with excitement. The image of luscious green trees intertwining suddenly appeared around him. The branches and vines of these trees appeared material as they slithered outwards into the surroundings. This was clearly an impressively powerful domain. Soul formation stage. And Lin and Su Xiaolin both felt a shiver as they looked intently toward Spring Male. They didn't expect to come across such a powerful enemy right after entering the ancient tomb. What were they meant to do now? Ha ha ha! Welcome to the Palace of Spring, fated persons. I'm Spring Male, the ruler of this palace. If you receive my acknowledgement, then you can obtain the Palace of Spring's pill refinement inheritance. Spring Male laughed heartily, and his demeanor made one feel as if he was trustworthy and mighty. And Lin grimaced. Spring Male? Who gave him such a strange name? Then how can we receive your acknowledgement? Su Xiaolin maintained a high level of alert as she asked this. Good question. Spring Male waved his long sleeve and continued. Firstly, your pill refinement rank must be at least that of the spirit gathering stage. And Lin, what stage is the spirit gathering stage? Didn't you listen in class? Su Xiaolin asked. There are 5 pill refinement stages. Flame mastery stage, wish fulfillment stage, spirit gathering stage, soul creation stage, and supreme stage. Right now, I'm only of the wish fulfillment stage. I only know how to roll out small clay balls. I probably haven't even reached the flame mastery stage yet. Let's just fight with him. Su Xiaolin shot a glance at him. Are you stupid? Why the hell would you fight if there's no inheritance to be obtained? Turn around and run. And Lin clapped his hands together. That's true. Saying this, the two of them started to turn around. Don't leave, Spring Male yelled. He extended his hand and the branches and vines of the trees quickly writhed out and blocked the door. What I said just then. Pretend that I never said it. Spring Male's eyes were red as he said this. Ha! And Lin was stumped. He looked toward Spring Male strangely. Actually, you guys can accept my inheritance as long as you know how to refine spirit pills. And Lin, Su Xiaolin, I think I can refine spirit pills below the 8th rank. Su Xiaolin chuckled in embarrassment. Spring Male nodded. He pointed toward Su Xiaolin and said solemnly, Very well. Congratulations, fated person. You have successfully passed the trial and can now accept the Palace of Spring's pill refinement inheritance. And Lin, Su Xiaolin, is this Spring Male here to gift us his inheritance? And Lin and Su Xiaolin couldn't help but develop this suspicion. In fact, their suspicion was absolutely spot on. Spring Male indeed wanted to gift this inheritance away as soon as possible, because in doing so, he would finally be able to regain freedom. In his eyes, and Lin and Su Xiaolin were currently radiating a glow of redemption. Spring Male took out a scroll which had golden symbols flashing upon it. He held it toward Su Xiaolin and said, Fated person, you can activate Shen Yin's pill refinement inheritance simply by dripping your blood essence onto the scroll and injecting your vital energy inside it. Of course, in addition to my acknowledgement, you also need to receive an acknowledgement from Winged Dragon Shen Yin's wisp of presence which exists in this scroll. Only then can you fully receive this inheritance. Su Xiaolin glanced at An Lin uneasily. The energy fluctuation emanating from this scroll was indeed related to inheritances. However, she couldn't help but feel uncertain after Spring Male thrust this inheritance before her with such zeal. And Lin let Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 out from his storage ring. He also transmitted a message to Dabai and Xiao Chou, who were in their mini-forms, telling them to keep a close eye on Spring Male. Only after all this did he nod at Su Xiaolin. Seeing An Lin nod for her to continue, Su Xiaolin followed Spring Male's instructions and let a drop of her blood essence onto the scroll and also injected her vital energy inside. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the scroll, and the projection of a golden dragon slithered out from it and dashed into Su Xiaolin's body. Su Xiaolin! And Lin cried in surprise. She'll be all right? Spring Male consoled hurriedly. Don't panic! Then, with his entire body trembling, he fell to his knees. It succeeded. This is the indication of the inheritance being successfully passed on. In no time, the invisible chains which kept Spring Male shackled suddenly disappeared. With tears of joy rolling down his cheeks, he raised his head to the sky and roared with laughter. I'm finally free! Ha 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 ha! Su Xiaolan's eyes glimmered brightly. She looked toward Lin and said in amazement, "This truly is a real alchemy inheritance. This inheritance can only be fully understood when one reaches the soul creation stage. Also, I have a slight feeling that my wish fulfillment stage is nearing the barrier leading toward the spirit gathering stage. Late Master Shenin, please accept this pupil's salute." Su Xiaolan respectfully saluted toward the memorial tablet in the center of the Palace of Spring. Receiving this inheritance meant that a bond between master and pupil had been formed. This was in a similar vein to how Lin lit candles for his system every day. After a short while, Spring Male finally managed to rein in his emotions. He wiped away his tears and said to them, "I also have to leave this place now. For us to meet here is a form of fate, so I'll give you guys an extra word of warning. The Palace of Heaven is extremely dangerous. Although the treasures inside are very captivating, this palace is also the most deadly. You guys are the third group of cultivators to enter this winter dragon tomb. The first two groups didn't come to my palace, but to the Palace of Heaven. Then, they remained there forever." Saying this, Spring Male left. He passed through the door of light and left this dragon tomb once and for all. And Lin and Su Xiaolan exchanged a glance. They both knew which palace Spring Male was talking about. When they first arrived at this mystic realm, what they saw first was not the Palace of Spring which was closest to them. Rather, what captured their attention was the palace furthest away from them. A divine white glow radiated from that palace, and the word heaven floated above it. This symbolized its supreme might and glory. Seeing this, one couldn't help but yearn to run over there immediately to visit and worship. If it wasn't for Lin remaining steadfast in his belief of sweeping through such mystic realms methodically, then perhaps the two of them really would have headed straight toward the Palace of Heaven first. "Let's just stick to our methodical routine," Lin said tensely as he looked toward the Palace of Heaven in the distance. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Su Xiaolan nodded. The 23 floating boulders vaguely formed the image of a coiling dragon. They were at the tail of the dragon right now, and the Palace of Heaven was located at the dragon's head. If they went through each palace methodically, then it would be quite a while until they reached there. Just like that, they arrived at the Palace of Summer. What greeted them was a flaming golden bird which was sprawled on the floor lazily. "Welcome, fated persons. My name is Summer Bird," the flaming golden bird said unhurriedly. Its voice was mellow and charming. After introducing itself, it yawned absent-mindedly. And Lin grimaced. "Say, are these tomb keepers all named so casually?" The flaming bird swept its gaze over the two people and two beasts before it continued. "Do you guys want the flame element inheritance? And Lin, why is it asking us so directly? Isn't it going to battle us first before spitting out the inheritance? Are you going to give it to us if we say we want it?" And Lin composed himself and raised a question. "You're dreaming." Summer Bird glanced at them and said slowly, "How about this? Strike me with your most impressive attacks. I'll give the inheritance to whoever beats me up best." And Lin, Su Xiaolan, such an impolite demand. Can we really do this? Dabai, Xiaoqiu, you two go first. And Lin suddenly yelled. Seeing that he could beat up another beast, Dabai was already itching to have a go. What more, the beast that he could beat up was a higher-ranked soul beast. After hearing Lin's words, he immediately lunged toward Summer Bird. What followed was the violent sounds of a pummeling. Dabai fully activated his heavenly wolf power, and his paws contained a formidable power as they swatted toward the bird. Summer Bird squawked as it was drubbed by Dabai. "Put some power into it." "Ouch! Have you not eaten? Are you a male dog or not, huh? Useless male dog. Put some power into it." After a long while, Dabai finally stopped. He was panting heavily from the exertion. Summer Bird looked extremely unsatisfied. That's all. Crack. As if he had received a vicious blow, Dabai's heart throbbed violently. He appeared listless and dejected as he returned to Enlin's side. He descended into a world of self-doubt and asked, "Big brother do you still have any Emperor Snake pills? Give me a few of those, yeah? Although I really don't want to admit my incompetence." But, halfway through this sentence, tears formed in Dabai's eyes, and he started sobbing silently. "Enlin, let me try." Xiaoqiu released his black flame domain and walked toward Summer Bird in an aggressive and overbearing manner. Summer Bird's dull eyes lit up slightly. "Oh, this one seems all right. It looks quite impressive." Without speaking a word, Xiaoqiu raised his silver staff and ruthlessly slammed it toward Summer Bird. Boom! 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 Energy surged about violently, and this was accompanied by Summer Bird's howls of agony. "Ah! It feels so good. Harder. Hit here. And here. Up a bit. On neck as well." Summer Bird shifted its body and actively received Xiaoqiu's silver staff. The golden flames surrounding its body also danced wildly. These flames appeared to be extremely excited, and they showed no signs of backing down against Xiaoqiu's black flames. After a short while, Xiaoqiu lay down on the floor gasping for breath. Summer Bird also appeared immensely satisfied. It wriggled its body and mumbled, "The strength of that massage was fairly good. It was much better that Xianxia dog. However, this black flame is in conflict with my flame element inheritance. Such a shame." Dabai received yet another vicious blow, and tears streamed down his face. Men were most afraid of women saying that they were incompetent. They were even more afraid of women saying that they were even more incompetent when compared to another male. "Let me try." And Lin was already raring to go after having charged up his attacks. Mountain-quaking lightning fist. "Ow wow." Summer Bird squawked tenderly. "Wind sword. Ouch. What sword is this? That hurt me." Summer Bird squawked tenderly again, and it became increasingly excited. Even the flames surrounding it started to flicker in excitement. After a short while, Enlin lay down on the floor gasping for breath. Summer Bird looked flirtatiously toward Enlin. It licked the golden blood on its shoulder and said coyly, "You're such a competent sword immortal. What do you need the flame element inheritance for? I have to say though, you made me feel quite good. It was much better than that male dog." Dabai couldn't stop his tears from flowing. "Woof. Can you please not mention me every single time? I beg you. I'll give it a go as well." Countless flame dragons burst forth from Su Xiaolan's body. As her sword danced, they viciously lunged toward Summer Bird. Staring at the flame dragons leaping toward it, Summer Bird's eyes lit up. This is the divine phoenix bloodline." Boom! The flames erupted violently, and Summer Bird's body shivered within the sea of flames. "Ah, it feels amazing," it moaned in pleasure. "Such a familiar taste, such a sweet and aggressive taste. Be even more aggressive. As you wish." Su Xiaolan let out a soft cry and a pair of flame wings unfurled behind her. Her body was like a flaming meteor as she hurtled towards Summer Bird, and her sword projection was shrouded in golden flames as she cut toward this bird. "Ow!" Summer Bird cried out in pain as it was struck by this sword projection, and its flaming body collapsed limply to the floor. Its eyes were shining brightly as it looked at Su Xiaolan. "Such powerful flames," it said softly. This Summer Bird almost wet itself in fright. "I like the taste of these flames. Beautiful young lady, you're the one. You can be the one to receive Winter Dragon Tomb's flame element inheritance." Xianxia is a culture-bound syndrome native to China in which the individual suffers somatic symptoms with anxiety, believed to be caused by a loss of semen. Enlin, Dabai, and Xiaoqiu were all stunned. They never would have imagined that this masochist Summer Bird would be conquered by Su Xiaolan. What face did the three of them still have? They really wanted to bang their heads against a wall. Summer Bird flew before Su Xiaolan and breathed out a golden fire seed. "Close your eyes and concentrate. Su Xiaolan closed her eyes as told, and the golden fire seeds started to melt into her glabella. Boom! The vital energy of heaven and earth suddenly started to swarm about. Is it just me? Or has Su Xiaolan's aura become more powerful? And Lin asked this as he looked toward the slightly frowning female in front of him. I also feel that she's becoming stronger. Could it be that one can even increase their cultivation base when receiving inheritances? Woof! Dabai also had a look of confusion. At this moment, Summerbird chuckled. This is because she's attained some enlightenment while receiving this inheritance. She's taken advantage of this opportunity to purify and cleanse the flames in her body, thereby allowing her flames to become purer. To be able to resolutely seize such an opportunity, she truly is supremely talented in the way of the flame. Right at this moment, wisps of flames suddenly started to flitter around Su Xiaolan. These flames were yellow with a hint of gold, and they radiated a scorching aura. She opened her eyes and a look of excitement washed over her face. I've succeeded. Summerbird nodded. The inheritance has finished and it's time for me to leave this place as well. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Next time we meet, I hope that you males can put in a bit more strength and effort. Oh ho ho. Saying this, it spread its wings. As flames curled around it, it soared into the sky and flew toward the entrance of the dragon tomb. And Lin, Dabai and Xiao Chou both transformed back into their mini forms. They were both extremely depressed. If they could, they wanted to become a blade of grass. Okay, let's head to the next palace, Su Xiaolan said in high spirits. Right now, only Su Xiaolan was still full of zest and vigor. Two extremely helpful inheritances thoroughly aroused her sense of adventure. The third palace was called the Palace of Autumn, and Lin and the others were feeling uneasy as they pushed open its doors. What entered their visions was a female sitting on a grass mat. This was a pretty girl who was dressed in fiery red garb. Resting on her slender legs was an ancient sword. Right now, she was silently meditating. Upon seeing this female, and Lin felt that she was very imposing. She had the poise of a master. They definitely couldn't disturb this kind of master. Such action would amount to great disrespect. The best method was to stand silently to the side and wait for the master to greet them when she saw fit. Su Xiaolan was clearly of the same mind. She stood silently within Lin and looked toward this young female with a slight sense of excitement and anticipation. Time slowly trickled by, and Lin felt that this trial was perhaps testing their patience. Thus, he remained silent and still. Before they knew it, a long period of time had passed. The body of the red-clothed female swayed lightly, and her head tilted to the side slightly. A glistening trail of drool trickled from her small mouth. And Lin, Su Xiaolan? She fell asleep? And Lin transmitted his voice to Su Xiaolan. Probably, Su Xiaolan transmitted in reply. She's even drooling. Have you seen people drool when they're meditating? Then let's wake her up. And Lin continued. If we wake her up rashly, will she become furious and deprive us of the inheritance here? Su Xiaolan was a bit worried. And Lin nodded. He felt that this made a lot of sense. Thus, he tossed out the mini Dabai. Dabai, off you go. Woof. Why does it have to be me? Dabai still hadn't recovered from his mental wounds, and he wailed in anguish. Then, his dog face collided into the young female's face. Bam! The young female fell backward from the strike. Su Xiaolan. And Lin's eyes bulged. He felt that he had thrown Dabai too hard. However, he truly didn't do this on purpose. It was just that he didn't expect for the mini Dabai to be so light. Ow! Who's there? Wow! Dog! The red-clothed female screamed in fright after being knocked over. Then, she saw Dabai's adorable dog face. She raised her head and saw Lin and Su Xiaolan, as well as an adorably ugly monkey. Her expression suddenly changed and a fierce aura erupted from her body. It was as if she were a sharp blade which had just been unsheathed. Fated persons, welcome to the Palace of Autumn. Do you guys want to receive the Winter Dragon Tomb's sword inheritance? Her voice was crisp and pleasant, yet it also possessed an intimidating edge which made one shiver in apprehension. And Lin was delighted upon hearing this. Sword inheritance? I, Sword Immortal and Lin, am definitely going to win this inheritance. He had already attained the 6 strikes of the war god. How difficult could it be to obtain the Palace of Autumn's sword inheritance? And Lin was still feeling embarrassed after seeing Su Xiaolan receive 2 inheritances in a row. Now, they had finally come across a domain that he was skilled in. He definitely had to flex. It's relatively easy to obtain this sword inheritance, the young female said. Watch me perform a sword dance once. Then try to emulate my sword dance based on your comprehension of it. I'll see if any of you have the right to receive my inheritance. And Lin nodded eagerly. Okay, Autumn female. Huh? I don't think I introduced myself. How come you know my name? The red-clothed female's eyes lit up slightly, and a look of curiosity emerged on her face. Based on the shitty naming pattern of spring male and summer bird, only retards wouldn't be able to guess your name. However, he naturally wouldn't say this out loud. Rather, he smiled mysteriously and said, "Perhaps this is fate." Hearing this, Autumn female was slightly dazed. Then, she chuckled, "You're a fairly interesting person." And Lin was secretly delighted. "I've made a good impression." Su Xiaolan pursed her lips as fury burned in her heart. This and Lin was hitting on girls right in front of her. Very well. Autumn female started her sword dance. Her red garb and slender figure also started to dance with the blade. She was beautiful and elegant, much like a butterfly fluttering through a maple forest. Yet at the same time, there was a feeling of desolation and viciousness. And Lin was entranced. He had to admit, this sword dance was absolutely delightful. Phew, I finished dancing. It's your turns. Autumn female was huffing slightly after completing her sword dance. Her eyes glimmered brightly as she looked toward the 2 fated persons before her. Her eyes lingered over Lin a bit more. Perhaps she looked forward to his performance more because of their exchange from before. Ha! And Lin was stupefied upon hearing this. A feeling of danger slowly rose in his heart. He was only focused on enjoying Autumn female's performance just then, as he felt that her sword dance was amazing. However, it appeared as if he didn't grasp anything at all. Was there truly nothing to comprehend? Or did he just fail to comprehend anything? How about I just replicate her movements and pretend that I'm performing radio gymnastics? At this moment, Su Xiaolan had already started her sword dance. Dabai and Xiao Chou gave up right off the bat. And Lin was unwilling to admit defeat, and he also started brandishing his evil-slaying sword. Seeing Su Xiaolan's sword dance, Autumn female nodded slightly. Then, she looked toward Lin, and she grimaced. What the hell was he doing? They finished their sword dances. Beads of sweat had formed on Su Xiaolan's forehead. As for Lin, it was as if he had completed a radio gymnastic exercise and shown off his youth and vigor. Apart from that, he didn't feel anything at all. Autumn female walked toward Lin. This made Lin's heartbeat quicken in excitement. Am I finally going to be chosen? Did she see my astonishing talent in the way of the sword through my sword dancing posture? Perhaps this is the absence of fate. It's all right. Even though your aptitude in the way of the sword is appalling, there are tens of thousands of Tao which exist in the world. There will always be one that suits you. Autumn female consoled Lin and patted his shoulder in encouragement. And Lin was paralyzed with shock and his mouth gaped open slightly. Autumn female walked toward Su Xiaolan and a beaming smile spread across her face. Fated person, are you willing to accept the Winter Dragon Tomb's sword inheritance? Su Xiaolan nodded her head dazedly. She had witnessed Lin's superb swordsmanship before. To her surprise, though, Autumn female chose her. Was Lin purposefully conceding this to her? And Lin's sword dance just then was indeed disgusting and unsightly. Perhaps he really is doing this on purpose. Thinking of this, Su Xiaolan looked at Lin gratefully and thanked him in her mind. After receiving the Palace of Autumn's sword inheritance, Su Xiaolan's aura became even more powerful. Ah, I'm finally free. With such a good heiress to your inheritance, you can also rest in peace. Autumn female had a look of reminiscence. Then, she smiled bitterly and shook her head in resignation. Autumn female didn't say anything more. She farewelled Lin and the others and left the Palace of Autumn. Su Xiaolan was in high spirits as she dragged Lin toward the Palace of Winter. After being savaged in the swordsmanship department, which he was most proud of, Lin's mental state became comparable to that of Debai's. One had his dignity as a swordsman wounded, and one had his dignity as a male wounded. They both wanted some time to calm down. At the Palace of Winter, they saw the silver-haired Winter male. Upon seeing them, the first thing that Winter male said was, "Life's but a lonely trek through the wintry snow. Who's going to illuminate my lonely world?" Then he was enchanted by Su Xiaolan, who was as beautiful and as noble as a phoenix. "Ah, you're like a flame in the darkness. You melted my heart. This beautiful lady, are you willing to accept my frost inheritance?" Gifting an inheritance straight away? Lin and Debai were instantly dumbstruck. However, Su Xiaolan shook her head sternly. "I don't want it. My element is fire." "Now then, I think you're misunderstanding something. The powers of ice and fire are not actually in conflict," Winter male explained earnestly. "Rather, they're interrelated. If a place is rid of all its chill, then that's fire." He continued blathering on about this for a long time. After a lot of coaxing and convincing, Su Xiaolan finally agreed to accept this frost inheritance. A shard of ice melted into her palm. Although she was skeptical of Winter male's words, getting something was better than getting nothing at all. Thus, she still reluctantly accepted this inheritance. "Ms. Su Xiaolan, let's exchange voice transmission talisman details." There was a passionate glow in Winter male's eyes. "I don't want to. If fate brings us together, then we'll naturally meet again." Su Xiaolan bluntly rejected his request. "Ah, I like your fiery personality." Winter male put his hand over his heart. He felt like his heart was going to melt again. "Then I'll take my leave first. Next time we meet, I'll make you fall in love with me." After uttering these shameless words, Winter male reluctantly flew away from the Palace of Winter. From beginning to end, Winter male never said a single word to Lin, Xiaoqiu, or Debai. They were treated like empty air. Haha! It seems like this frost inheritance really does have a bit of use. When fighting in icy and snowy conditions, it can ensure to the greatest extent that my flames aren't affected by the low temperatures. Su Xiaolan was absolutely delighted. She grabbed onto Lin's hand and continued toward the next palace. Everything was going so well. Lin rubbed his face and finally couldn't help but grumble. "Xiaolan, does your family own this winter dragon tomb?" "Ha!" Su Xiaolan glanced at Lin in confusion. Then, she realized what he was suggesting. She waved her hands and chuckled. "Perhaps I'm more fated with this dragon tomb." Lin nodded solemnly. Fate is too mysterious for words to express. The two of them arrived at the fifth palace. This palace was called 1 year. There are 4 seasons in 1 year. Could it be that this palace is related to the previous 4 palaces? Su Xiaolan was eager with anticipation as she looked toward the palace sitting in front of them. Most likely. Or maybe this name is merely just a continuation of this dragon tomb owner's shit sense in literature. Lin was also unsure. Anyhow, they would only find out the answer to this question after they entered this palace. They pushed open the door and entered into the palace. What welcomed them was a graceful and elegant middle-aged male. Upon seeing the two of them enter, the male greeted, "Welcome to 1 year. Also, congratulations on receiving the spring, summer, autumn, and winter inheritances. My name is Lord Year." This male knew that they had received the inheritances of the 4 other palaces. Perhaps he really was the boss of these 5 palaces. Hearing his word of welcome, Lin and Su Xiaolan also introduced themselves. Then they gazed at the male before them respectfully. They had pretty much figured out how this place operated. Each palace had a tombkeeper, and these tombkeepers could each choose an heir or heiress to their inheritance. As long as winged dragon Xin Yin's wisp of aura didn't reject the chosen being, then said being could receive the inheritance. Once this was complete, the tombkeeper would also regain their freedom. These tombkeepers put forth all kinds of weird and wonderful trials. It also appeared as if they decided who to bestow their inheritances upon based solely on their mood. This could be deduced by looking at the strange happenings in the previous 4 palaces. Meanwhile, Lord Year looked like a relatively composed man. His demeanor was also more like that of a boss. After hearing their self-introductions, he smiled warmly. The inheritances of the 4 Seasons palaces are far more excellent than those of the Zodiac palaces. It's a pity that the previous 2 groups of cultivators were captivated by the Palace of Heaven and let slip these inheritances. You guys are able to resist the temptation of the Palace of Heaven's divine light and march forward palace by palace. That's very well done. And Lin blinked his eyes. So his methodical sweeping method was this deep and profound? So, which members of your group received the inheritances of spring, summer, autumn, and winter? Lord Year asked in interest. He looked toward Lin, Su Xiaolan, Dabai, and Xiao Chou. Su Xiaolan took a step forward and chuckled apologetically. Lord Year nodded and looked toward the 3 remaining members. There was a moment of silence. Seeing that the 3 remaining members didn't respond, he couldn't help but ask, "That's all?" Su Xiaolan nodded. "The only person to receive inheritances was me," Lord Year grimaced. "You received all of the spring, summer, autumn, and winter inheritances?" Su Xiaolan's face flushed red. Even she felt a bit sheepish about this. However, she still nodded in confirmation. "How mysterious and wonderful fate is," Lord Year exclaimed. And Lin really wanted to chime in at this moment. "Look, Mr. Boss, Su Xiaolan has already received so many inheritances. It's about time that we little brothers get a taste too." There was a look of appreciation on Lord Year's face as he gazed at Su Xiaolan. "I originally planned to have the recipients of the inheritances duke it out among each other to decide the final victor. This is also fine though. All the inheritances have been gathered by one person. What more? Shun Yin's wisps of auras surprisingly didn't turn down this person. This is the complete 4 seasons. Ms. Su Xiaolan. This palace's 4 seasons soul gem is yours now." Saying this, Lord Year took out a gem and handed it to Su Xiaolan. This gem was flowing with 4 colors: green, yellow, red, and white. Su Xiaolan dazedly accepted this 4 seasons soul gem. She still hadn't recovered from this pleasant shock. Is this gifting treasures instead of gifting inheritances now? Feels fairly good. And Lin's eyes bulged, and his lips quivered. He felt like a sword had been run through his heart. What the fuck is with this now? We've clearly done nothing at all so far, and you're immediately gifting her a treasure. Then, his eyes started to become vacant and unfocused. Who am I? Why did I come here? What's the meaning of me coming here? He felt that apart from acting as a shocked passerby, he could do nothing else at all. My mission here has been fulfilled. It's been fulfilled in a fairly satisfactory manner, no less. Lord Year smiled as he turned to glance at Su Xiaolan. It's time for me to leave. We'll meet again someday. Saying this, Lord Year soared into the skies and left this palace. Dabai and Xiao Chou had already become accustomed to this kind of development. They accepted this fate with a calm expression on their faces. I feel like this gem is bringing about a change in my power. There was a bright glimmer in Su Xiaolan's eyes. At the same time, rays of light burst forth from the 4 seasons soul gem in her hand. There were 4 different colored rays of light, and they all dazzled brilliantly. After a short moment, her expression changed drastically. I feel like the energy within my body is fusing and growing. Hearing this, Lin instantly became anxious. Xiaolan, stay in control, he shouted in panic. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Su Xiaolan's pretty face was flushed a slight red, as if she was experiencing some pain. Fear gripped at Lin's heart. Dabai and Xiao Chou also walked over in concern. At half-step soul formation stage, Xiao Chou had the highest rank out of all of them. He was just about to check Su Xiaolan's pulse, yet she waved her hands to indicate that it wasn't necessary. Su Xiaolan went into a meditating position and shook her head softly. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just feel like I'm about to break through. And Lin, Dabai, Xiao Chou, The one human and two beasts fell silent. Looking at Su Xiaolan, who was currently breaking through, strings of curses raced through their minds. And Lin increasingly felt that this dragon tomb was owned by Su Xiaolan's family. Even taking back doors wouldn't bring one so many benefits. The vital energy of heaven and earth formed into a swirl and started surging into Su Xiaolan's body. Su Xiaolan absorbed and tempered this pure, vital energy, and a golden fire seed started to materialize on top of her spirit root. Her cultivation base rose continuously, and it eventually broke through some invisible shackle. Boom! A powerful aura radiated from her body. Her eyes fluttered open. Wisps of golden flames swam about her bright and clear eyes, and they exuded a proud and forbidding might. Congratulations on breaking through. Now hurry up and give us a treat. And Lin offered his congratulations after sensing that Su Xiaolan's aura had broken through to the spirit-nurturing final stage. Su Xiaolan smiled faintly. The wisps of golden flames still hadn't fully vanished from her eyes as she looked toward Lin. Her eyes were full of vibrancy. They were beautiful and noble, and they also had a look of undisguised intimacy and tenderness. I'll tell you some good news. Not only did I break through, but even the power of my bloodline was further unlocked and activated. Then please give us more treats. Su Xiaolan thought for a moment. Then, a crimson-colored fruit appeared in her hands. There were even little fire dragons swimming on its surface. Here, this is a dragon fruit. It's a third-rank spirit fruit, and it tastes really good. It's my treat. Good heavens! Why does this dragon fruit look different from the ones that I've eaten before? And Lin's eyes widened in amazement. He picked up this dragon fruit and took a large bite out of it. Boom! An insanely spicy sensation stung at his taste buds. It was as if there had been an explosion inside his mouth. Holy fuck! Water! Hurry up and give me water! And Lin felt like there was a fire burning in his mouth. Don't drink water, Su Xiaolan advised. If you swallow it into your stomach, then the spiciness will leave your mouth. And Lin followed her advice and swallowed the fruit into his stomach. Sure enough, the spiciness left his mouth. Then, holy fuck, my stomach, save me. And Lin felt like a fire had started burning in his stomach. He looked as if he were about to explode any second. Seeing in Lin's expression, Su Xiaolan finally couldn't contain herself and burst into laughter. Her silvery laugh echoed through the palace, and it was especially pleasant to the ear. And Lin was extremely worried in the beginning. However, after the burning sensation left his stomach, he felt a pure burst of flame energy circulating around his entire body. He instantly felt soothed and at ease. It was as if his conception and governor vessels one had been opened up. He blinked his eyes. Is this bitterness before sweetness? Su Xiaolan took out another dragon fruit and started eating it herself. Wrong. She grinned daintily. This is spiciness before pleasure. Can even raise one's cultivation base slightly, and Lin nodded. This dragon fruit tasted very explosive. However, one would feel great pleasure after its spiciness passed. This made him want to continue eating it. Hence, he continued to munch down on this dragon fruit, and he wavered between the sensations of burning and pleasure. Bai didn't want to look at these two people. Their display of affection was far too much for him to handle. After finishing the dragon fruits, they rested for a while. Then they once again set off on their adventure. It's the Palace of Tiger this time. Looking at the plaque sitting above the door of this palace, and Lin speculated in his mind that this palace's inheritance was probably going to be a beast-type inheritance. Lord Year mentioned the 12 zodiacs before. Su Xiaolan chuckled and said, "This palace is probably one of the 12 zodiac palaces." They both had a look of anticipation as they entered this palace. However, they were surprised to find that this palace was completely empty. Huh? Where's the tiger? And Lin asked curiously. He had imagined that there would probably be a tiger or some sort of mutant beast guarding this palace. Ah! It looks like the inheritance here has already been obtained by someone else. Su Xiaolan sighed in disappointment. They carefully examined the palace, yet didn't discover anything new. There was nothing they could do about it, so they decided to head to the next palace. The palace of rabbit was also deserted. The palace of dragon, palace of snake, palace of horse. They went through all 12 of the zodiac palaces and found that they were all empty and deserted. After these 12 palaces, there was a final zodiac palace. In this palace, there were 12 zodiac carvings which were half a human tall. They looked vivid and lifelike and appeared fairly valuable. And Lin tried to place them into his storage ring. However, he failed. They actually obtained all 12 of the zodiac inheritances. The previous 2 groups must have been quite powerful. Even so, they were still done over by the Palace of Heaven. And Lin wore a puzzled expression on his face as he rubbed his chin. If this dragon tomb is looking for a fated person to inherit its legacy, then wouldn't killing off the fated persons who received the zodiac inheritances be a waste of those inheritances? Have you forgotten? Those tomb keepers are actually also very good successors. Su Xiaolin chuckled and said, "Makes sense," which is to say all these early inheritances are just appetizers. All these fated persons are not actually as important as it seems. If winged dragon Xinyin's complete inheritance truly exists, then it's most likely over at that place. And Lin looked up toward the enchanting palace which was radiating with a divine white glow and said, "Palace of Heaven." After looking toward the divine glow of that palace, an intense desire to head over there surged in their hearts. "We'll leave that until we rake in everything of value in the other few palaces," and Lin said to Su Xiaolin. He didn't dare look at the Palace of Heaven again. Just like that, the 2 of them continued forward. They arrived at a place called the Palace of Life. This palace was particularly strange, and there were all kinds of bizarre and exotic plants growing inside. For example, golden trees, bone flowers which were even larger than trees, blades of grass which glowed with 5 different colors. These were all plants that Lin had never seen before. He hadn't come across them even on the Exotic Plant and Mineral Handbook. Their vital energy fluctuations were especially strong though, and they clearly weren't ordinary plants. Could it be that this inheritance is related to strange and exotic plants? And Lin held back his curiosity and walked into the depths of this plant foliage. Then he saw a white-haired old man. This old man was currently sitting in front of a table which had oracle bones, copper coins, yarrow, and all kinds of other strange things lying upon it. "Young fated persons, welcome to the Palace of Life. I'm Elder Fate. This place provides the fairest, most accurate, and most powerful fortune-telling services. Are you guys interested?" The white-haired old man squinted his eyes and spoke in a benevolent manner. And Lin and Su Xiaolin were both dazed. Fortune teller? Aren't there any other inheritances, trials, treasures, and such? And Lin blinked in curiosity. Elder Fate chuckled giddily. The Palace of Life only provides fortune-telling services. This Taoist priest already has 1 foot in the grave. I don't have any treasures to give you. I only know how to tell fortunes. The price is 10,000 to 30,000 spirit stones per telling depending on what services you guys want. And Lin grimaced. Holy shit, dude. Who are you kidding? If you already have 1 foot in the grave, then why do you want dung and dirt like spirit stones? Just as he considered whether he should turn around and leave, Su Xiaolin had already walked up toward the old man. She smiled and asked, "Okay then, Elder Fate, can you please tell me what dangers lie in the Palace of Heaven?" Young girl, you're quite good at finding loopholes, aren't you? Elder Fate replied calmly. However, your question is misdirected. What I predict is the fortune of a person, not a place. I can help you predict what dangers you will face when you go to the Palace of Life. Su Xiaolin thought over this for a moment. The dangers that she faced were perhaps also the dangers that Lin would face. This wasn't far off from what she wanted to know. Thus, she nodded and said, "Okay, then help me predict this. Pay up first. Predicting this will cost 30,000 spirit stones." Elder Fate extended his hand toward them. And Lin. This old man was the most base fortune teller that he had ever come across. Su Xiaolin pursed her lips. She took 3 vital stones out from her storage ring and handed them to Elder Fate. Elder Fate tied a white thread onto Su Xiaolin's wrist, then closed his eyes. The oracle bones and copper coins on the table started to move by themselves. After a short while, he looked toward Su Xiaolan in astonishment. You have an intense link to the palace of heaven. Such powerful karma is like an indestructible barrier, and it's blocked my visions. What's your relation with Lord Dragon Shen? Su Xiaolan blinked in confusion. There's no relation. Anyhow, what dangers will I face when I go to the palace of heaven? Elder Fate shook his head. Unreadable, unreadable. Su Xiaolan. And Lin. Say, can I get a refund? Su Xiaolan asked expressionlessly. And Lin also looked toward the old man coldly. This dude is definitely a fake. Damn, dude. You predicted nothing at all, and you still have the face to accept money? You've got to be a robber, right? Elder Fate felt awkward under their intense gazes, and he hurriedly explained, I need to expend huge amounts of energy to fortune tell. These spirit stones are used to replenish my energy, so I can't refund them. If I return them, then I won't be able to fortune tell next time. Elder Fate was full of emotion as he spoke, and even his eyes reddened. This quelled in Lin and Su Xiaolan's anger quite a bit. Okay then, how about you tell my fortune as well? We'll do something simple. Help me predict when I'll get a girlfriend. And Lin had initially wanted to have Elder Fate fortune tell what dangers he would face when he headed to the Palace of Heaven. However, he was afraid that he would use the same excuses as he did against Su Xiaolan. Thus, he decided to choose something more straightforward. What's a girlfriend? Elder Fate blinked his eyes in confusion. And Lin came to his senses and corrected. Help me fortune tell when I'll get a Dao partner. Hearing this, Su Xiaolan's pretty face blushed slightly, and she shifted her gaze. Elder Fate laughed heartily. He was an expert at this, and he immediately replied, No problem, no problem. This only costs 10,000 spirit stones. And Lin nodded and handed him one vital stone. Elder Fate tied a white thread onto Lin's wrist and started fortune-telling. A short while later, he broke into a cold sweat. Elder Fate was having an internal breakdown. He couldn't see Lin's fate at all. When he probed into Su Xiaolan's fate with the Palace of Heaven, what he came across was an obstruction formed by a powerful karma barrier. As for Lin's fate right now, what he came across was a mystical and incomprehensible mist. He couldn't even predict whether Lin was going to eat tomorrow, let alone his fate in love. How come it's like this? This doesn't make any sense. Am I unable to predict it because his cultivation base is too high? But the rank of this male is only spirit nurturing initial stage. The more Elder Fate thought about it, the more strange it all felt, and the more panicked he became. Seeing Elder Fate's strange expression, and Lin thought that his journey in love would be a bumpy ride which was full of frustrations. Thus, he also became nervous and tense. How is it? When am I going to get a Dao partner? Elder Fate secretly gulped. He felt that if he told the truth, he would definitely be taken as a scammer. At that time, perhaps the 40,000 spirit stones would also be snatched back by them. Should I amuse him with a lie? Elder Fate mulled over this for a while. Then, he cleared his throat and said, The mountains are colorful from a distance. The fountains are silent from up close. Young lad, your predestined relationship is not far. Transcend 3 tribulations together over 100 years. For that is the only way your hearts will cherish one another. You and her will be a pair of Dao partners who others all envy greatly. Without a doubt, Elder Fate's bullshitting ability was top-notch. Regardless of whether this was the truth or not, and Lin was already beaming in delight anyway. He felt like those 10,000 spirit stones were spirit stones well spent. Just like that, and Lin and Su Xiaolan left the Palace of Life. Initially, and Lin had still wanted to have Elder Fate tell another fortune. Unexpectedly though, Elder Fate directly turned his request down. He said that each person could only have one fortune told, and he told them to leave immediately. And Lin had no choice but to leave in slight disappointment. Xiaolan, do you think this old man's predictions are accurate? And Lin asked giddily. Ah! Su Xiaolan's head was bowed, and her pretty face was blushed a slight shade of red. It's probably accurate, she replied seriously. They can't have set up an independent fortune-telling palace just to scam money. That would be far too immoral. And Lin nodded in earnest agreement. My predestined relationship is going to arrive within 100 years, to be honest. I'm quite happy with this time span. It's not too long and it's not too short. Su Xiaolan also nodded. 100 years is enough to develop a clear understanding of a person. It's also enough time to find a person who you can stay with forever. And Lin, what's your ideal Dao partner like? She raised her head and looked toward Lin with her bright and tender eyes. And Lin exchanged a glance with Su Xiaolan, and his heartbeat quickened. He quickly averted his gaze. No, I must remain calm. Now will be too rash. I'll lose celestial maiden Lan Lan. I'm still young, and Lin said in excuse. I haven't thought about such things before. Yeah, you're still so young. Why are you thinking about such distant things? At this age, you should be visiting brothels with this prodigal dog. Woof. Bai forcefully interrupted their conversation and said this boldly and assuredly. Su Xiaolan. And Lin, you've been to brothels before? Never in my life. And Lin hurriedly said. Why would I ever go to brothels? A sinister grin spread across Bai's face. Have you forgotten Spring River House's sister Lanyu? Woof. Holy fuck. Bai, you actually have the face to say this? I only went there because I wanted to drag you out. Otherwise, do you think I would have gone there? And Lin's veins were bulging in anger. He clenched his fists and was just about to teach Bai a lesson. Seeing this, Bai fled like the wind. Don't run. And Lin roared as he chased behind Bai. Come chase me, Bai shouted as he ran. If you catch me, I'll let you, Su Xiaolan. She pinched her eyebrows. So, and Lin has been to brothels before? Bai was eventually caught by Lin and given a pummeling. After beating up Bai, they continued forward and arrived at the Palace of Yellow. By the looks of it, the last 4 palaces were almost certainly going to be Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. In fact, Lin felt that the owner of this tomb could have added another Universe, Eternity, Chaos, and Desolation 1 set. Thinking over this for a moment, however, he realized that this would be too domineering. It was understandable why Winged Dragon Shin Yin didn't add this set of palaces. Before entering this palace, Lin released Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 and had them walk at the front of their group. These thick-skinned and powerful mechanical puppets were best for spearheading risky ventures like this. After opening the palace door, an extremely oppressive aura swept out from within the palace. It was like a mountain bearing down upon them, and the crushing might it possessed was suffocating. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 immediately activated their ion-blocking defensive barrier and blocked out that crushing pressure. The Tomb Keeper in this palace tried to crush them with his aura as soon as they opened the door. By the looks of it, he was not so friendly. If you want Shin Yin's inheritance, then fuck off to the Palace of Heaven. Don't come here to annoy me. A rugged voice boomed, and it caused the surrounding air to tremble. And Lin focused his gaze. Before them stood a red-haired male. He was topless, revealing his solid, bronze-colored muscles. There were even red flames enveloping this male, and this made him appear especially overbearing and intimidating. And Lin mustered his courage and asked, Senior, what do you have here then? Heh? The crimson-haired male regarded Lin coldly. I have a fire spirit vital bead. It's located right here. Do you think you have the ability to retrieve it? The male slapped his chest above where the heart was located. His lips curled up into a provocative smile. And Lin understood. The previous easy mode had now transitioned into a kill beasts, loot treasures mode. Both he and Su Xiaolan were feeling a little hesitant. This male was clearly a powerful cultivator of the soul formation stage. Judging by the aura he emitted, he was at least of the soul formation intermediate stage. Perhaps he had even reached the soul formation final stage. If they really ended up fighting, then this would definitely be a dangerous battle. Ding dong. The special missions tab of the system suddenly started flashing. And Lin immediately focused his attention and opened up the system in his mind. Detected that host has encountered a fire spirit vital bead. Now assigning the mission below. Absorb all the fire essence energy within the fire spirit vital bead. Mission success. Receive fire element technique. First stage wings of true fire. Mission failure. Become paralyzed for a month. During this period, vital energy cannot be used. Time limit, 2 hours. And Lin winced when he saw this mission. It seemed like the system would never be able to change its shitty habit of forcing him to go to wherever was the most dangerous. Right now, he only had 2 choices. He could either choose to fight like a man, or he could choose to be a coward and become paralyzed for a month. If he chose to fight, there was a terrifying prospect of him getting killed by that red-haired brute. So, are you going to fight me or not? If not, then hurry up and get lost. The red-haired male was becoming impatient, and even the flames dancing around his body became more rampant and aggressive. I'll fight. And Lin steeled his heart and finally made a decision. Su Xiaolan, don't interfere in our fight. I'll deal with him myself. Then, that fire spirit vital bead will belong to me. Su Xiaolan didn't care much about that fire spirit vital bead or whatnot. Her vermilion bird sect had plenty of these types of fire elemental objects. However, she was a bit worried about Lin. You really don't need my help? And Lin shook his head and smiled. I really don't need it. He unsheathed his evil-slaying sword and took a step forward. His aura burst out unreservedly. Oh? Although you're very weak, your display just then was quite manly. The red-haired brute chuckled and also let rip his aura. The red flames surrounding his body also roared and raged. This male's aura was immensely terrifying. He had already reached the soul formation final stage. His powerful aura pounded into Lin's body, causing his muscles to tremble uncontrollably. Gundam 1, Gundam 2, you two spearhead the attack. Dabai, Xiaoqiu, you two provide support. And Lin stood at the rear and yelled out instructions. Dabai's big watery eyes widened. Then what's Big Brother and going to do, woof? And Lin cleared his throat and said calmly, I'm the commander. Dabai, Xiaoqiu, Su Xiaolan, red-haired male. The red-haired male grimaced when he heard Lin shamelessly say this. Shit, you're such a wuss. The red-haired male really wanted to beat him up. Gundam 1, Gundam 2, attack. And Lin bellowed. Hearing this command, Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 leaped at the red-haired male. The red-haired male stamped his feet and hundreds of red fire dragons materialized in the air. They were blazing with an insanely high temperature as they crashed toward Gundam 1 and Gundam 2. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 were extremely nimble, and they became flashes of silver afterimages as they dodged past the pouncing attacks of these fire dragons. After nearing the red-haired male, one of the Gundams immediately released a purple light halo which enveloped him. A powerful gravity field was unleashed within this halo. Boom! The ground instantly caved in. An overwhelming power crushed down toward the red-haired male. It was as if he were fighting against the crushing might of a gigantic mountain. This is a gravity field? The male's expression suddenly changed. Just as he was feeling slightly flustered, the other Gundam had already swung its light sword toward his face. The male roared angrily, and the power of his domain spread outward at a great speed. The red flames surrounding him billowed like furious waves, and they enveloped around his body. Then, these flames formed into the shape of an armored giant. This flaming armor was extremely condensed, and it looked as if it were a real physical armor. The flaming armored giant didn't dodge or evade the Gundam's light sword. Instead, it swung its fist toward it. Boom! Flames erupted as the fist and light sword collided. The Gundam's particle sword tore through the armored giant's fist. However, the Gundam was also sent tumbling back by the powerful explosion of flames. What material is that sword made out of? It can even cut through the armor formed by my domain. The red-haired male was astonished by the powers wielded by these two silver mechanical puppets. Xiaoqiu seized the opportunity which opened up in the instant that the Gundam was sent tumbling back. In a flash, he had arrived beside the red-haired male. Now's the time! And Lin roared loudly, strike his knee! And Lin had activated his divine inspection technique. Xiaoqiu drew upon all his power and viciously swung his staff toward the armored giant's knee. As the crushing power of the staff smashed into the armored giant, a loud boom erupted and shockwaves surged into the surroundings. Crack! The armor covering the armored giant's knee shattered. The armored giant's knee crumpled, and it fell to the side as if it had lost its balance. Seeing this, a cold chill shot through the red-haired male's heart. He hadn't focused much of his attention on Xiaoqiu and Dabai, as they were merely spirit beasts who hadn't even reached the soul formation stage yet. This allowed Xiaoqiu to find an opportunity to take advantage of. However, he never would have imagined that Xiaoqiu's surprise attack would strike at a critical part of his armored giant. Impossible! How can he possibly be aware of the flaws in my armor domain? Coincidence? As his mind whirred, a white mist suddenly drifted up and enveloped the entire palace. Blue wolf's clouds. Dabai cast a view-obstructing immortal spell. As the red-haired male's flaming armor giant collapsed, the gravity field suddenly became even more crushing. Before, this gravity field simply hindered his ability to battle. Now, however, it had become a pulverizing weight which rendered him immobile. Impossible! The red-haired male cried in shock. How does it still have so much energy remaining? The power of these mechanical puppets had already far exceeded his expectations. He resolutely crippled one of the armored giant's arms and transformed it into a gigantic flaming sword instead. He launched the sword toward the Gundam which was controlling the gravity field. Although his vision was impeded, he could still locate his enemies using his divine senses. His gigantic flaming sword whizzed through the air at incredible speeds, and it didn't deviate a single bit as it pierced into the gravity field controlling Gundam. This devastating strike blasted the Gundam back thousands of feet, sending it flying out of the vicinity of the Palace of Yellow. At the exact same instance, however, the Gundam which was wielding the light sword had already flown next to the armored giant's uninjured knee, and its sword slashed toward this good knee. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. The armored giant's other knee crumpled, and it crashed into a kneeling position on the floor. The red-haired male within the armored giant received a backlash from his own domain. His body swayed violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Xiaoqiu's silver staff ferociously struck toward the flaming armored giant's head. This was a weak point that Enlin had found using his divine inspection technique. If the silver staff struck the giant's head at this moment, then the red-haired male's armor domain would completely collapse. I'm truly being looked down upon. I'm being bullied by a monkey who's merely at the half-step soul formation stage. The red-haired male had a fierce expression on his face as flames flickered in his eyes. In this instant, he chose to have his armor self-destruct. Boom! The flaming armor exploded, and it transformed into fiery flames which blasted out into the surroundings. This was a full-power attack of a soul formation final stage cultivator. The power contained within the curls of flames was extremely fearsome. These flames melted through the earth and swallowed the palace, transformed the entire floating boulder into a blazing inferno. Xiaoqiu was severely injured, and he was sent crashing back by the explosion of flames. Even Enlin and Su Xiaolan, who were standing far away, were swept off their feet by the violent firestorm. They were thrown a long distance through the air before collapsing back to the ground. The red-haired male stepped out from the sea of flames. He walked toward Enlin slowly. Even though there was blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his footsteps still remained extremely steady. His towering rage made him appear like a demonic god, with a bloodthirsty expression stretched across his face. Very well. You even managed to have me to disperse my own domain. However, your true strength is far too weak. You're so weak that you don't even have the courage to face me head-on. Without those two mechanical puppets, I can fight 100 of you. The male walked before Enlin. The red flames dancing around his body possessed a bloodthirsty and violent aura. Since you chose to battle, you should realize that the cost of defeat is your life. Looking toward the collapsed Enlin, the fingers of the red-haired male formed into a sword and pierced toward his heart. Now it's time for me to take your life. A white laser streaked over from afar. Boom! The laser struck the red-haired male's chest and sent him flying back. TFFF. The male's chest was badly mutilated by the laser beam, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The other Gundam's dark purple dragon flames hurtled over from behind him and enveloped his entire body. This overwhelming flame attacked his body relentlessly. The male started howling in agony. Even though he was a soul formation stage cultivator, his defenses would still weaken if he overexerted himself and used too much energy. Right now, the dark purple dragon flames were clearly doing significant amounts of damage to him, and Lin seemed prepared for this. His eyes were snowy white, and a pair of wind wings unfurled behind his back. Traveling at a speed that was indiscernible by the naked eye, he appeared before the red-haired male in a flash. So fast, the red-haired male's pupils constricted. A feeling of imminent death enveloped his body. His reaction was insanely quick, and his fist instinctively swung out toward the nearing Enlin. However, Enlin's reaction was even quicker. He turned his head and dodged the red-haired male's punch. Streams of wind enshrouded his evil-slaying sword as it stabbed toward the red-haired male. It didn't stab toward his heart, nor did it stab toward his head. Instead, it stabbed toward the red-haired male's navel. In that instant, the red-haired male finally realized that he had underestimated his enemy. The power that the male before him was able to instantaneously unleash was far beyond what he had anticipated. More frightening, though, was the unexpected fact that Enlin clearly knew of his fatal weak point. The black sword penetrated through the red-haired male's navel. As if he had been shackled, the red-haired male couldn't move at all. White smoke started rising from his body. "I underestimated you," the male said slowly. Enlin smiled faintly. He tossed his hair and said, "Remember, don't speak so much when you're fighting. If you want to flex after you've won the battle." The red-haired male's face twitched. "I like to flex when I fight. What on earth are you going to do about it? You actually died a long time ago, am I right?" Enlin suddenly said. The red-haired male shuddered slightly. He looked toward the male before him and didn't say anything. "The beast pet in my pocket told me this," Enlin continued. "She said that your life essence has already disappeared, and you're relying on the fire spirit vital bead to live on. Your beast pet is pretty impressive." The red-haired male's body started to slowly melt away. His skin turned into lava and flowed onto the floor. Seeing that he was already starting to melt away, Enlin hurriedly asked, "Are the next 3 tomb keepers also like you?" "Heh, why don't you guess?" The red-haired male melted away even faster. However, he wore a smile of relief and deliverance on his face. Crash! His entire body turned into blazing lava and crashed onto the floor of the palace. Enlin, Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 ran back over. They had exhausted much of their energy. Thus Enlin placed them back into his storage ring to absorb spirit stones. Xiao Chou and Dabai also walked over. They were both injured as well. Xiao Chou was injured more severely, with his fur scorched black from the explosion of flames. Enlin handed blood spirit pills to both of them. He had prepared quite a lot of these energy and vitality restoring spirit pills. After this intense battle, his wish was fulfilled, and he received the spoils of battle. The fire spirit vital bead was emitting a crimson glow as it hovered in midair. Su Xiaolin walked over and held this fire spirit vital bead in her hand. She curiously investigated the aura flowing within it. Such rich fire essence energy. It's almost as rich as the divine bead in my sect. No wonder it could become the power core for a soul formation final stage cultivator. Be careful when you use it. If you don't control it well, it'll explode. Su Xiaolin handed the fire spirit vital bead to Enlin and also gave him a word of warning. It'll explode? It would have been fine if she didn't say anything. After hearing this, Enlin instantly became panicked. Gripping the fire spirit vital bead, he said anxiously, "Then stay further away from me. Also, prepare a healing spell while you're at it." "What are going to do?" Su Xiaolin felt a bit uneasy about this. "I'm going to absorb all the fire essence energy contained within this fire spirit vital bead," Enlin said solemnly. Su Xiaolin's beautiful eyes widened. "Absorb it just like this?" Enlin nodded. "What's wrong?" Su Xiaolan grimaced. I'm telling you, you're playing with fire. You'll die. I think it's more practical if I prepare a coffin for you. Is it that terrifying? And Lin's eyes widened as he looked toward Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan nodded solemnly. If you absorb it like this, you'll definitely die. And Lin was puzzled as he glanced at the crimson-colored spirit bead in his hand. Then how should I absorb it? Su Xiaolan pinched her eyebrows in slight exasperation. Although I don't know why you want to fully absorb the fire essence energy within this bead, I can prepare a spell formation to make the energy gentler. I can also set up a self-detonation warning. If there's any indication that a self-detonation is about to occur, then you must stop absorbing the fire essence energy immediately. And Lin glanced at Su Xiaolan gratefully. Okay. Thanks for your help. Seriously, you're always so rash. Next time, it'd serve you right to be blown up. Su Xiaolan glared at Lin, clearly unhappy with his recklessness. And Lin scratched his head sheepishly and didn't dare to retort. After a while, Su Xiaolan finished setting up the spell formation. And Lin sat cross-legged in the center of the spell formation and started absorbing the fire essence energy from the fire spirit vital bead. He became burning hot as an extremely pure stream of fire essence energy started flowing into his body. After an hour, and Lin's entire body started to turn crimson. His body was searing, and white smoke was drifting out from his pores. Outside the spell formation, Su Xiaolan had her fists clenched as she looked anxiously at Lin. On top of her head, Xiao Hong was swaying with the wind. This was a familiar scene, yet her attitude was completely different now. Xiao Hong was much calmer and collected this time around. She had an expression of curiosity as she gazed at her master, who was about to explode soon. Even if her master was killed by the explosion, she could still tenaciously live on thanks to photosynthesis. There was nothing to be afraid about. Boom! The spell formation started to tremor, and warning alarms started to wail. And Lin, it's about to explode. Hurry up and stop, Su Xiaolan yelled. And Lin's body was crimson and rigid, and his blood was churning and boiling. However, he couldn't stop no matter what he did. That was right, he had completely lost control of his body. All he could do right now was continue to absorb the fire essence energy nonstop. Just as Su Xiaolan was about to rush into the spell formation and forcibly put a stop to Lin's action, an unexpected change suddenly arose in the center of the spell formation. Flaming red feathers, which were flashing with a beautiful fiery glow, suddenly materialized in the air. From afar, they looked like feathers which had been shed by a soaring phoenix. So beautiful! Su Xiaolan gasped in admiration as she gazed at the fluttering feathers. These feathers didn't fall to the ground. Instead, they radiated light and warmth as they nimbly danced around Lin like cheerful fire fairies. He absorbed the fire essence energy even quicker. Yet the warning alarm of the spell formation didn't wail any longer. Another hour passed by. The flaming feathers melted into Lin's body, and the fire spirit vital bead turned dull and became a piece of useless rock. Ding dong! Mission completed. Information regarding the wings of true fire started flowing into his mind. In no time, this technique, which contained the essence power of fire, was thoroughly integrated into his body. This was a technique which could increase his combat capability significantly. And Lin's eyes were sparkling as he stood up. I feel like my body is brimming with energy. I feel like my blood is seething with excitement. I want to battle. Su Xiaolan didn't expect for Lin to actually absorb such enormous amounts of fire essence energy. Even though she was mentally prepared, this still gave her a small fright. Come on, let's go to the Palace of Black. I want to do battle. Flames flickered inside Lin's eyes as he spoke in fervent excitement. Dubai, why is Big Brother and so fired up? This isn't in line with his characteristics. I don't know why, but after seeing Big Brother and like this, I'm also fired up, Xiao Cho said. Xiao Hong calmly shrank back into Su Xiaolan's robes. Sister Xiaolan, I feel like my master is seeking death again. I'll take shelter here for a moment. Su Xiaolan. Without wasting any more time, Lin took charge and walked toward the Palace of Black. He kicked open the palace door and stepped inside aggressively. The tomb keeper of the Palace of Black was given a fright. However, he quickly composed himself. He squinted his eyes at Enlin and said, "Such strong battle intent. Are you declaring battle?" Enlin looked at the tomb keeper. This was a tall, skinny male who had fair and clear skin. This young male even had a pair of elegant dragon horns on his head, making him appear majestic and dignified. Narwhal dragon? Flames of battle burned in Enlin's eyes as he looked at this male. "What treasures do you have here?" A cold glint flashed past the young male's eyes. He patted above his heart and said, "There's a black lightning dragon ball here. If you're unafraid of death, then come get it. My body is overflowing with energy right now." And Lin laughed heartily. "Die, Su Xiaolan. Xiao Chou. Dabai. It's over. Big Brother and has gone mad." And Lin roared loudly and his body slowly turned crimson red. In addition, his aura suddenly became extremely powerful. "Eat my fist," he bellowed. He fiercely stamped his foot and shot toward the young male like a cannonball, throwing a punch as he neared him. Expressionlessly, the young male threw a punch of his own. Boom! The devastating power of their collision caused the ground to fracture. As if he had suffered a severe blow, and Lin was sent flying backward. He blasted through the walls of the palace and then flew out of their sights. "Su Xiaolin, why didn't Big Brother and release Gundam 1 and Gundam 2? Xiao Chou asked. Dabai's expression was as if he had seen through to the truth. "That's probably because Big Brother N's brain was fried when he was absorbing the Fire Spirit Vital Bead's fire essence energy just then. Haven't you realized that he's acting like a stupid cunt now?" Hearing this, Su Xiaolan suddenly came to a realization. She clapped her hands and said, "No wonder. That really is a possibility. Then let's retreat first," she suggested. "We'll decide what to do after Enlin has recovered." Xiao Chou and Dabai didn't have any objections, and they were just about to leave the palace. To their surprise, though, a familiar voice traveled over from the distance. "Ha ha 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 ha! What a strong foe! I'm fired up now." A male flew over on his sword. Then he slashed his sword fiercely. "Heavens! Big Brother and is flying on his sword!" Dabai exclaimed in surprise. And Lin's sword was glowing with a radiant might as it cut down toward the young male. One can't rely on blind zeal to battle. Battling without clearly recognizing the gulf that exists between you and your opponent's strength is merely seeking death. The hands of the young male transformed into dragon claws, and he easily caught Enlin's sword strike. Opening his mouth and exhaling, a wind sword materialized in the air. This wind sword contained the terrifying powers of the dragon bloodline. In a flash, it slashed into Enlin, causing him to spit blood and sending him flying backward. The young male clasped his hands behind his back. His crushing might as a narwhal dragon spread into the surroundings. He looked arrogantly toward the group of cultivators and said, "He's too weak. How about you all attack together?" Dabai and Xiao Chou exchanged a glance. They picked up the collapsed Enlin and instantly turned around to flee. Su Xiaolan even cast a 30 feet tall wall of fire. This wall of fire dazzled brilliantly and it blocked the young male's field of vision. Within the palace, the sound of the cultivator's conversation grew fainter and fainter. "Let me go. I can't be a cowardly male. My body is overflowing with power. I can still battle." "Stop talking. Holy shit. I don't have such a retarded master, woof." And Lin, calm down a bit. "Let me check to see if your brain's fried." By the time the wall of fire had extinguished, they had already disappeared from the palace. Young male. How boring. And Lin was lying on the floor, and his face was still flushed red. Dabai was currently sitting on him and using his paws to hold his hands down. "Dabai, let go of me. What are you doing to me?" And Lin wanted to break free. However, he had just been wounded, and Dabai's full weight of a few hundred pounds was now pressing down on his body. Thus, he was fighting an uphill battle to break free. Dabai spat to the side. "You think I want to hold you down? I'm preventing you from doing crazy things. Woof! Let me go. I'm not crazy." and Lin was still struggling. Seeing this, Xiaoqiu used a withered vine binding spell to tie his body up tightly. And Lin, you guys are pressing me down and tying me up? Why are you guys practicing bondage on me? Xiaoqiu. Su Xiaolan walked up to Enlin and squatted down beside him. Then, she placed her slender finger onto his forehead. Wisps of coolness flowed through her finger and into his body, cooling him down. After a short while, she said indifferently, "Your body temperature reached 60 degrees Celsius just then. If normal people heated up to such temperature, they would have died long ago. Your condition is slightly better. Your body is fine. It's just that there's something wrong with your brain." Thanks to Su Xiaolan's immortal spell, and Lin's erratic behavior gradually died down. However, he involuntarily winced when he heard her final remark. Who would have thought that my frost inheritance would be needed so quickly? The corner of Su Xiaolan's lips curled up into a teasing smile. I also didn't think that learning Wings of True Fire would have such serious after effects. And Lin chuckled in self-ridicule. He finally regained his senses at this moment. To hell with being fired up. He was only of the spirit nurturing stage, yet just then, he had charged at a narwhal dragon of the soul formation final stage. Even though he had many buffs from his techniques, such an action was still seeking death. Fortunately, that young male liked to flex, and his side was also able to flee quickly. Otherwise, there was a very real chance that he might have died there. Wah! Big Brother Ens finally returned to normal. Woof! Dubai started wagging his large, snowy white tail, and his heavy body pressed down on Enlin in excitement. Holy fuck! Dubai! Be gentler. Enlin was already wounded, and Dubai pressing down on him almost suffocated him. Seeing Enlin return to normal, dog's smother and bondage play were both relieved. Enlin swallowed a blood spirit pill and started meditating in order to recover from his wounds. Time slowly passed by. The light within the dragon tomb dimmed, and it gradually descended into darkness. Huh? This mystic realm also has day and night. And Lin blinked in surprise. Maybe it's so the tomb keepers can feel like they're actually living, Su Xiaolan speculated. And Lin shook his head and said sympathetically, "The tomb keepers' lives are truly so boring. It's fairly pitiful." Su Xiaolan was feeling a little melancholy. I really don't know why this tomb has to have so many tomb keepers. If it's for the inheritances, then setting up traps and other mechanisms will completely suffice. For example, choosing people through trials that make use of illusions or hallucinations. After sharing a moment of sympathy for the tomb keepers, they started discussing how to kill the young male in the Palace of Black. After coming up with a battle strategy, they once again broke into the Palace of Black. Gazing at the fierce and aggressive visitors, a meaningful smile stretched across the young male's face. "Oh? You guys still have the nerve to come back. Cut the crap!" And Lin roared. "Now die!" He immediately released Gundam 1 and Gundam 2. After seeing Gundam 1 and Gundam 2, the young male's expression changed slightly. However, he wasn't too worried. After all, mechanical puppets operated by a cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage couldn't be all that strong. However, it wasn't long before the young male realized just how wrong his assumption was. The two Gundams worked with each other extremely well. One manipulated gravity fields and made use of terrifying restrictive abilities such as sparticle chains, while the other used light swords and laser beams. This had the young male overwhelmed and on the back foot. Moreover, Enlin acted as a combat advisor who directed his troops from the sidelines. He could always identify openings in the young male's defenses. Then, he had his team take advantage of these openings as they wounded the young male time and time again. Howl! The young male roared angrily and dragon scales started covering his entire body. He had fully activated the power of his bloodline. Punching with all his might, he sent one of the Gundams reeling back. Then, blue lightning suddenly started crackling around his body as he shot toward Enlin like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, killing Enlin first would be the correct decision. After all, he was the individual who manipulated the mechanical puppets and could easily identify his weak points. However, when he closed to within 30 feet of Enlin suddenly smiled. Boom! He was enveloped within a fearsome pillar of flames which soared into the skies. Su Xiaolin formed seals with her hands and fully activated the powers of her divine phoenix bloodline, giving the pillar of flames a golden tinge. Not only did the flames burn hotter, but they even possessed a powerful restrictive ability. Xiao Chou unleashed his black flame domain and blocked the young male from charging forward. By let rip gusts of violent winds which caused the pillar of flames to burn even more vigorously. At the same instant, Lin entered into a bow-drawing stance. Flame feathers fluttered in mid-air. They quickly formed into a crimson arrow which burned with such high temperatures that the surrounding air started to slightly distort. Immortal spell born from the first stage wings of true fire, Crimson God Arrow. Whoosh! The Crimson God Arrow was insanely quick, and it dragged out a red streak behind it. It whizzed under Xiao Chou's armpit and pierced into the young male's chest. This was an opening detected by the divine inspection technique. The coordinated attack caught the young male by surprise, and the scorching Crimson God Arrow penetrated through his chest. At almost the exact same instant, Xiao Chou and Su Xiaolin retreated hastily. With a loud boom, Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 released their Sparticle photovoltaic cannons which had finished charging up. The young male felt his defenses falter as the arrow pierced through his chest. Then he saw the beams of golden energy blasting toward him. The Sparticle photovoltaic cannons exhausted huge amounts of energy. As a result, they also possessed a devastating amount of power. This formidable power instantly obliterated the Palace of Black and blew out a massive crater in the gigantic floating boulder. Ha! Success! And Lin chortled between gasps for breath. If he's blown to bits, will the Black Lightning Dragon Ball also be destroyed? Su Xiaolin asked anxiously, and Lin shook his head. Don't worry. It's not that easy for a narwhal dragon of the Soul Formation final stage to be blown to bits. If he really has been blown into oblivion, then it'll a massive loss for me. There's something important that I still haven't done yet. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 had depleted almost all of their energy. They immediately flew back into Lin's storage ring and started voraciously absorbing spirit stones in order to recharge their energy. Howl! The deafening roar of a dragon sounded from below the smoking ruins. Immediately afterward, a gigantic shadow soared into the skies. This figure was thousands of feet in length, and its intimidating aura formed into gusts of ferocious winds which blew aside the billowing smoke and dust. As the smoke and dust cleared, its towering figure emerged before Lin and the others. That's right, thinking that such strikes would be able to defeat me. That's looking down upon dragons. The narwhal dragon revealed its true form. Its voice was like rumbling thunder, and it appeared extremely mighty. However, its gigantic body was dyed red from the blood gushing out of its wounds. It was clear that this dragon was severely wounded. Although the attack couldn't blow you to bits, it certainly gave you grave injuries. And Lin chuckled and said, seeing the state of the narwhal dragon, and Lin didn't panic. Instead, he even breathed a sigh of relief. Do you think I can't kill you guys just because I'm wounded? The narwhal dragon roared in evident fury. A soaring dragon might swept out from its body and whipped up a gale. Thick blankets of clouds gathered in the skies, and a vast thunderous might started accumulating. I only need one strike to destroy you guys. There was a look of prestige and dignity in the narwhal dragon's eyes. Its gigantic body glided up toward the sky, and it started drawing upon the power of wind and rain. Countless arcs of threatening lightning started to condense before the narwhal dragon's body. Looking up, Lin saw that the narwhal dragon had gathered hundreds upon thousands of arcs of lightning together. The fearsome might of this lightning cloud caused heaven and earth to tremble. Condense, and condense even more. This sea of lightning eventually condensed into a bolt of divine lightning. This divine lightning turned from blue to purple, and this purple gradually developed a tinge of gold. Once this golden-tinged purple lightning appeared, it released a suffocating might. This was a kingly might which made one quake in fear. This final strike seems to be a bit too powerful, and Lin's lips quivered in apprehension. He had to admit, this bolt of lightning had him quite scared. For the first time, he didn't feel confident. The narwhal dragon soared through the skies haughtily. However, there was only awe and veneration in its eyes as it looked toward the golden-tinged purple lightning. This lightning is the most powerful dragon lightning. Below the return to void stage, this attack is without rival. Die! The golden-tinged lightning boomed down with unfathomable speed. As if it was a sword of divine judgment, this lightning cut through the night sky and became the sole color in this heaven and earth. The narwhal dragon looked toward Enlin. It wanted to see how he vanished under this bolt of divine lightning. Then he saw Enlin extend a finger. Immediately afterward, a strange sight appeared. The golden-tinged purple lightning suddenly became static and unmoving. This radiance was dazzling. Frozen in the night sky, it appeared especially stunning. However, why the fuck wasn't it moving? The narwhal dragon's eyes bulged in disbelief. Seeing the corners of Enlin's mouth curl up into a smile, a cold chill suddenly gripped at its heart. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. It can't be. You're joking, right? I heard that below the return to void stage, this attack is without rival. I'm curious to see whether this applies to you as well. And Lin smiled faintly. His eyes became snowy white, and he tapped toward someplace on the narwhal dragon's body. Go! Holy fuck! The narwhal dragon roared. This can't be real. The golden-tinged purple lightning moved, bringing with it a kingly might. It instantly penetrated through the narwhal dragon's body. The narwhal dragon's anguished wails reverberated through the heavens. The power contained within the bolt of golden-tinged purple lightning was immense. In the blink of an eye, it penetrated through the narwhal dragon's body. The destructive lightning wreaked havoc inside its body, ripping apart every inch of its scales. Howl! The narwhal dragon's anguished wail echoed through the skies. This gigantic body crashed into the earth and rocked the floating boulder. Blood seeped from the corner of its mouth, and there was a look of terror etched across its face as it looked toward the male slowly walking toward it. Even now, the narwhal dragon still couldn't believe that it was defeated by a cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage. It was already beyond belief that Enlin could identify the flaws of all its attacks. The fact that he could actually manipulate the supreme purple lightning was even more unfathomable. What kind of bloody freak was he? The narwhal dragon was in disbelief and utter confusion. That's right, you should be feeling shocked right now. That's what the demon king of arrogance felt. Enlin walked up to the narwhal dragon. Looking at its head, which was dozens of times bigger than him, he asked, "Next up, I'm going to absorb your energy essence. Do you have any last words?" Narwhal dragon. Why were you able to manipulate the divine lightning? Up till now, it still hadn't figured out why it had lost. Now, it was finally able to speak out the question in its mind. That was right. Even if it died, it had to know how it died. And Lin had a calm and collected expression. Because I'm the Lord of Lightning. I'm the ruler of all lightning. The narwhal dragon's chest tightened, and it spat out another mouthful of blood. Is there anything else you want to say? And Lin asked once again. The narwhal dragon shook its head. There's nothing in this world that I'm fondly attached to. All I've been waiting for is someone who could defeat me. It's just that I didn't expect for this person to be such a stupid fool. And Lin? He didn't say any more and firmly placed his hand onto the narwhal dragon's gigantic body. As a white glow pulsed, the narwhal dragon's energy essence started surging into his body. He was absorbing this energy essence because of a water element technique that had appeared in the system. Stage 1 Divine Liquid Creation Technique. Condition: absorb all the energy essence from a soul formation stage narwhal dragon. 1 year after receiving this mission, he finally had the chance to complete it. He sighed emotionally. Seeing Enlin absorb weird things again, Su Xiaolin, Dabai, and Xiao Chou couldn't help but feel anxious. They were fearful that he would go crazy again like last time. In no time, the narwhal dragon's energy essence was all drained by Enlin. Its body flashed with a blue glow as it slowly vanished. All that remained was a bead which was surrounded by crackling lightning. This bead hovered in midair and emitted bursts of energy waves. After receiving the divine liquid creation technique, and Lin's aura completely changed. A rich life force flourished inside his body. He tapped his finger at the void, and countless beads of water suddenly materialized in midair. These droplets of water gathered together and eventually condensed into the shape of a human. As a brilliant blue light shone, another Enlin appeared. Su Xiaolan, Dabai, and Xiao Chou all widened their eyes in surprise as they looked at the two Enlins before them. These two Enlins were exactly the same, their appearance, manner, aura. Even though Su Xiaolan and the others were standing right in front of them, they still couldn't tell these two Enlins apart. Seeing their stupefied expressions, one of the Enlins started howling with laughter. "This is my new technique, water clone technique. How is it? Are you all in awe?" Su Xiaolan covered her mouth in surprise and a glimmer appeared in her beautiful eyes. "Heavens! You've even mastered such a rare and exotic immortal spell?" Normally, only supreme beings of the Return to Void stage are able to learn this kind of cloning technique. And Lin wore a smug expression as he leaned against Dabai's body. "This is only stage 1 of the techniques, no less. If I'm able to master the higher stages of this technique in the future, then not only will the clone's exterior appearance be identical to mine, it might even possess the same combat capability as me. Now, that would be freaking badass." As he said this, a look of yearning appeared on his face. Dabai, Xiao Chou, and Su Xiaolan all looked at him in envy. Then, he turned into a pile of water and drenched Dabai's body wet. Dabai, "Ha ha 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 ha, didn't expect that, did you? This is the real me." The Enlin who had remained silent this entire time suddenly burst into laughter. His mischievous expression was as if he had succeeded in a prank. "If you keep doing this, you'll lose this supreme mount, woof." Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes at the hysterically laughing Enlin. However, she also heaved a sigh of relief. This was because Enlin looked normal at this moment and didn't suddenly go crazy like what he did after absorbing the fire essence energy. Enlin turned his attention to the black lightning dragon ball which was hovering in midair. He grabbed this dragon ball and felt the energy which was coursing inside. This was an extremely pure lightning essence energy. However, the system didn't provide any information about this dragon ball. He pondered for a moment, then glanced at Dabai, Xiao Chou, and Su Xiaolan. "Anyone interested in this dragon ball?" he asked. This black lightning dragon ball was different from conventional weapons. It was a unique type of energy-carrying medium, and Lin didn't know how to utilize its powers. Thus he wanted to see if anyone else wanted this dragon ball. Dabai shook his head. "I'm naturally in discord with the power of lightning. After all, I don't like to flex." Xiao Chou also wasn't interested. "I've never practiced the way of lightning before. It's useless even if you give it to me." Su Xiaolan, who was standing nearby, walked toward Enlin. She appeared deep in thought as she gazed intently at the black lightning dragon ball. "How about you give this dragon ball to me then?" she suddenly said after a moment of silence. "This dragon ball gives me a very familiar feeling." And Lin was slightly dazed. He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you interested in playing with fire? Why are you suddenly getting a familiar feeling from lightning?" Su Xiaolan was also unsure about this. She shook her head and said, "I just feel like this dragon ball has some sort of connection with me. Moreover, the lightning essence contained within this dragon ball also gives me a familiar and intimate feeling." And Lin shrugged and handed the black lightning dragon ball to Su Xiaolan. He didn't understand her mysterious and abstruse words. However, since Su Xiaolan liked this dragon ball, he gave it to her. They recovered for a while on the floating boulder, then continued on to the next palace. In all honesty, they were feeling under quite a lot of pressure as they stood before the Palace of Earth. Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow were the last 4 palaces in the Winter Dragon Tomb. At the same time, these 4 palaces were also the most difficult to defeat. At least, going by the difficulty that they faced in the Palace of Yellow and Palace of Black, this was the case. The red-haired male in the Palace of Yellow was of the Soul Formation final stage, and Lin only won by a narrow margin after using all his trump cards and working together with his beast pets. The narwhal dragon in the Palace of Black was also of the soul formation final stage. However, due to the powers of its dragon bloodline, its strength was even more terrifying than that of the red-haired male. This was especially so after it revealed its true dragon form. Its haughty might and powerful lightning attack all demonstrated its devastating power. It could be said that if Enlin didn't have his cheat technique, the lightning manipulation technique, then he would have been blown to bits by that golden-tinged purple lightning. The Tombkeeper of the Palace of Black was more powerful than the Tombkeeper of the Palace of Yellow. Based on this trend, it was very likely that the Palace of Earth's Tombkeeper was going to be even more powerful than the Palace of Black's narwhal dragon. Could they really defeat such a fearsome opponent? Enlin moistened his dry throat. Then, he released the fully charged Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 to scout ahead. Creak. The door opened. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 strode first into the Palace of Earth and looked out in front of them cautiously without making any further movements. A silver-haired, middle-aged man with a dragon sat on the main throne in the palace. He wore a purple robe, and he surveyed the newcomers with a calm yet curious gaze. "Welcome, friends, to the Palace of Earth." A warm yet masculine voice sounded, giving everyone a soothing sensation. Although the man looked quite ordinary and had a gentle demeanor, Enlin still did not dare to let down his guard. Who knew if this was all just a facade? "Greetings. Is there any good stuff we can obtain from your palace?" "Woof." Dabai cut straight to the point in a blunt manner that would make Enlin proud. A surprised laugh escaped from the man's mouth. Who would have thought that even the dog among them would be so interesting? He said with an indulgent expression. "You've almost emptied everything in the Winter Dragon Tomb on your way here. Are you still not satisfied?" Everyone immediately looked away a little sheepishly at his words. "However, I really do have something you'll be interested in here," the man continued as he cast a meaningful glance toward everyone. "However, you can't obtain it through brute force alone. If you want it, you'll have to win its heart first." And Lin's eyes lit up. "So we won't have to fight? That's perfect. Everyone's promoting a more peaceful and cultured society now. So your proposal suits me just fine." The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback by Enlin's words but nodded in approval at the concept of a peaceful and cultured society. "I have an immortal tool here by the name of Dragon Sparrow Sword. It's a weapon that was once wielded by Shin and can only be used by a fated person. The sword has a soul which is extremely difficult to tame, but you can try to communicate with it to see if it's willing to accept you as its master." He tossed a long sword into the air as he said this. Instantly, heaven and earth were filled with powerful sword intent, and the cries of dragons and phoenixes reverberated throughout the air. The dragon sparrow sword was glittering and translucently white, giving it a holy and flawless appearance. Its blade was asymmetrical, with one side as crimson as a phoenix rising from the flames, while the other side was a deep blue like the lightning wielded by a dragon. Such contrasting features somehow did not appear conflicting at all. Instead, it created a harmonious balance. The dragon sparrow sword floated in the air with its tip pointing toward the ground, exuding radiant light of white, crimson, and blue, and Lin and the others all stared at it with their eyes wide open. Just the sword's appearance alone made it worthy of its title as an immortal tool. In comparison, the evil-slaying sword and the realm-piercing nail, which were both also immortal tools, were far too understated. It had to be said, the allure of an immortal tool was quite strong, especially when it was as eye-catching as this one. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they were all itching to have a go at taming its spirit. "I volunteer to go first, woof," Dabai proposed before striding toward the dragon sparrow sword. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he stared at the sword with eyes full of affection. He raised his head proudly, yet he said in a soft and gentle voice, "Hey, baby, if you hang with me, I'll make sure to protect you and be with you forever. I'll take you to look at the most beautiful scenery in the world, go to the world's best brothels and slay the most powerful enemies. If you want, I can lick you and love you every single day," and boom! Dabai did not get a chance to finish his sentence before he was struck by a bolt of lightning, instantly frying him from inside out. Dabai opened his mouth and white smoke escaped from within. Tears welled up in his big watery eyes, giving him an extremely aggrieved look. Wah! You don't have to get violent even if you don't like my confession, woof. Lightning flashed around the dragon sparrow sword, indicating that it was clearly charging energy to shoot off a few more rounds. Dabai instantly retreated in fear and did not dare to do say anything further in case he provoked the sword's fiery temper. Dabai's tactics ended in failure, and Lin didn't expect Dabai would use this type of method to try and appease the dragon sparrow sword, and he was even more shocked that something so gooey and disgusting could come out of Dabai's mouth. Even now, he had goosebumps lingering all over his body. It was no surprise that the dragon sparrow sword shocked him with lightning. If he continued with his proposal, even Lin was starting to consider beating him up. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Let me try. Xiao Chou walked toward the dragon sparrow sword with determination. He strode over with sincerity radiating from his bulb-like eyes. Brother Dragon, would you care to join me in conquering the world? When I stand above the world in all my supremacy, I'll be sure to grant you your share. And Lin and Su Xiaolin both shuddered at his words. Where the hell did he even learn such a dreadful script? Xiao Chou was still continuing on obliviously. This metal club was once my weapon of choice, but for you, I'm willing to train in the way of the sword. I'm willing to become a sword immortal monkey. For Xiao Chou to go as far as to relinquish his silver staff, as expected. The dragon sparrow sword had completely won his heart. A crisp ringing sounded from the dragon sparrow sword as wisps of flames appeared in the air. Xiao Chou tensed his whole body in anticipation. He was expecting to receive the violent treatment Dabai had suffered. However, he soon found that he was wrong. The crimson flames formed into a series of words in the air as if it was trying to communicate. Everyone's eyes lit up at the sight of this. Perhaps Xiao Chou had a chance. Words slowly began to materialize in the air. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Monkey, but please do not call me Brother Dragon. I'm a female. On top of that, you're too ugly for my beauty standards, so keep playing with your silver rod. Flaming letters slowly burned in the air while everyone stared in shock. Boom! The words "you're too ugly" was more powerful than any physical attack, knocking Xiao Chou completely senseless. This was a psychological attack that was more fearsome than any spell technique. And Lin, Su Xiaolin, and Dabai all cast sympathetic glances toward Xiao Chou. The flames slowly dissipated. Xiao Chou's body swayed as he left. Su Xiaolin couldn't help but be concerned at the sight of Xiao Chou's lifeless expression. And Lin, is Xiao Chou okay? And Lin waved his hand. He'll be fine, he needs to face reality. Dabai and Xiao Chou had both failed, so it was now the time for their owner to make an attempt. From the dragon sparrow sword's response, it could be deduced that the sword was a beauty critic, and Lin's confidence was greatly boosted by this notion. He was very handsome, so that segment at least was in the bag. With this in mind, a confident smile appeared on his face. He was just about to step forward when a thought suddenly occurred to him, and he faltered in his steps. No. He couldn't just step up like this. According to the laws of cinematography, those who went first were usually cannon fodder. The main character had to be the last one to take the stage. And Lin looked toward Su Xiaolin with a warm smile. Xiaolin, ladies first. Ha! Su Xiaolin blinked her clear eyes in surprise before nodding. Oh! She didn't think too much of it and stepped forward toward the dragon sparrow sword as suggested. And Lin was still full of confidence. He. The dragon sparrow sword is female. Creatures of the same sex repulse one another while opposites attract. Those are the laws of nature. I'm the most handsome person here, so the owner of the dragon sparrow sword could be none other than yours truly. Su Xiaolin walked toward the dragon sparrow sword and was at a bit of a loss for what to do. She had not yet formulated a plan to communicate with the dragon sparrow sword and did not know what to say. Hi there. She began with a greeting that was pleasing to the ears. Whiz, the dragon sparrow sword vibrated lightly as if it was returning her greeting. Su Xiaolin breathed a soft sigh of relief. It seemed like the dragon sparrow sword was pretty easygoing after all. She couldn't help but reach out with her fingertips at the sight of such a beautiful sword and lightly stroked the translucent white sword. Oh, the sword had a pleasantly smooth and cool feel to it. Whoa, that's so hot. She has only uttered a greeting and now she's feeling her up. Woof! Dabai couldn't help but yell. And Lin felt like something was slightly amiss. When Su Xiaolan stroked the dragon sparrow sword, it vibrated with a crisp ringing. This was a very joyful sound. Golden flames appeared on the tips of Su Xiaolan's fingers at some point in time. What's going on? My energy is being activated. Su Xiaolan's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the golden flames dancing at her fingertips. Why was the dragon sparrow sword able to activate the power in her body? It clearly hadn't accepted her as its owner yet. The middle-aged man sitting on the throne in the center of the palace stood up abruptly with an expression of shock. Instantly, the wind and clouds began to swirl violently. The dragon sparrow sword flew into the air with azure dragons revolving around the sword, and the sound of a mighty dragon's roar erupted like booming thunder. The projection of a phoenix also fluttered into the air, releasing countless beams of heavenly light. The dragon sparrow sword has awoken. She has chosen an owner. The middle-aged man trembled in excitement, and Lin was rooted to the spot. Holy fuck, it chose an owner just like that. This wasn't right. No, the plot wasn't supposed to progress like this. And Lin stared up in disbelief at the dragon sparrow sword in the air. His heart ached to the point of asphyxiation. But right at that moment, he suddenly came to a realization. He became aware of an extremely practical problem, and that was that those of the same sex didn't always repulse one another, just as those of the opposite sex might not necessarily attract. How did gay people come about? Where did lesbians spring up from? The dragon sparrow sword was a lesbian. This conclusion instantly blew his mind. In the end, was he still destined to miss out on such a beautiful sword? Quick! Release a drop of your blood essence. The middle-aged man yelled at Su Xiaolan, who was caught in a bit of a daze. Su Xiaolan sliced open a finger without hesitation and a dazzling drop of blood essence floated into the air. This droplet of blood essence contained the divine phoenix bloodline, and it automatically moved toward the dragon sparrow sword before merging with the sword itself. Whiz! Another burst of joyful ringing sounded and the weather abnormalities began to dissipate. The dragon sparrow sword descended from the sky and sidled up to Su Xiaolan obediently, releasing joyful ringing sounds. The middle-aged man made his way towards Su Xiaolan excitedly and spoke in a trembling voice. Who would have thought that the dragon sparrow sword would accept an owner? This is absolutely astonishing. He knew very well just how proud and arrogant the dragon sparrow sword was, as well as how difficult it was to tame it. The sword may not react favorably even if a return to void stage came and made an attempt to tame it. But it was exactly a sword that was as temperamental and arrogant as this that voluntarily accepted the girl in front of him as its owner. My name is Long Ao. May I please ask what your name is, fellow cultivator? The middle-aged man asked excitedly. He did not make an introduction prior to this as he thought there was no point in doing so. The end result would be a failure anyway, so what was the point of wasting his words? But never would he have thought that the dragon sparrow sword would actually choose an owner. This completely altered his view of the world and made him very curious about the girl in front of him. Oh, my name is Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan nodded. And Lin was slightly taken aback by the middle-aged man's name and faltered slightly before opening his mouth. Senior Long Ao Yen, do you have any other good stuff here? Long Ao was just about to continue chatting with Su Xiaolan, and he immediately shook his head at An Lin's question. My name is Long Ao, not Long Ao Yen. He thought to himself for a while before his eyes lit up. But the name Long Ao Yen has a nice ring to it. I think I'll rename myself to Long Ao Yen from now on. An Lin nodded and continued. Senior Long Ao Yen, you still haven't told me if there's any other good stuff here. Long Ao Yen shook his head with a smile. This dragon sparrow sword is the only thing left in the Palace of Earth. It was once the weapon of Shin, and I had thought that I would not live to see the day it chose a new owner. But thankfully I'm fortunate enough to witness such an event. Tears began to well up in his eyes as he became momentarily overcome with emotion. He continued after recovering his composure. If you'd like to receive the bloodline inheritance and the treasures left behind by Xianxia, then I'd advise you to go to the Palace of Heaven, but I'm hoping you'll stop here. The Dragon Sparrow Sword has only just chosen another owner. It'd be a tragedy if it was to lose its new owner so soon. Su Xiaolan shook her head with a determined expression. I have a feeling that I have a certain connection with the Palace of Heaven. My instinct tells me that if I don't go there, I'll regret my decision for the rest of my life. And Lin did not know why, but a strong notion surfaced in his mind at Su Xiaolan's words, and that was that the Winter Dragon Tomb was definitely owned by Su Xiaolan's family. A flash of excitement appeared in Long Outyen's eyes after hearing her response. Are you related to Xianxia? Su Xiaolan shook her head. I don't know. At least, I've never heard anyone in my family mention her name. The excitement in Long Outyen's eyes was abruptly replaced by disappointment. And Lin immediately made a suggestion. Senior Long Outyen, how about you accompany us to the Palace of Heaven? With your protection, we won't have to worry about the Dragon Sparrow Sword losing its owner. Long Outyen, are you treating me as part of your group? And Lin looked at Long Outyen with a sincere expression. Aren't you part of the group? Long Outyen also replied sincerely. What about me makes me look like a bad guy? Tell me so I can change. And Lin's eyes lit up. Senior bad guy, you should mock us about how trash like us would be ravaged by the many hazards at the Palace of Heaven, and how we would be painfully abused by the enemies we encounter there. Long Outyen. It's true that I'm quite easygoing, but please don't insult my intelligence. I'll be honest with you, I actually have no clue what type of enemies you'll encounter in the Palace of Heaven. The Palace of Heaven is a place that bars even us from entry. I can only tell you that the bloodline and inheritance and treasures of Xianxia are all there. And Lin and the others knew there was no way around it. They simply had to go in blind and assess the situation as they progressed. Long Outyen clasped his fist in his other palm before him. I've been trapped here by Xianxia for over 8,000 years due to the faults I committed against her, and had thought that I would remain trapped here for the rest of my life. But you have tamed the Dragon Sparrow Sword and granted my freedom. This is something I'll never forget. If we meet again someday and you require my assistance, I'll be sure to help in any way I can. An explosive aura burst forth from Long Outyen as he spoke. The aura was an extremely powerful and confident one. Life is often filled with frustrations, but things can change in mere instants of time. I'm now once again free to laugh to my heart's content as I look down on the world and proudly soar through the heavens. Fellow cultivators, I'll take my leave now. If the heavens want to oppress me, then I'll resist the very heavens itself. When you and I meet again, my name will be one that resounds throughout the continent. Long Outyen was like a ball of roaring passion, casting an imposing and dazzling figure for Lin and the others to see before stepping away into the air. And Lin's lips twitched as he stared at Long Outyen's receding figure, while his heart felt as if it was trodden on by a stampede of countless mythological beasts. Did his new name bestow him with a new personality too? The name of Long Outyen was one that had long been revered throughout the continent. In any case, Long Outyen finally left, and Lin recovered his composure for a bit before casting his gaze toward Su Xiaolan, who was joyfully playing around with her Dragon Sparrow Sword. The Dragon Sparrow Sword was like a naughty little girl, flying in circles around Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan conjured up flames to attack her, but she manipulated Su Xiaolan's flames as her own and controlled the flames to flutter about like crimson fairies. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Sigh. A beautiful sword for a beautiful woman. What a perfect combination. And Lin sighed as he shook his head. He pulled out his evil-slaying sword and stared at its dull black blade. Look at the Dragon Sparrow Sword. She can even play with her owner. Then look at yourself. You don't even have a fucking sword spirit. How are you any different from the ugly-ass chaotic alloy brick? You're both just as black? Are you guys brothers? The evil-slaying sword remained silent in Lin's hands. Sigh, and you're supposed to be a first-rate immortal tool as well. You're held in high regard even by Emperor Ziwei. Why are you so useless? Sigh. My owner is too trashy. I don't even want to speak. A cold voice sounded in Enlin's mind, causing him to shudder in surprise. Wait, where did this voice come from? Enlin stared at the evil-slaying sword in his hand as he speculated excitedly. Is that you? Are you speaking to me? Evil-slaying sword. The pitch-black evil-slaying sword remained silently in Enlin's hand. Enlin blinked and decided to issue a threat by saying, if you continue to remain silent, I'll stick you in a pile of cow dung. Fuck off. The enraged cry of a female voice exploded in Enlin's head. The yell was quite powerful and struck Enlin's mind like a bolt of lightning. However, he did not get angry at this. Instead, he became ecstatic. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, look, my sword has a spirit too now. Enlin's yell attracted everyone's attention. Enlin threw the evil-slaying sword into the air and yelled, Little Xie, demonstrate an acrobatic dance. The evil-slaying sword drew a parabolic trajectory in the air before clattering to the ground in front of everyone and remained there, still and unmoving. Su Xiaolan, Enlin, Little Xie, please, just do it for me. Enlin implored. The evil-slaying sword remained unmoving like a piece of scrap metal. Enlin blushed as he glanced up at everyone. Fuck, so awkward. Haha, it's okay. Maybe it's because your sword is too tired and doesn't want to move. Su Xiaolan immediately offered up words of consolation. She did not know whether Enlin's evil-slaying sword truly had a sword spirit or not, but it was probably a good idea to dispel this awkward situation, so she felt like it was necessary for her to offer some comforting words. Enlin nodded with disappointment and picked up the evil-slaying sword. Something suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a mission assigned to him by the system. Stage 1 Divine Weapon Origin Energy, Condition. Successfully nurture a weapon spirit. His evil-slaying sword clearly already had a sword spirit. Could even cuss him out, so hadn't he fulfilled the conditions of the mission already? Xiaolan, if my evil-slaying sword can talk, does that mean it has sword spirit? Enlin asked in confusion. Su Xiaolan shook her head. Of course not. When an immortal sword successfully nurtures a spirit, the sword spirit can detach itself from the sword and manifest a body for itself. An immortal sword that knows how to talk can only mean that it has acquired intelligence and is in the stage of conjuring a spirit. Enlin was a little disappointed. He naturally knew many ways to nurture a spirit within a weapon, but these methods all differed depending on the weapon, and he did not know which method would apply to the evil-slaying sword. Little Xie, tell me how to nurture a spirit within you? Enlin asked the sword. The evil-slaying sword remained completely silent and motionless. Enlin, all right, I give up. This was an arrogant and haughty sword, and its trashy owner was not worthy of hearing it speak. After resting for a short while, everyone set off to the last palace, the most mysterious and most fearsome place in the Winter Dragon Tomb, Palace of Heaven. The last two groups of cultivators that had entered the Palace of Heaven never returned. Enlin looked up at the palace emitting holy white light with a sense of uneasiness stirring in his heart. The light seemed to represent everything that was beautiful and good in this world, creating an irresistible allure. If one was to stare at the light for too long, they would develop an uncontrollable urge to charge into the palace. The Palace of Heaven was extremely huge, spanning an area around a dozen times larger than the average palace. The huge floating rock upon which the Palace of Heaven was situated appeared like the head of a dragon from a bird's-eye view, exuding an imposing aura. Same thing again. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 will lead from the front. We'll run if the enemy is too strong. Enlin instructed. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 pushed the door open, and Enlin and the others followed along with their bodies tensed in anticipation. Huh? Why is there no one here? Enlin was slightly taken aback by the scene before him. The interior of the palace was not very luxurious, but it had a sophisticated yet antiquated feel. The light, fragrant aroma of wood wafted throughout the air. There seemed to be nothing dangerous or intimidating in the palace. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. At the center of the palace was a pillar of white light which shot straight into the heavens. That was most likely the source of the light emanating from the palace of heaven. From the exterior, the holy light appeared extremely alluring, but from the interior, the holy light gave off a sense of tranquil serenity. Before everyone had a chance to explore, a humanoid figure suddenly materialized in front of the pillar of light. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 immediately activated their ionic deprivation protection formation, enshrouding everyone in a film of blue light. A white sword projection slashed toward them in a flash. Boom! The white sword projection collided with the ionic deprivation protection formation, sending violent shockwaves of energy radiating outwards. The blue film of light began to tremble violently for the first time as if it was on the brink of collapse. The attack came extremely abruptly, affording no time to formulate a defense. Fortunately, Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 were robots with extreme reflexes and were able to defend against the surprise attack. Oh, those mechanical puppets are interesting. Are they the inventions of the Purple Star? An ethereal, heavenly voice suddenly sounded from afar. The figure in front of the pillar of light descended to the ground, revealing itself to be a tall and slender woman in a white dress. And Lin focused his gaze on the figure and was greeted to the sight of an exquisitely beautiful woman who resembled the most perfect celestial maiden. There was a pair of extraordinarily intricate silver dragon horns on her head. And Lin had only one glance, but he felt like he could no longer shift his gaze away. Those dragon horns were like the epitome of perfection. They were even more alluring than the heavenly features of the woman herself. He felt like he would fall under their control if he was to look at them any longer. Not only Lin, but even Su Xiaolan, Dabai, and Xiao Chou were staring at the pair of dragon horns. All of them completely transfixed. They were even contemplating whether the pair of dragon horns would be the final reward in the Palace of Heaven. If that really was the case, they would not be surprised at all. They would instead think that it was the most suitable prize among all. Have you seen enough? The woman in the white dress was not surprised that everyone was gawking at her dragon horns and stood with a soft smile on her face. My apologies. May I please ask if those dragon horns are the reward for this palace? And Lin asked with a respectful expression. Sure, Long Outyin had told him the prize would be some bloodline inheritance or some treasure of some sort from Shenin, but in comparison, Lin would much prefer those dragon horns to be the prize. Nope. The woman in the white dress did not get annoyed at his question and instead smiled in reply. But the reward is something just as good as these dragon horns. However, if you want the reward, you'd have to enter a series of trials. What trials? And Lin asked curiously. The first trial is a trial of combat strength. The woman in the white dress conjured swords from the wind with a gentle smile on her face. But the killing intent radiating forth from her body was like an eternal glacier, instantly making everyone shudder in fear. Gundam 1, Gundam 2, and Lin yelled whoosh. The woman in the white dress took one step forward and instantly appeared right in front of the two Gundams before slashing down with her sword. One of the Gundams had just activated an ionic deprivation protection formation, but a huge gash instantly appeared in the formation from her slash. The other Gundam had already slashed a light sword toward the woman's midsection with extraordinary speed, and the light sword flashed through the air like a bolt of lightning. The woman's slender fingers transformed into dragon claws, and she gripped the space in front of her. Crack! A mystical power froze the very space itself and stopped the light sword dead in its tracks. She stepped back quickly and slashed down toward the Gundam in front of her with her sword. The scene that followed was one that had everyone looking on in shock. Her sword was clearly materialized through her vital energy alone, with no assistance from any divine weapons, but an ear-splitting screech immediately erupted as the sword slashed into the Gundam's body. The Gundam, which was indestructible in Lin's eyes, instantly had a huge gash slashed into its structure amid a flurry of sparks. The Gundam flew back as if it had been severely injured. The other Gundam pounced toward the woman and was met with a punch to the stomach. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled for an instant, and Lin could see the space around the Gundam's midsection begin to warp and crumble, Countless cracks instantly appeared on the metallic armor of the Gundam, as it too was knocked flying into the air like a cannonball. And Lin couldn't help but gasp at the sight before him. The woman in the white dress was able to warp and damage space itself. This was something only returned to void stage mighty figures were capable of. Run! And Lin urged without hesitation. Su Xiaolan, Dabai, and Xiao Chou instantly retreated toward the gate of the palace. However, the woman had already appeared right in front of Xiao Chou in the next instant and threw a punch at him. The terrifying force of the punch immediately knocked Xiao Chou back as he flew through the air with blood spilling from his mouth. She then turned to Dabai and crushed down on the air between them. Dabai suddenly felt as if an extreme downwards pressure was acting upon him with mountainous force, pushing his skeletal structure to the brink of shattering as his body completely sank into the ground. Xiao Chou! Dabai! And Lin yelled as wings of wind materialized behind him. He was just about to use the origin energy of the netherworld as a last-ditch effort, but the white figure had already appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye and aimed a palm into his chest. She was simply far too fast. There was no way Lin could avoid her palm, and Lin's chest collapsed under the force of her palm as his innards received a heavy blow, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. And Lin! A familiar voice roared. Su Xiaolan wielded her dragon sparrow sword and charged at the woman in white with no regard for her own safety. The appearance of the dragon sparrow sword instantly caused the roars and cries of dragons and phoenixes to erupt in the air. A sword projection of over 100 feet with intermingling crimson and blue rose into the air, before slashing down upon the woman in white with supreme power. Dragon sparrow! A hint of confusion appeared in the woman's eyes. Boom! Flames and lightning exploded, pulverizing everything within 100 feet radius into dust. Even a section of the palace had collapsed in the terrifying explosion. Su Xiaolan did not have time to appreciate the spectacle as she charged toward Lin in an attempt to rescue him and exit the palace. However, the space in front of her suddenly crumbled, and the woman in white appeared in front of her again with an inquisitive look in her eyes. "What's your name?" the woman asked with her pleasing, ethereal voice. Su Xiaolan bit down on her lower lip and panted heavily as she looked at the woman in front of her. In the face of such a drastic power gap, Su Xiaolan's expression was filled with despair. Even escape was nothing more than a dream. She considered her situation for a short while before deciding to relinquish her resistance. "My name is Su Xiaolan." The woman in white pondered for a short while at her words before an elegant smile appeared on her face. "Hi there. My name is Shanine." "What? You're Shanine?" Su Xiaolan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stuttered with a shocked expression. And Lin, Xiao Chou, and Dabai, who had all been severely injured, also stared up at the woman in shock. "Shanine? What kind of sick joke was this? Wasn't the Winter Dragon tomb supposed to be Shen Yin's grave? If the tombkeeper of the Palace of Heaven was Shen Yin herself, then wouldn't that mean she built a tomb for herself then adopted the role of tombkeeper for fun? Who the hell does that?" The woman in white nodded in earnest and replied in confirmation. "I'm Shen Yin, the owner of this dragon tomb." Su Xiaolan, and Lin, Xiao Chou, Dabai. The woman in white did not seem to take notice of everyone's reactions, and she waved her hand through the air, conjuring a huge healing spell formation which enshrouded everyone. "The stipulation for this trial is that you'll pass if you last the span of 10 breaths against me. From the moment the trial commenced to now, a span of time equivalent to 12 breaths has passed. So congratulations, you've passed the trial of combat strength," the self-proclaimed Shen Yin announced with a smile. And Lin and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Yin was a mighty figure of return to void stage cultivation base. There was absolutely no chance in hell they could defeat her. Besides, there was still a lingering fear in their hearts upon the recollection of the prior battle. The healing effect of the spell formation continued to act upon everyone, helping Lin and the others to slowly recover to the extent that they were able to stand up again. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 were stowed away into the storage ring to absorb energy from vital stones and begin the arduous process of self-regeneration. The two Gundams had already absorbed over 100,000 spirit stones up to this point. Thankfully, Enlin was filthy stinking rich. Otherwise, he'd die from heartache alone. Just as everyone was beginning to accept the fact that the woman in white was Shun-In herself, Shun-In spoke once again. She was still speaking to Su Xiaolan, thereby indicating that she was clearly quite interested in her. Su Xiaolan, can I use a spell technique on you? Su Xiaolan looked at her cautiously. What spell technique? A bloodline verification spell technique. Truth be told, I feel like you and I are related. The dragon sparrow is an extremely proud sword. It'd definitely refuse to accept a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator as its new owner unless it detected a hint of familiarity from you. Shun-In explained in a gentle voice with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Su Xiaolan remained silent for a short while before finally nodding her head in agreement. Someone as powerful as Shun-In could easily use any spell technique on her by force. The fact that Shun-In was requesting her approval was a show of respect in itself. On top of that, she was also quite curious with regard to why she was so drawn to the Palace of Heaven, so there really was no reason to refuse. And Lin, Dabai, and Xiao Chou also widened their eyes in shock. They had considered that perhaps Su Xiaolan's family owned this dragon tomb, but they did not expect that the owner of the tomb might be one of Su Xiaolan's relatives. A red light appeared on the tip of Xin Yin's slender finger, and she gently touched her fingertip to Su Xiaolan's forehead. Su Xiaolan's eyes slowly shut, and her eyelashes trembled slightly as if she was a little tense. And Lin focused the entirety of his attention on Xin Yin's face to find her expression transitioning from tranquility to confusion, then finally to a sudden realization. Shun-In retracted her finger and put an end to the spell technique. There was no ear-splitting commotion or anything like that. The whole process seemed quite mundane and peaceful. Su Xiaolan opened her eyes to look at the woman in front of her. Her expression was a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Shun Yin's eyes were particularly bright, and the expression with which she looked at Su Xiaolan became increasingly more gentle. I know everything now, child. Let me tell you what I have discovered. Enlin, Dabai, and Xiao Chou all had their interests piqued by Xin Yin's words. Shun-In spoke in a gentle voice. You are the daughter of the son of the daughter of the daughter of the daughter of the son of my elder sister. Su Xiaolan's mouth fell open. Wah! And Lin, Xiao Chou, and Dabai also mirrored her expression. Shun-In explained once again. In other words, I'm the younger sister of the mother of the father of the mother of the mother of the mother of your father. And Lin, Xiao Chou, and Dabai continued to gape like statues. Su Xiaolan's lips trembled. She knew everything now. She knew that she was Xin Yin's relative, but what should she even refer to her as? An ancestor Xin Yin? Su Xiaolan greeted hesitantly. Xin Yin's face fell immediately. Call me big sister. Su Xiaolan was startled by her words, but could only oblige to such a powerful mighty figure. Big sister Xin Yin. At the conclusion of her sentence, she began to realize there was a serious problem. She was supposed to call her big sister Xin Yin? Then what would her mother refer to Xin Yin as? Xin Yin nodded in satisfaction at Su Xiaolan's words, and a doting expression reappeared on her face as she lightly stroked Su Xiaolan's head. Who would have thought that the daughter of the son of the daughter of the daughter of the daughter of the son of my big sister is already all grown up? Su Xiaolan. And Lin finally came to his senses. Such a bizarre development shocked him to the core, and he couldn't help but think to himself that Xin Yin wouldn't even have met the son of the daughter of the daughter of the daughter of the son of her big sister. So it was quite normal that the daughter of the son of the daughter of the daughter of the daughter of the son of her big sister had already grown up. What the hell was she lamenting about? You have the bloodline of the dragon tribe within you, and it's an extremely pure bloodline of a lineal descendant. Your mother is most likely the next in line leader of the Vermilion Bird sect, so you also have the divine phoenix bloodline running through your veins. A bloodline of such terrifying potential. This is most likely a strong factor in why the dragon sparrow chose you as her owner. Shun-In nodded to herself. A thought then seemed to suddenly occur to her. It appears that this is all designed by fate. Back when I made the dragon sparrow sword, I intended to create a divine weapon that combined the power of dragon and phoenix. In the end, I succeeded in making the dragon sparrow sword, But we were not a good match. She turned her gaze upon Su Xiaolan. Who would have thought that the sword would meet you after 8,000 long years? Perhaps you, who possesses both dragon and phoenix bloodlines, will be able to bring out the sword's full potential. The designs of fate are indeed intricate, and Lin exclaimed sarcastically. Su Xiaolan stared at the dragon sparrow sword with a blank expression. Everything was far too coincidental. Was this truly fate? The dragon sparrow sword rose from her hands and revolved around Xianxia like a pouting little girl, as if it was objecting against the notion that they were not a good match. Xianxia stroked the dragon sparrow sword lightly with a faint smile on her face. She looked at Su Xiaolan and seemed to have come to a decision. Your dragon bloodline is yet to be fully activated, mainly because the divine phoenix bloodline awakened too early, thereby restricting the power of your dragon bloodline. So be it. Let me help you awaken your dragon bloodline and bestow my inheritance and treasures upon you at the same time. Su Xiaolan was instantly rooted to the spot, and Lin immediately flared up in protest. Big Sister Xianxia, your inheritance should only be rewarded after a series of trials. Shouldn't you give everyone a fair chance? Xianxia chuckled lightly. Originally, I had a trial of bloodlines and a trial of heart planned, but I like little sister Su Xiaolan, so I'm giving everything to her. Any objections? That's not fair, woof. Dabai wailed with tears streaking down his face. He entered the tomb and came close to death many times, only to receive 0 rewards. What an injustice. This is my tomb and my treasure, so I can do whatever I want. Xianxia raised her chin slightly as spoke in an imposing voice filled with unparalleled dragon might. And Lin, Dabai, and Xiao Chou trembled in unison. They did not dare raise any further objections. It was true anyway, the tomb belonged to her, so what could they do even if she chose to bestow her inheritance upon a relative? Everyone lowered their heads to Su Xiaolan's ancient relative. Xinyan's kindness left Su Xiaolan at a bit of loss for what to do. She was going to skip the trials and just bestow her inheritance upon her. What an extraordinary turn of events. Don't be nervous. Let me help you activate your dragon bloodline. Xianxia smiled dotingly with an expression akin to how an elderly person would look at a young child from the same family. Su Xiaolan nodded. The problem revolving around her dragon bloodline was something not even her father could resolve. Who would have thought that this issue would finally meet a resolution in this winter dragon tomb? This was probably the biggest reward she could have hoped for. The irises of Xianxin's eyes turned golden in color, from which supreme dragon might radiated forth, making her appear as if she were a divine deity looking down upon everyone. An extremely massive golden spell formation encompassed the entirety of the ground. Spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to swirl violently as countless golden symbols appeared in the air, before revolving around Su Xiaolan. The language of dragons sounded softly from Xinyan's lips, and her slim fingers quickly made one seal after another. The divine might of the ancestral dragon shall break open all seals. Xianxia finally spoke a sentence that Lin could understand before she put both fingers together and pointed them towards Su Xiaolan's forehead. Boom! The spell formation began to work in a frenzy as countless symbols merged into Su Xiaolan's body at an insane rate. Su Xiaolan furrowed her brows and moaned lightly in pain. After a while, she felt as if something had been awakened. Su Xiaolan's aura instantly underwent a drastic change to resemble the aura of an all-powerful queen with the world at her feet. Her iris had become a pure golden color as a pair of phoenix wings spread behind her, while azure dragons danced around her body, imbuing her with a sense of regal grace. And Lin almost knelt down at the feet of Su Xiaolan. Was this the ultra-evolved version of Su Xiaolan? It was so dazzling. Soon, Su Xiaolan's eyes returned to their normal black and white, and her aura began to recede. Xianxin's body swayed lightly, as if she had expended too much energy. Su Xiaolan hurriedly supported Xianxia to keep her upright and spoke in a tense voice that was simultaneously saturated with gratitude. Thank you, big sister Xianxia. Are you okay? Xianxia shook her head. I'm fine. Let's begin the next step of the inheritance. I'll bestow upon you all my knowledge, observations, and the remnants of my bloodline power. She disregarded Su Xiaolan's reaction as she said this, and she once again laid her fingertips on Su Xiaolan's forehead. The inheritance this time around was a lot quieter and more subdued. The process didn't even stir up any ripples in the air. Time passed by slowly, and Enlin sprawled out on Debai's back while being at a loss. All he could really do was to stand by and appreciate the two exquisitely beautiful statues standing in front of him. "Hey, Debai, which girl do you prefer between these two?" Enlin asked abruptly. Debai had just been completely won over by Su Xiaolan's evolved from, and immediately answered without hesitation, "Su Xiaolan, of course, woof." Bam! Debai immediately received a heavy blow to the head. "I'll give you another chance." And Lin spoke in a cold voice. "Debai, Shanin." And Lin nodded in satisfaction. A beast pet was obviously forbidden from pursuing the same woman as its owner. Just as the two of them were chatting nonsense, Su Xiaolan's inheritance had come to an end. Shun Yin retracted her hand as a relieved expression appeared on her face. She raised her slender fingers slightly and ripples appeared in the air, from which translucent white rings leaped forth lightly to be pinched between her fingertips. She held Su Xiaolan's porcelain-like hand in hers and slowly put the ring on her finger. White holy light shone upon the both of them, creating a circular space which was secluded from their surroundings to form a separate space. It was as if they were the only two people left in the world. Shun Yin wore a natural, heavenly smile on her face, whereas Su Xiaolan's face was slightly red with reverence and awe. The two exquisitely beautiful women stood in the luxurious palace, completing the transfer of rings under the rays of holy light. And Lin, Debai, and Xiao Chou stared at the scene before them with vacant expressions. They were so beautiful, so serene. It felt as if something in their hearts had awoken at that moment. And Lin quickly came to his senses and suddenly had a feeling that Su Xiaolan was somehow going to be snatched away from him. Fortunately, the ring transfer ceremony ended quite quickly and the mysterious holy light also disappeared. Big Sister Shanin. Su Xiaolan was seemingly in a trance as she stared at the woman in front of her. Shanin had not only activated her bloodline and gifted her with immortal tools, but she had also passed on all her observations, knowledge, and her remaining bloodline power accumulated over her entire life to Su Xiaolan. Such extraordinary gifts put her into a trance-like state. But what had she done to deserve such kindness from Shanin? Shanin smiled and cast her gaze on everyone. "Are you interested in hearing an interesting story?" Of course, of course." And Lin and the others nodded in unison. They knew that if they gave a negative response, they'd definitely be slapped to death. A nostalgic expression appeared on Shun Yin's face, making her features even more gentle and soft. "All right then, let me tell you a story about me." And Lin made a clever gesture of bringing out little stools from his storage ring, which he distributed to everyone so they could have a seat as they listened. Everyone sat bolt upright and looked unblinkingly at Shun Yin in a display that said, "I'm ready. Please begin, oh great one." Shun Yin's lips twitched slightly. She felt like the atmosphere had somehow been ruined. However, Shun Yin was truly worthy of the title of a mighty figure, and she quickly recovered her groove again before opening her mouth to tell the story. However, what everyone didn't expect was to hear a series of beautiful syllables flow from her lips instead of any coherent words. A beautiful rhythm wafted through the air. It was like the voice of an angel singing the most heavenly song. As everyone listened to Shun Yin's song, a series of images began to appear in their minds. These weren't just a series of normal images either. They were all imbued with memories, emotions, and even observations. They saw a dazzling dragon court situated under the deep sea, where their attentions were focused on a little girl who was still in her infancy. Her name was Shanin, and Lin did not understand what Shanin was singing, but he could clearly derive from her song the purity, tenderness, and confusion unique to an infant that had just been born into the world. Shanin was adorable and clever, with a pair of perfect dragon horns that were the envy of everyone around her. On top of that, she had the purest bloodline of the ancestral dragon, with a pair of pure golden eyes from birth, making her a unique existence in her clan. Her cultivation base progressed at a prodigious rate, and very soon, She had transformed into a cloud dragon and subsequently into a horned dragon. Her features were peerlessly elegant, and her combat strength far exceeded every tribe member of her age. She was the brightest jewel in the whole of her dragon court. Even the Dragon King did not spare his words of praise toward her, and she was soon known by all as the Heavenly Dragon Maiden. The sound of her singing gradually built up to a proud crescendo. Xianxia explored the Tai-Chu continent, and her powerful combat strength coupled with her beautiful looks soon alerted the whole Tai-Chu continent to the existence of the Heavenly Dragon Maiden. She was not a kind and gentle woman. On the contrary, she became a killing machine, uprooting countless evil sects during her journey, and her cultivation base also rose steadily as she progressed through the continent. She journeyed west all the way into the kingdom of the 9 states. She was ambushed by foes from a demonic sect there. The sect, known as the Qinghuan sect, deployed 8 soul formation stage elders to trap and kill her. The spell formation created by their combined strength was extremely powerful, capable of killing anyone under return to void stage cultivation base. Although Xianxia was quite powerful, she had not yet reached return to void stage cultivation base, so the only result that awaited her seemed to be an inevitable death. However, in this dire situation, a man as dazzling as a phoenix suddenly appeared in her life. He was the top disciple of the Vermilion Bird sect. Dongfang Ming wore a set of white robes, and a sense of peacefulness and tranquility could be detected from his bright starry eyes. He could manipulate all-engulfing flames at will, and with just one step, heaven and earth were transformed into a sea of flames under his command. Xianxia had never seen such a glorious man before. He was like the Lord of Flames, scorching the heavens and boiling the ocean, burning all that stood against him with an air of inevitability and invincibility. The 8 evil soul formation stage cultivators lasted no longer than the span of 3 breaths before they were burnt to ashes by a boundless sea of flames. Does the Qinghuan sect have a vendetta against you? To think that they would mobilize half their forces just to kill you. In contrast to his majestic and imposing exterior, the man's voice was extremely gentle and soft. Yes, a blush appeared on Xianxin's face, but her bright eyes continued to stare at the man in front of her, for no other reason aside from the fact that he was drop-dead gorgeous. What a coincidence! My mission is to annihilate the Qinghuan sect. Would you like to come with me? Dongfang Ming smiled. Yes. Xianxia nodded vigorously. That was the first time they had ever spoken to one another. It was a simple and direct conversation, but little did they know the two of them had been bound together by the strings of fate. Qinghuan sect. Amid a mountain of dead bodies and a sea of blood, Heavenly Dragon Maiden confessed her feelings. Dongfang Ming, be my Dao partner. Why? Dongfang Ming was startled by her sudden confession. Because you're handsome. Dongfang Ming. Because you saved me. Dongfang Ming shook his head. I don't ask for any favors from those I have saved. Besides, choosing a Dao partner is an extremely important decision that is not to be made lightly. I refuse to make a decision about someone unless I've been with them for at least 100 years. Fine. Then I'll stay by your side for 100 years first. Dongfang Ming. Her song began to grow gentler and softer, resembling a light breeze caressing one's cheek, or the light crooning from one's lover to their better half. Time flew by in a flash. Xianxia swept gracefully through a sea of dandelions, and Enlin and the others were greeted by the sight of Dongfang Ming's gentle gaze. As the sun set over the beach, Xianxia walked barefooted. Her porcelain-like toes sank into the golden sand as she lightly hummed a beautiful tune. Dongfang Ming picked up a pretty seashell which he gave to Xianxia, and also took advantage of the opportunity to grasp her hand in his. Enlin and the others could feel the warmth from Dongfang Ming's palm and see the love and adoration in his eyes. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Dongfang Ming. I'm planning on making an immortal weapon that contains both dragon and phoenix powers for our child to use. We aren't even Dao partners yet. Isn't it too early to think about what weapon our child should be using? Well, it's gonna happen anyway since our agreement of 100 years is already halfway completed. The two of them traveled through the kingdom of the 9 states in search of tool refinement materials. In order to make the perfect immortal weapon, the two of them even offered up their own bloodline powers to merge into the weapon. On the day the dragon sparrow sword was born into this world, projections of dragons and phoenixes flew through the air, and a series of spectacular natural phenomena appeared between heaven and earth. Dongfang Ming, cradle this sword like you're cradling our child. The sword has both our bloodlines running through it after all. Then are we still going to have children in the future? Ha! You bastard. You finally admitted that I'm your Dao partner. You idiot. If I didn't regard you as my Dao partner, why would I spend 80 years by your side? Shen Yin, in another 20 years, I'll go to the dragon court and ask for your hand in marriage. Then it's settled. I'll be waiting. The tone of the song suddenly changed, and an extremely fearful emotion suddenly became interwoven into her singing. A series of images that she had been trying to repress began to surface. A failed experimental project of the Purple Star Realm, known as the God-Fiend of 6 Paths, led 100,000 ghostly soldiers and waged war against the Dragon Court of the Eastern Sea. The powerful ghostly soldiers ravaged the seas, transforming the East Sea into a cesspool of blood and suffering. Shun Yin stared in despair as Dongfang Ming once again appeared in front of her to shield her with his own body. He was still just as eye-catching and heartbreakingly handsome. He was like the sun, lighting up Shen Yin's world just as when they had first met. However, this time was different from the time when they first met, because this was the day where they would part forever. The God-Fiend of 6 Paths had unimaginable power, and Dongfang Ming was only able to defeat it after completely expending all his power. Dongfang Ming lay in Shen Yin's lap. His aura was like a dying candle in the wind, but the expression on his face was just as gentle as ever. Shen Yin, I've devised a spell technique through which one can transfer their bloodline to another person. I can use it to transfer my power to you. No, you have to live for my sake. Have you forgotten our promise? 2 years. That's all that's left. The woman wailed in anguish. The bloodline of the phoenix flowed into her body like a warm creek, warming her body and soul, which were as cold as ice. Sorry, I won't be able to keep my promise. Her song was imbued with infinite grief and sorrow, prompting onlookers to shed tears at his tragic passing. And Lin and the others all began to weep at Dongfang Ming's death. The grief they experienced was far too overwhelming. It was as if they were the protagonists of the story, and their lover had just passed away. There was no way they could resist the crushing grief and sorrow. Su Xiaolan clasped her hands over her heart in pain as tears welled up in her eyes. Dongfang Ming, why did you leave me? And Lin wiped the tears away from his face, but the image of Dongfang Ming's smile still lingered in his mind. His domineering figure, his kindness, his constant efforts to protect the woman he loved, as well as the boundless love and affection that sparkled in his eyes. All these emotions culminated to a climax at his death. The weight of the resulting grief made Lin want to follow after him into the next life. Wah, how could you die like this, my husband? There's no purpose for me in this world other than to follow after you, woof. Dabai was weeping uncontrollably with an expression of suicidal despair. Only Xiao Chou was an exception as he stood on the spot with a firm expression. He had constantly reminded himself that interspecies relationships would never end well. But what was this wave of overwhelming grief? And what was this liquid flowing down his face? Shun Yin's singing underwent another change as a certain belief supported her to carry on while she once again set foot upon the path to seeking Tao. Her frail body seemed to have been filled by some sort of power as she continued onward, uprooting all the evil she encountered. She worked many times harder than she did in the past, and she was also several times stronger both physically and mentally. Dongfang Ming, I'll definitely make good use of the power you have left in my body. The enraged yell of the Dragon King erupted within the Dragon Court. Shen Yin, have you gone mad? How can the Tao of a phoenix be combined with the Tao of a dragon? They're two vastly different things. If you try to combine them by force, it'd only spell your death. There are countless Tao in this world. Why can't I create a new one? Shun Yin smiled lightly, but her tone of voice was extremely firm. His power will merge with mine, so that he'll always be with me. That day, the ocean surged as heaven and earth trembled. In the sky above the East Sea, countless bolts of thunder exploded alongside scorching heavenly flames which threatened to boil the whole ocean. However, all of this disappeared amid a pained moan from a certain woman. Xianxia failed in her efforts to reach the Tao integration stage, and her frail body fell from the sky with a wistful smile on her face. I failed after all, huh? Why am I so damn stubborn? Everything would have been fine if I had just materialized the Tao of the true dragon. Xianxia was a little dejected, but there was not even a hint of remorse in her heart. The only thing she regretted was her failure at Tao integration. She used a mystic technique to fortify her own consciousness in order to delay her inevitable death. She came to the place where she and Dongfang Ming had first met. It was the high plains on the border between the Heavenly River State and the Stone Dragon State. What should I call it? I met you in the winter, and it was also in winter when you left me, so how about I call it the Winter Dragon Tomb? Xianxia built a tomb for herself and sealed herself within the divine spirit pillar in wait for a fated person who could inherit her power. It had to be said that fate worked in some amazing ways sometimes. A beautiful woman came to the dragon tomb. She had both the dragon bloodline as well as the divine phoenix bloodline running through her veins. It was also her bloodline connection with Sword God that allowed her to obtain the approval of the Dragon Sparrow Sword. Xianxia felt that if she and Dongfang Ming were to have a child together, it would be someone like Su Xiaolin. The few thousands of years during which she waited was not in vain, as she finally met someone who both surprised her, but also made her wildest dreams come true. The singing began to drift into the distance as Xianxia flew toward the pillar of white light. There were 2 streaks of tears running down her cheeks, and her gaze seemed to pierce through space and time, allowing her to once again catch sight of that dazzling, eye-catching figure of her dreams. Her body began to become transparent and her aura began to dissipate. The palace of heaven began to rumble as cracks appeared on its walls. The whole of the Winter Dragon Tomb also began to tremble as a series of cracks began to spread outwards like a cobweb. And Lin and the others came to their senses and came to the realization that this was no longer a safe place to stay. Big Sister Xianxia. Su Xiaolin yelled as she chased after Xianxia, but she was prevented from advancing any further by Lin. We have to get out of here. And Lin grabbed Su Xiaolin by the arm and leaped onto his black brick as they flew toward the exit with Dabai and Xiao Chou in tow. Elder Fate of the Palace of Life sighed lightly as he walked toward the spatial gate in the tomb. The Palace of Heaven gradually lost its luster, and the mystic realm which had stood for over 8,000 years began to crumble in this instant, as if it was trying to bury all of Xianxin's past memories. How fortunate am I to be able to spend 98 years with you in this life. Xianxin's voice was like the voice of an angel, but it was drowned out by the spatial turbulence in the mystic realm as everything disappeared into oblivion. Rainbow-colored clouds in the air above the high plains situated on the border of the Heavenly River State and the Stone Dragon State. A spatial gate emitting a white light was gradually beginning to dim, as if it was going to collapse at any second. The leader of the Hall of Seven Sins, Su Tong, as well as the deputy leader, Su Yongnan, stood together with their hands clasped behind them. Behind them were 20 of their most powerful disciples. The Hall of Seven Sins was one of the middling sects of the Darim High Plains. Su Tong led this group of their most powerful cultivators after some disciples reported sightings of suddenly occurring natural phenomena in the area 2 days ago. These natural phenomena indicated the appearance of extraordinary treasures which could impact the whole of the continent. If the Hall of Seven Sins could get their hands on these extraordinary treasures, it could be an opportunity for them to become one of the top sects in the region. Although they couldn't enter the spatial gate themselves, they could just wait for those who had obtained the treasures to come out before ambushing them. At this moment, the spatial gate flashed with light, and an elderly man with white hair and a white beard appeared in front of their eyes. The elderly man scanned the Hall of Seven Sins clique and didn't even utter a single word before flying away into the air. For someone like him who had lived for tens of thousands of years, he simply couldn't be bothered talking to youngsters. Big Brother. That was another mighty figure who I couldn't even detect the cultivation base of. It looks like the cultivators that had entered this mystic realm aren't going to be easy to deal with. Su Yongnan wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and spoke uneasily. Su Yongnan and Su Tong were both soul formation initial stage cultivators. They were already considered to be quite powerful in the Kingdom of the Nine States, but during the time in which they were waiting outside the spatial gate, they saw many mighty figures with unfathomable cultivation bases emerge in succession. These mighty figures were extremely arrogant, and all of them left without even a second glance at them. It felt to him like all the cultivators that had entered this mystic realm were extremely powerful and not to be messed with. Su Tong was also feeling a little conflicted, but after a while, a determined expression appeared on his face. What's wrong with just standing here to appreciate the scenery? This land belongs to the Hall of Seven Sins anyway. Who can stop us from wandering around in our own territory? If the cultivators that come out are weaker than us, we'll slaughter them, and if they're stronger, then we'll just pretend we're looking at the scenery. Su Yongnan knew that Su Tong had made up his mind, so there was no point in any further persuasion. Boom! A burst of commotion burst forth from the spatial gate once again as a black brick flew out from within. There were a man and a woman standing atop the brick, along with a monkey and a dog. The spatial gate completely collapsed soon after their exit and crumbled into specks of light. This is the last group of cultivators. Su Yongnan and Su Yongnan both tensed up involuntarily. A cultivator of spirit nurturing initial stage, a dog of spirit nurturing intermediate stage, a cultivator of spirit nurturing final stage, and a half-step soul formation stage monkey. They're all so weak. Su Yongnan had initially thought that there would at least be a soul formation stage cultivator leading their group and did not expect them to all be below soul formation stage cultivation base. Su Yongnan was already itching to spring into action. A cruel smile appeared on Su Tong's face. It looks like the gods are looking down upon the Hall of Seven Sins. Everyone, activate the Seven Sins spell formation. We'll kill them on the spot. And Lin and the others had just exited the spatial gate on his black brick, and did not even have a chance to bask under the sunlight before they were suddenly enshrouded under a massive spell formation. Within the spell formation, countless flying swords flew through the air, thick vines entangled heaven and earth. A series of glacial spikes hung in the air, and the roars of flaming dragons erupted from the ground. On top of that, sand and stones flew through the air in a lethal storm while the winds swept through the air like scathing blades as lightning crackled in the sky. A group of cultivators clad in black robes began to appear in the spell formation. Su Tong joined his hands in salute and laughed heartily. Greetings. I'm the leader of the Hall of Seven Sins, Su Tong. I'm here to offer my congratulations to you on successfully obtaining the treasures of the mystic realm. Now, I must ask you to hand those treasures over to me. And Lin's lips twitched. Fuck. They had just made it out of the spatial gate and were already being robbed. He replied in a cold voice. What if we don't hand it over? Su Yongnan laughed scornfully. We'll give you a quick and painless death if you oblige. Otherwise, you'll be tortured in the Seven Sins spell formation until you wish you were dead. Oh? Murder and robbery, eh? And Lin was a little excited. He had finally encountered something like this after cultivating for so long. Dabai also spoke at this moment. Big Brother and the Hall of Seven Sins is a middling sect in the Stone Dragon state. They are a subordinate sect to the Great Holy Demon sect. These guys are always committing murder and robbery, but they've always been very secretive with their operations. So they've never been successfully tracked down and annihilated. Dabai's mythological beast sect was situated in the Stone Dragon state, so he was quite familiar with the sects within the Stone Dragon state. Haha, who'd have thought this dog would be so knowledgeable? But so what if you know all about it? You're trapped in the Seven Sins spell formation already. Surrender and we'll grant you a quick death. Su Tong spoke with a cocky expression. The Seven Sins spell formation was extremely powerful. It was even able to slaughter soul formation stage. There wasn't even one soul formation stage cultivator in their ranks. How were they supposed to survive? A nostalgic expression appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she looked around at the spell formation around them. This scene is so reminiscent of the time when Shen'in was ambushed. Maybe my knight in shining armor will appear here too. And Lin's heart surged at her words, and he took a step forward. Don't worry, Xiaolin. There's no need for you to battle. I shall exterminate all our enemies here. Su Xiaolan stared in a daze at the man in front of her as a warm feeling filled her heart. Indeed, wasn't he her knight in shining armor? The Hall of Seven Sins is an evil sect. There's no need to hold back. They're always committing murder and robbery, so their storage rings must be stacked. Let's make a pact now. You can keep any storage ring you can get your hands on. I won't accept any words of objection. And Lin licked his lips while wearing a bright, frenzied gaze. Xiao Chou and Dabai were also staring at the cultivators from the Hall of Seven Sins, as if there was a huge feast laid out in front of them. For fuck's sake, they didn't get Jack's hit from the Winter Dragon Tomb. How could they not be pissed off? Perhaps the gods were taking pity upon them and delivered a bunch of criminal cultivators for them to slaughter. The three of them all began to cackle wickedly. Su Xiaolin rubbed her brows in distress as her chest tightened. It looked like she had celebrated too early. And Lin did not seem to match her image of a knight in shining armor after all. A chill ran down Su Yongnan's spine as he looked at Lin and the others. Big brother, why do I feel like we're the prey being hunted here? Su Tong's heart also shuddered slightly at the sight of their gruesome expressions, but he still activated the Seven Sins spell formation while wearing a ruthless look in his eyes. A group of spirit-nurturing stage trash can't do anything. They're just bluffing to try and save their hides. I'll crush them with our spell formation right now. The Seven Sins spell formation was set into motion following Su Tong's ruthless roar. Insane, powerful energy erupted forth and crashed down upon Lin and the others with almighty force. In the face of such a fearsome attack, Lin's eyes turned white as snow as he flicked his realm-piercing nail into a certain point in the air. If Lin was to use his energy alone, it would most likely be shredded by the devastating attack that was launched at them before it even had a chance to break the spell formation. However, the realm-piercing nail was an immortal tool that was close to indestructible, so there would be no similar issue. The realm-piercing nail stabbed through the air like a crimson streak of light, piercing through a storm of wind blades and running through the body of a flaming dragon before striking a certain spot in the air. Under the shocked gazes of Su Yongnan and Su Tong, the Seven Sins spell formation collapsed like a sandcastle under a tsunami. Let's go! And Lin, Dabai, and Xiao Chou pounced upon the Hall of Seven Sins cultivators like hungry wolves, creating a nightmarish image that was etched deeply into their minds. All the cultivators from the Hall of Seven Sins were completely dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? This is the most powerful spell formation of the Hall of Seven Sins. But it had just been broken by a single finger? And Lin immediately pounced on Su Tong and Su Yongnan after breaking the spell formation, as these two should be the most loaded of the bunch. The three of them charged forward with overbearing force. The cultivators from the Hall of Seven Sins returned to their sense before scrambling into a defensive formation. You're just spirit-nurturing initial stage trash. How dare you challenge me? Su Tong genuinely felt as if he was being looked down on. He took a step forward and a domain of black mist began to spread out around him as he unleashed the powerful aura belonging to a soul formation initial stage cultivator. Gundam 1, Gundam 2. I'll leave these two fat little lambs to you guys. And Lin's storage ring flashed with light as he spoke, and the two Gundams appeared from thin air before charging toward Su Tong and Su Yongnan. Your overconfidence will spell your downfall. Su Tong's face fell as he unleashed a palm toward the oncoming Gundam. A huge ball of flames transformed into a massive palm which flew toward the Gundam. Within the huge flaming palm were streaks of black mist in a cobweb formation, imbued with extremely powerful corrosive properties. Even iron and steel would disintegrate under the combination of scorching and corrosive powers. One of the Gundams clutched toward the air and a blue sword of light appeared in its palm, which it then used to slash out a dazzling sword projection. The sword projection easily dispelled the huge flaming palm without losing any momentum and continued onwards to Su Tong at a frightening speed. What? Su Tong's heart rate accelerated drastically. He was clearly not expecting the silver mechanical puppet in front of him to be able to dispel his attack so easily. He began to retreat at full speed, but the blue sword projection began to lengthen as it followed him in his retreat. Before long, a deep trench over 100 feet in length had been slashed into the ground, and the tip of the sword projection nicked his body, leaving a bloody wound in its wake. Su Tong clutched his chest and stared at the silver mechanical puppet before him in shock. He was beginning to understand the reason behind Lin's sinister smile. Boom! The sound of an ear-splitting explosion erupted from nearby. Su Tong turned toward the source of the commotion to find that Su Yongnan's Wind Monarch armor had been completely shattered by a fist from the other Gundam. The fearsome force behind the fist even caused the very ground below him to peel back like layers of blankets. Su Yongnan, who was also Soul Formation initial stage, was knocked into the air like a kite that had its string severed, spewing forth mouthfuls of blood as he went. The 20 powerful disciples of the Hall of Seven Sins had also undergone a complete role reversal. They had become lambs that were ready to be slaughtered by the 3 hungry wolves that were Lin, Dabai, and Xiao Chou. Lin spread his wings of wind, allowing him to accelerate at a frightening pace and rack up a kill with each and every step. The first step, Lin's mountain-quaking fist killed a 7-stage Dao body disciple from the Hall of Seven Sins on the spot. The second step, Lin conjured up an arrow from crimson wings of flames which instantly pierced through the body of a spirit-nurturing intermediate-stage elder, causing his body to instantly melt away into nothingness. The third step, Lin brought out his evil-slaying sword and slashed a pitch-black sword projection toward an elder of spirit-nurturing initial stage, cleanly slicing the elder as well as the magic tool longsword he wielded in half. The fourth step, Lin took a life with every single step, striking fear directly into the hearts of the cultivators from the Hall of Seven Sins. Xiao Chou fought even harder than he did. He completely unleashed his half-step soul formation stage power, swinging his silver staff around with mountainous force. There was no cultivator that could even survive more than one move against him, as all of them were immediately pulverized upon contact. Dabai was also trying his best, but he was taking a strategic approach where he mostly targeted Dao body cultivators. That way, he could rack up a large number of kills in a short amount of time for the best cost performance. Every time one of them killed an opposing cultivator, they would pounce on their opponent's storage ring like a pack of hungry wolves. Even though they were situated on a perilous battlefield, they still prioritized snatching equipment above battling their opponents. From where Su Tong was, he could see that Xiao Chou even went as far as to cop a few blows in order to reach the storage ring of the cultivator he had just defeated as quickly as possible. He even took the weapon of the deceased cultivator while constantly looking over his shoulder in fear that someone would snatch his spoils of war away before him. Su Tong finally began to understand the situation they were in. In the eyes of Lin and the others, they didn't even qualify as enemies. They were all just moving treasure vaults. Retreat! Su Tong was aware that the roles of prey and hunter had been reversed and immediately issued a command to retreat. The cultivators from the Hall of Seven Sins immediately began to stage a retreat. In the past, it was always them that committed murder and robbery. Who would have thought their 3 opponents could beat them in their own occupation? Their standard protocol was to kill their prey first, then distribute the spoils of war afterward. But Lin's group seemed to prioritize robbery above all else. It looked like they would even strip the clothes off the opponents they killed if they had a chance. Retreat? It's far too late for that. Lin spread open his wings of winds, and white wisps of wind began to revolve around his evil-slaying sword as he unleashed his wind sword technique. The wings of wind in conjunction with the wind sword technique instantly accelerated his speed to 3 times the speed of sound, causing him to leave sonic booms in his wake. His wind sword slashed like bolts of white lightning, instantly decapitating 3 retreating cultivators in one strike. The rest of the cultivators absolutely shit themselves at Lin's fearsome power and began to retreat even more quickly. Split up. The remaining 4 cultivators all dispersed and began to retreat toward different directions. Lin had just unleashed his wind sword technique and required time for cooldown, so he was unable to give chase. One of the cultivators was being chased down by Xiao Chou, while another was being pursued by Dabai. The remaining 2 cultivators were ecstatic at their good luck and accelerated further in their retreat. However, one of the cultivators suddenly met with a flaming sword strike which cut through the heavens. His pupils contracted drastically, but he proved to be worthy of his title as a spirit-nurturing intermediate-stage elder as he managed to react just in time to conjure up 3 walls of ice in front of him. However, the sword slash was imbued with extremely high temperatures, even warping the very air around it. Before the slash had even made contact with the defensive walls, the ice had already begun to sublime into vapor. Impossible! The cultivator widened his eyes and only had time to exclaim his final word before his whole body was engulfed in flames. A woman in a jade dress spread open her flaming wings, appearing as if she were a phoenix soaring through the air, while also leaving sparks of lightning flashing in her wake. She clenched her porcelain-like hand, and a storage ring fell into her grasp before she charged toward the last remaining cultivator without hesitation. Su Xiaolan had finally made her move. With her spirit-nurturing final-stage cultivation base, combined with her powerful dual bloodlines, her combat strength had grown to insane levels that were essentially unmatched among spirit-nurturing stage cultivators. An expression of despair appeared on the final cultivator's face as Su Xiaolan charged toward him at a speed that exceeded the speed of sound. Never would he have thought that their ambush operation would spell their doom. In the face of such fearsome enemies, they didn't even have a chance to escape. Su Yongnan was scorched to death by dark purple dragon flames, while Su Tong was blasted to death by hundreds of tracking spirit snake missiles as he attempted to flee the scene. The battle ended very quickly with the entirety of the Hall of Seven Sins forces slaughtered as a result. However, this was unimportant to Enlin and the others. What was far more important was what these guys had in their storage rings. Enlin was the biggest winner, obtaining a total of 10 storage rings, including the 2 from Su Tong and Su Yongnan. Xiao Chou obtained 7 storage rings, Dabai obtained 3, and Su Xiaolan obtained 2. Su Xiaolan initially planned to just spectate the battle, but the 2 remaining cultivators were about to make their escape, so she was forced into action. Dabai had obtained the least amount of storage ring aside from herself and was staring at her pitifully with his big watery eyes, so she decided to donate her 2 storage rings to him. Thus, the final tally was Enlin with 10, Xiao Chou with 7, and Dabai with 5. Hence, the wealth gap was closed slightly and Dabai was a lot more content. Next, it was time to assess their spoils of war. Enlin, Dabai, and Xiao Chou stared at the storage rings in their hands with anxious expressions. It was like each of them had a few lottery tickets that were guaranteed to win a prize, but they did not know what the prizes would be. Who wants to go first? Enlin looked toward Xiao Chou and Dabai. Both of them turned their gazes upon Enlin. Enlin shrugged. All right, I'll go first then. He suspended the 10 storage rings in the air before him and refined them one by one. He then decided to assess the contents of the storage rings from the 8 Hall of Seven Sins disciples first, leaving the 2 best storage rings for last. He emptied all the contents of the first storage ring. Clatter! A mound of stuff piled up into a small mountain before him, causing everyone's eyes to light up. There were 35,000 spirit stones, 3 intermediate rank magic tools, 1 high rank magic tool, 5 spirit medicines, a bunch of spirit pills, and some tool refinement materials. It was a pleasant surprise to see there was so much stuff in just 1 storage ring. The Hall of Seven Sins cultivators. They sure were rich. Immediately after this, Enlin emptied the other 7 storage rings to find that their contents were quite similar to that of the first storage ring, with 1 storage ring being particularly noteworthy as it contained an elementary rank spirit tool, which was quite a pleasant surprise. After emptying the 8 storage rings, it was time for the epic finale, the storage rings of Su Yongnan and Su Tong. Enlin picked out Su Yongnan's storage ring first and emptied its contents as well after refining the ring. Clatter! Everyone gasped at the mountainous pile of treasures that appeared in front of them. Enlin laughed. Capitalism sure is evil. Look at the wealth gap between the leader and the disciples. 310,000 spirit stones, 2 elementary rank spirit tools, 1 intermediate rank spirit tools, around a dozen spirit pills, and a huge amount of exotic plants and minerals. Just this 1 storage ring contained treasures comparable to the other 8 storage rings combined. Xiao Chou and Dabai all looked on with envy. Fuck! The disparity was simply infuriating. Next up was Su Tong's storage ring. The contents were just as shocking. 350,000 spirit stones, 2 intermediate rank spirit tools, a vast amount of spirit pills, exotic plants, minerals, and even a 9th grade immortal pill, Azure Yang pill. And Lin only discovered this after using his divine inspection technique. The pill was an extremely potent regenerative medicine which was able to help its consumer recover from the most grievous injuries as long as they weren't actually dead. In this battle, Lin obtained 950,000 spirit stones, 3 elementary rank spirit tools, 3 intermediate rank spirit tools, a few dozen spirit pills, countless exotic plants and minerals as well as tool refinement materials, with a 9th grade immortal pill as the icing on the cake. And Lin was extremely content and gifted all the impotence pills to Dabai as a gesture of goodwill. Dabai accepted the pills with mixed feelings. On one hand, they were useless to him and quite frankly a bit of an insult, but on the other hand, at least he could sell them for about 10 to 20,000 spirit stones. Next, Xiao Chou emptied his 7 storage rings and tallied a total of over 200,000 spirit stones, countless exotic plants, and minerals as well as spirit medicines. Dabai also eagerly emptied his storage rings to find close to 200,000 spirit stones and a lot of valuable exotic plants and minerals, with a large number of impotence pills to cap things off, making the experience a bittersweet one. Our spoils of war have finally soothed our aching hearts. And Lin looked up into the sky with a satisfied smile. Dabai and Xiao Chou nodded in agreement. They too were very happy with the rewards they had reaped. Ah, wait! I have a storage ring too. I haven't had a chance to look at the storage ring big sister Shin Yin gave me. Su Xiaolan had clearly been inspired by everyone else and stroked the intricate ring on her hand with a dainty smile. And Lin and the others unanimously raised their hands in protest. Don't do it! Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. However, their yells came too late. The storage ring flashed, and all its contents were emptied onto the ground. Then there was an earthquake. Boom! With their mouths agape, everyone stared at the mountainous pile of treasures in front of them as the ground below them trembled and quaked. Holy fuck! There's so much! And Lin was completely dumbfounded. The treasures laid out in front of everyone was like a cake with defined layers. The base of the mountain was built up by spirit stones, of which there appeared to be a few million. The middle layer was filled with all type of tool refinement materials, all of which emitted powerful energy, clearly indicating that these were all materials of a very high caliber. Near the tip of the mountain, there was a huge mound of rare medicines, spirit fruits, and immortal fruits. At the very tip of the mountain lay countless spirit pills and immortal pills, as well as a bunch of weapons. The whole cake glistened with a dazzling light under the sun, presenting a marvelous spectacle to behold. Su Xiaolan stuck out her tongue sheepishly. There's a little more than I expected. Can you guys help me tally it all? And Lin's lips twitched with heartache. Tallying someone else's wealth was not a good feeling, especially when there was so much. It was bound to be an exhausting and saddening task. There would be no heartache if there was no comparison. Dabai and Xiao Chou had just rediscovered a shred of consolation and dignity, but all of it was instantly squashed into pulp under the mountain of treasures before them, giving them a sense of asphyxiation. Su Xiaolan was the biggest winner after all. The spirit stones were easy to tally, they were all the same anyway, so one could get a rough estimate of their quantity through the use of divine sense. There are 5.7 million spirit stones, and Lin didn't know how he was going to tally the tool refinement materials and exotic medicines. He tried using the divine inspection technique, but the resulting information was difficult to interpret. These were all ancient treasures with indeterminate values. In the end, he just decided to calculate them by mass. There was a total of about 280,000 kilograms there. There were 38 spirit fruits, 10 immortal fruits, 220 spirit pills, 7 immortal pills, 39 spirit tools, and 1 immortal tool. The immortal tool was especially worthy of note. It was named Divine Flame Bead and appeared to be an artifact left behind by Dongfang Ming. After tallying up these treasures, Lin felt like his heart was about to give out. He had thought that his wealth had expanded alarmingly in a short span of time. But Su Xiaolin absolutely put him to shame, and Lin couldn't help but glance at her to find that she seemed to be very happy, with an alluring smile on her face that made her appear particularly beautiful. She probably knew that she was filthy rich too. If anyone was to marry her, they could probably live off her wealth for many lifetimes. Su Xiaolan clapped her hands together as she looked at the mountain of treasures before her. All right, now it's time to split this stuff. And Lin, Dabai, and Xiao Chou all looked at her with confusion. What? Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to receive the inheritance nor these treasures. Hence, it's time for me to give something back to you guys. Su Xiaolin wore a genuine smile on her face, but her expression was very determined, as if she had made up her mind long ago. And Lin, Dabai, and Xiao Chou all trembled at her words. They didn't expect Su Xiaolan to make such a kind gesture. She cast her gaze on the pile of spirit stones first and stroked her chin in thought. I don't have a desperate need for spirit stones. And Lin, you still owe Chang'e a debt, so you can have all the spirit stones. Su Xiaolan's words immediately had Lin and the others rooted to the spot in shock. You're giving me all of it? You're not joking, are you? Even though Lin had thick skin, a gift of such preposterous magnitude was something that he struggled to comprehend. This wasn't just a few hundred or a few thousand. This was 5.7 million spirit stones. This was a vast amount of money comparable to the wealth of a large immortal sect, and Su Xiaolan was giving it to him just like that? No, I can't take so much. And Lin shook his head before Su Xiaolan had a chance to reply. The treasures in the storage ring were all left by Xin Yin for Su Xiaolan. Even if he did have thick skin, he couldn't accept all of the spirit stones. Su Xiaolan's face fell slightly. Just take it, I don't want you to owe Chang'e a debt for so long. I don't have a need for them anyway, so what's wrong with giving them to you so you can repay your debt? If you refuse to accept the spirit stones, then you and I are no longer friends. And Lin was startled by her words and immediately agreed. Fine, I'll take it. He stowed the 5.7 million spirit stones into his storage, fighting back tears all the while. How blessed was he to have such a good friend. With the addition of Su Xiaolan's spirit stones, he had a rough total of 14 million spirit stones in his storage ring, which should be enough to repay the debt he owed to Chang'e. Su Xiaolan's expression lightened a little, and she turned her gaze to Dabai. Dabai, you have the heavenly wolf bloodline with you and mainly cultivate in the Tao of Wind. So I'm giving you these 2 wind pupil immortal fruits. On top of that, this divine vitality condensing immortal pill will not only increase the size of your sea of vital energy, it can also assist you in breaking through to spirit nurturing final stage. So I'll give this to you as well. Su Xiaolan gifted the most valuable spirit fruits and immortal pill from her collection to Dabai without any hesitation. Dabai was reduced to tears by her kindness and immediately expressed his wish to stay by Su Xiaolan's side. In other words, he wanted to betray Lin and become Su Xiaolan's beast pet. After all Lin gave him were impotence pills, whereas Su Xiaolan only gave him the very best. However, this was obviously impossible as divorces could only take effect with an agreement from both sides. Hence, Dabai received another beating from Lin. Lastly, it was Xiao Chou's turn. Su Xiaolan looked at Xiao Chou in deep thought. She was at a loss and didn't know what to give him. Xiao Chou was already at half-step soul formation stage and specialized in the Tao of Fire. There didn't appear to be any immortal pills or immortal fruits that would be suitable for him. Perhaps she should give him the Divine Flame Bead? Su Xiaolan brought out the Divine Flame Bead, but to her surprise, Xiao Chou refused to accept it no matter what. The Divine Flame Bead was the most valuable item in the storage ring. He simply didn't have it in him to accept such a valuable gift. Su Xiaolan stowed the Divine Flame Bead back into the storage and continued to grapple with her dilemma. Su Xiaolan continued to look at Xiao Chou's bulb-like eyes, ugly nose, and crooked mouth until her eyes began to water a little. An idea suddenly occurred to her. Her storage ring flashed, and a mask constructed from divine azure rock appeared in her hand. This mask was called the Azure Battle Arhat Mask. It had an intricate design and would naturally absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When one put on the mask, It would instantly release the stored spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thereby temporarily boosting one's combat strength. It was a high-rank spirit tool, but most importantly, it would make one look a lot more dashing. Xiaoqiu finally accepted Su Xiaolan's gift and grasped the mask with trembling hands. This gift was not only extremely precious, but also something that suited him extremely well. Su Xiaolan was extremely sincere in the gifts that she gave out. All of them were items of great value and also had great practical uses, for which Lin and the others were greatly thankful. However, despite this, Su Xiaolan still had the nagging feeling that she was forgetting something. She furrowed her brows lightly. "I feel like I'm forgetting someone." And Lin immediately replied, "Xiaoqiu, Dabai, and I have all received our gifts. Who else would there be? Don't think too much. Let's have a celebratory feast." Su Xiaolan couldn't think of anything in the end and could only relinquish the train of thought with a smile and a nod before flying alongside Lin to the prefectural city of the Heavenly River State. Prefectural city of the Heavenly River State, Heavenly Treasure Restaurant. They ate a truly grand meal there, spending a total of 60,000 spirit stones on that one meal alone. The main ingredients presented in this feast were all rare culinary ingredients, all of which were exotic plants and minerals, as well as rare mutant beasts prepared painstakingly by top-grade immortal chefs. Not only were the dishes all extremely delicious, but they were also brimming with energy, presenting a peerlessly tasty and nutritious combo. Even the leaders of large immortal sects didn't dare to eat to their heart's content at the Heavenly Treasures restaurant. After all the dishes there were made from extremely expensive ingredients. However, Lin and the others completely broke the mold by ordering a whole table of delicacies before wolfing all the dishes like a pack of starving animals. After finishing their first table of dishes, they ordered another table's worth. Their extreme extravagance put all the other tycoons dining in the Heavenly Treasures restaurant to shame. Never had they seen anyone so gluttonous nor anyone so liberal with money. The massive feast had not only wiped away their fatigue from exploring the Dragon Tomb, but they were also filled to the brim with endless amounts of energy. Thus, the four of them decided to make their way back to the Heavenly Court at a leisure pace in order to aid their digestion. 2 days later, the United University of Cultivation held their annual review. The second-year students received collective praise for their efforts in combating the ant tribe. On top of that, the students and teachers who participated in the mission to kill the Ant Queen all received rich rewards, but Lin didn't really care much about that. After that, it was time for the graduation ceremony. Wang Xuanzhan took the stage to present a speech as the representative for all the graduates. And Lin looked up at the handsome, domineering man on stage, feeling a little bit emotional. Time had passed by so quickly, and before he knew it, it was already time for Wang Xuanzhan to graduate. Wang Xuanzhan and Lin could be considered as friends. Theirs was a relationship that was forged during the Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers. And Lin was quite saddened to see the departure of such a reliable coattail which he could grab onto. At the conclusion of his speech, Wang Xuanzhan came specially to bid farewell to Lin. The two of them strolled side by side in the schoolyard, attracting much attention from the students around the area. After all, one of them held first place on the university's Heaven Roll, while the other was a legendary figure in the school. Both of them were extremely renowned in their own right. "Senior Wang, are you really going to the Wind Plain State? I've heard that the Wind Plain State is in a state of constant warfare. It must be quite dangerous there." And Lin couldn't help but be a little concerned after he heard of Wang Xuanzhan's decision to join the Wind Plain State branch of the Heavenly Court's Execution Department. The Wind Plain State directly neighbored the Holy Glacial Lands, so wars were a regular occurrence there. Although their enemies were beautiful snow maidens, they were definitely not to be looked down upon. They were all extremely powerful warriors, stronger than even the blood tribe of the southwest region. The Wind Plain State was the place where wars most frequently broke out in the whole of the Kingdom of the Nine States, making it one of the most dangerous branches in the Heavenly Court's Execution Department. A free-spirited smile appeared on Wang Xuanzhan's face. "I have never been afraid of a battle in my life. I made the decision to go to the Wind Plain State precisely because of its state of constant warfare. It is only through battles that I can constantly improve myself. He paused for a short while before speaking again. On top of that, guess who I met there? And Lin blinked his eyes. Chun Chen. Wang Xuanzhan's expression shifted drastically. Huh? How did you know? Who else can pique your interest like? And Lin looked at Wang Xianhan with a hint of a smile on his face, alongside a knowing expression. Wang Xuanzhan coughed a little sheepishly. Since the day I was born, I've been in countless battles, but there are only two that remain most poignant in my memory. In the battle with you I lost, but I have no regrets. After all, you stabbed a huge crack into the very ground itself with just one finger. There was no way I could have survived that attack. But in my battle with Chun Chun, he didn't even move a single finger, but his aura had already bested mine, forcing me into submission before the battle had even begun. Running before a battle remains the worst humiliation I have ever suffered. I have to find him and fight him in a real battle. Even if I lose, I have to know exactly how I lost. And Lin was a little intrigued by his words. Did you battle Chun Chun when you met him last time in the Holy Glacial Lands? Wang Xuanzhan shook his head. He ran away before we had a chance to battle. And Lin, however, before he ran away, he told me to pass a message on to you. Wang Xuanzhan continued. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Pass a message on to me? And Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Wang Xuanzhan nodded with a peculiar expression. He said that not only has he mastered the finger of the heavenly Tao, he has also mastered the fist of the heavenly Tao, the leg of the heavenly Tao, and the sword of the heavenly Tao, and that if you would like to learn from him, he can teach you if you go find him in the Holy Glacial Lands. And Lin, excuse me? And Lin did not know how to express his emotions at this point in time. Leg of the heavenly Tao. Why not invent an ass of the heavenly Tao? What kind of bullshit is this? Although the techniques did sound pretty awesome, a chill would run down his spine every time he thought of the consequential self-detonation that would result from using the finger of the heavenly Tao, making him naturally want to reject the offer. Why did Chun Chun say that he could teach him? How was Chun Chun not baffled at the fact that Lin was able to learn such a powerful technique so easily? There had to be some sort of secret involved. Despite his curiosity, Lin did not try to unveil these secrets. He had a nagging feeling that any efforts to do so would result in danger. Just forget about it for now. And Lin shook his head to dispel his confusion. His top priority right now was to improve his own strength. With sufficient strength, any problem could be resolved. Once he was powerful enough, stuff like the fist of the heavenly Tao, leg of the heavenly Tao, or whatever wouldn't matter. Heck, he could tell the very heavens to go and get fucked if he was powerful enough. After bidding farewell to Wang Xuanzhan, Lin returned to his living quarters and swallowed a vital energy pill before commencing his cultivation. The vital energy pill was a 9th-grade spirit pill, the consumption of which drastically increased the speed at which he could temper his core through meditation. Although the pills were quite expensive and the effect only lasted 2 days, it didn't matter because he was filthy rich. A filthy rich tycoon like him had to have his own cultivation methods. This was something that Lin strongly believed in. 2 days later, Lin came out of seclusion. Taking advantage of the free time he had during this holiday period, he decided to visit Su Qianyun. It was finally time to repay the debt he owed to Chang'e. Su Qianyun was just about to go out when a man riding on a dog came to visit. Classmate Lin, why are you here? A hint of excitement flashed through Su Qianyun's bright blue eyes as she spoke in a soft and mellow voice. Lin descended down beside Su Qianyun. I'm here to repay my debt. Debt? Su Qianyun blinked with a vacant expression before coming to a sudden realization. Oh, you're referring to the money for the 2nd-grade Immortal pill? Sister Chang'e didn't really ask you to pay for the Immortal pill, and even if you were to do so, it's best to wait until you have more money. It would be too troublesome for you to accumulate money for 1 or 2 years just to pay off a small amount. There's no need for that. And Lin scratched his head. But I feel like I've accumulated enough. A light smile appeared on Su Qianyun's face as she explained patiently. It's not as simple as you think. These immortal pills are not things that can be bought with just a few 100,000 spirit stones. I'm not trying to scare you, but for an immortal pill like the ultimate creation pill, whose effect comes close to rivaling that of a first-grade immortal pill, it'd cost you at least 10 million spirit stones. Su Qianyun knew that Enlin had earned a lot of money during these past 1 or 2 years. She approximated that he would have roughly 1 million spirit stones, which was already a huge amount to any normal cultivator. However, this was nowhere near enough to pay for the second-grade immortal pill. If he were to present such a paltry amount to Xianxia, he would undoubtedly be met with scorn and disdain. She was worried that Enlin would feel too much pressure resting on his shoulders after learning of the price for the immortal pill, so she consoled him in a gentle voice. "Classmate Enlin, you should focus on earning more money. Sister Xianxia seriously wouldn't take it to heart even if you repay her a little later." Enlin stroked his chin. Is 14.8 million spirit stones still not enough? Yes, not even 14.8 million spirit stones will. Su Qianyun faltered halfway through her sentence. She raised her head with an expression filled with disbelief. You have 14.8 million spirit stones? Yeah, I've had some interesting experiences. Hehe. Enlin replied a little sheepishly. Su Qianyun was completely shocked into silence. What kind of interesting experiences would enable someone to accumulate as many as 14.8 million spirit stones within the short span of fewer than 2 years? Even though Su Qianyun was a member of the imperial family and had seen countless wealthy people, this was still completely unfathomable to her. One had to realize this was a huge amount of money even for a celestial immortal of return to void stage cultivation base. For Enlin to be able to accumulate this much in less than 2 years. This was far too crazy. Su Qianyun calmed her emotions down slightly and looked at Enlin. After seeing that he was not joking, she finally nodded her head earnestly. All right, I'll take you to the Moon Palace. On a vast expanse of silver land, a sea of osmanthus trees stood in a dense forest. The aromatic scent of osmanthus flowers drifted far and wide, enchanting those nearby with its lovely fragrance. If a mortal was to come here and breathe in just one breath of this scent, which was imbued with the pure power of Yin, they would be able to extend their lifespan by 10 years. Enlin followed Su Qianyun on dog back through the forest of osmanthus trees, and before long, they arrived at a towering, majestic palace. A faint white light emanated from the palace, giving it a sense of serenity and holiness. There was a plaque on the gate, on which was written the words, "All males and dogs alike are barred from entry." An apologetic expression appeared on Su Qianyun's porcelain-like face as she turned to Dabai. Dabai, the Moon Palace has its rules, so you'll have to wait by the gate for a little while. And Lin laughed as he leaped down from Dabai's back before lightly stroking Dabai's head. What a pity that dogs can't enter. Go play somewhere else. Dabai opened his eyes wide. Amazing! Men and dogs are barred from entry. But Enlin is allowed to enter. What could this mean? Woof. Enlin. He wasn't expecting Dabai to retaliate. It looked like he had to teach Dabai a lesson in private later on. A light blush appeared on Su Qianyun's delicate features as she spoke in a mellow voice. Classmate Enlin, that's not what I mean. You're still a man. I have to make a special exception to grant you entry. Enlin's lips twitched slightly. Was there really a need to elaborate on the fact that he was a man? Classmate Su, you're taking things too seriously. Su Qianyun then led Enlin into the Moon Palace. Along the way, Enlin saw many female young immortal servants in white robes with their faces obscured behind veils. They all bowed respectfully to Su Qianyun, so it was clear to see that Su Qianyun was an important figure in the Moon Palace. When they turned their gazes upon Enlin, their eyes were filled with curiosity. When they saw Enlin's Adam's apple, their eyes glowed with excitement. Enlin was quite familiar with the look in their eyes. After all, he wore the same expression when he went to look at pandas in the zoo. The two of them strolled onward amid a sea of curious gazes. There were a total of 9 levels in the Moon Palace, and Xianxia lived on the top level. Don't we need someone to pass on a message? Enlin was a little anxious. Su Qianyun shook her head. No need. Sister Xianxia has been aware of your arrival from the moment you set foot in the Moon Palace. The fact that she hasn't impeded your entry is proof that she's allowing you to meet her. And Lin nodded. He was of course quite anxious to meet such a powerful mighty figure. Xianxia had a series of extremely renowned titles such as Best Pill Refinement Master in the Kingdom of the Nine States, Wealthiest Landlord of the Heavenly Court, Most Beautiful Woman in all of the Heavenly Court, a mighty figure at the pinnacle of Return to Void stage, and so on and so forth. These titles all worked to pile further pressure on Lin. Once they arrived at the 8th level, a nightmarish voice suddenly sounded. Huh? Su Chenyun, why did you bring a man in here? Oh, if it isn't Idiot and Lin's chest tightened at the title he was given. Idiot and my ass. He turned toward the room and was greeted by the sight of a completely nude, translucent white rabbit. The rabbit was about half as tall as a grown man and leaped down onto the ground in front of Lin. It surveyed him with its round, ruby-like eyes while holding a jade pestle for crushing medicine in its hand. Xiaoyu, how could you say that to classmate Lin? Su Chenyun was a little angry. You two humphed coldly in reply. Su Chenyun, if you don't believe me, I can run a test of intelligence on Idiot and right now to demonstrate what I mean. And Lin's legs almost gave out from under him as he recalled the time he was knocked unconscious by the rabbit's jade pestle. Stop it, Xiaoyu. Classmate Lin is here to repay his debt. Su Chenyun pursed her lips and glared at you two with glistening blue eyes. Although her expression was supposed to reflect her anger, it was far too cute to carry any kind of threat. You two's eyes lit up in excitement. You're here to repay your debt? Does that mean you're descending into the mortal world again? What a coincidence. I'm just about to run out of snacks. The dried carrots aren't really that good, so 40 kilograms will suffice. I'll have 20 boxes of the carrot-flavored chips, 3 tons of carrot-flavored French fries. Hey, that's not what I meant. He has accumulated a lot of spirit stones and wants to repay Sister Xianxia for the cost of the pill refinement. Su Chenyun hurriedly elaborated. Accumulated a lot of spirit stones. You two's ears drooped down in disappointment. It turned to look at Lin and slowly raised the jade pestle in its hand. How many spirit stones are we talking here? And Lin's chest tightened at the sight of you two's jade pestle as he answered, 14.8 million. Clatter. You two's jade pestle slipped out of its grasp and clattered onto the ground as it stared at Lin in shock. 14.8 million spirit stones? Do you think I'm an idiot? How's that possible? And Lin sighed in resignation and brought out a projection of his storage ring for you two to see. You two stared at the mountainous piles of spirit stone and vital stones as its body trembled uncontrollably. Did you rob a bank? No. A bank wouldn't have so much money. You must have looted an imperial family. That's not right either. You don't have the strength to do that. This is completely inexplicable. Idiots really do have idiotic luck? Rage flared up in Lin's heart at being repeatedly referred to as an idiot, and he waved his hand in anger. Humph! How can pitiful beings like you comprehend the might of someone like me? Ha! How dare you act so cocky in front of me? You two yelped before swinging its jade pestle down through the air. Bam! The jade pestle had a stunning ability which almost knocked Lin out cold as he copped a blow to the head. Fortunately, you two did not strike down at full power, so Lin wasn't completely knocked out on the spot. Su Chenyun hurriedly wrapped an arm around Lin's waist to stop him from teetering over as stars danced in front of his eyes. She then turned to glare at you two with a resentful expression. You two humphed coldly with a justified expression. How long had it been since a man entered the Moon Palace? Now that there was finally one after such a long time, it naturally had to teach him a lesson to keep him tame and obedient. Since you're here to repay your debt, I'll allow you to see Sister Xianxia. You two looked at Lin before turning to lead from the front. But I have to warn you, the palace leader is in a really foul mood at the moment, so you have to be careful with your words and actions. If you incur her wrath, no one will be able to save you. You two turned to caution Lin before it strode forward. And Lin nodded solemnly. He was only here to repay a debt, so he just had to behave obediently and everything should be fine. On the 9th level of the Moon Palace, one could see the entirety of the moon below. Passing through a screen with an antiquated feel to it, a female figure appeared in Lin's field of vision. This was the woman with the renowned reputation of being the most beautiful woman under the heavens. She wore a white dress which rippled gently in the light breeze, appearing as if it were a lotus flower blossoming in the dead of night. An elegant and graceful female figure lay in a lounge chair, with one of her porcelain-like hands supporting her chin and a lazy expression on her face. A pair of beautiful eyes stared off into space, as if in deep contemplation about something. Xianxia's features were even more beautiful than Su Qianyun's. Like a divine maiden from the heavens, she was able to melt the coldest of hearts and enchant any onlookers. And Lin thought that he had already been desensitized by all the beautiful women he had seen, but the sheer perfection of Xianxia still left him completely rooted to the spot and unable to utter a single word. Sister Xianxia, classmate and Lin accumulated a lot of spirit stones recently, and has come here especially to repay you for saving his life. Su Qianyun smiled daintily, and Lin came to his senses and spoke respectfully. I'm forever indebted to you for your kindness and have come here today to present some spirit stones to express my gratitude. I hope you may accept my offering. Time passes by like a slow-moving creek, but I'm still unable to glean the essence of the world before me. Xianxia spoke in a cool voice as she shook her head lightly and stared off into the vast expanse of stars in the sky. And Lin blinked his eyes in incomprehension. What did she just say? And Lin was a little dumbfounded. He didn't know whether Xianxia had heard him speak. So what was he supposed to do now? Did he need to repeat himself? What Sister Xianxia is saying is that she has been bored for a long time. Su Qianyun transmitted her voice to Lin in private. And Lin came to a sudden realization at Su Qianyun's reminder. The words spoken by mighty figures were indeed deep and profound. An average Joe like him wouldn't even be able to understand the meaning behind her words. He immediately transmitted his voice to Su Qianyun in reply, as if he was grasping desperately onto a life jacket. She didn't reply to me about the spirit stones. What do I do now? Sister Xianxia is clearly pondering a question and is not in the mood to discuss your debt. We can try to cheer her up and bring up the issue again once she's in a better mood. Su Qianyun transmitted her voice to him again, and Lin's lips twitched lightly. Cheer Xianxia up? He didn't even know how to cheer up his beast pets when they were in a bad mood. How was he supposed to cheer up someone he knew nothing about? Sister Xianxia, is something bothering you? You can talk to me about it if you want. Su Qianyun took the initiative and strode to Xianxia's side with a vibrant smile on her face. Xianxia finally turned her gaze to focus on Su Qianyun and sighed lightly. My thoughts are like weeds in spring. The further I try to detach myself from them, the more entangled I become in them. And Lin stood with a vacant expression and couldn't help but transmit his voice to Su Qianyun again. What's Xianxia saying now? She's saying that she tends to think too much when she's bored, and her thoughts become like weeds in spring, cropping up relentlessly and clouding her mind. I feel like she might be a little bit depressed. Let me try and cheer her up first, Su Qianyun replied. And Lin nodded solemnly and continued to stand off to the side in silence. Such a sophisticated method of speech was not something uneducated buffoons like him could comprehend. Thus, Su Qianyun and Xianxia continued to chat back and forth between each other. And Lin couldn't understand a single word of what Xianxia was saying. Perhaps only Su Qianyun would be able to converse so freely with her. U2 clasped its jade pestle in its hand as it stood beside Lin, blinking from time to time as it looked up at Xianxia. And Lin could see that the rabbit also seemed a bit confused and thus transmitted his voice to it with curiosity. Xiaoyu, can you understand what Senior Xianxia is saying? U2 shuddered at his question. Is Xiaoyu a nickname an idiot like you should be referring to me as? Geez, I've got goosebumps running all over my body now. And Lin? U2 continued after a while. The palace leader only speaks like this when she suffers an onset of hipster disease. When she's in this state, only Su Qianyun is able to hold a normal conversation with her. Hipster disease. And Lin took in a deep breath as his eyes lit up with relief. He was initially wondering whether there actually was something wrong with his intelligence and was considering whether he needed to take an IQ test. However, if this was something that not even U2 could comprehend, then there was clearly something wrong with Xianxia instead of himself. And Lin felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders as he continued to listen to the conversation between the celestial maidens before him. I'm like a flower petal that has fallen into a trench. I yearn for a different life where I can live out my dreams, but awaken to find myself alone in this cold palace. Sister Xianxia, Xiao Yu and I will always be by your side. I won't allow you to speak so pessimistically. If I obtain what I want, I'll be at a loss for what to yearn for next. But if I don't obtain the object of my desire, my heart is overwhelmed with grief and loss. He. When I become a celestial immortal, I'll assume the role of deputy palace leader. That way, I can always remain by your side. And Lin's admiration for Su Qinyun continued to grow as he listened to their conversation. To be able to converse freely with Xianxia under such circumstances, what amazing interpretation abilities would that require? Su Qinyun had transformed from a little girl with no aptitude for languages, who couldn't even master Mandarin and English, to an expert of words that was admired by even her teacher, Lin. A bizarre thought even began to form in Lin's mind, which was that the seemingly pure and innocent Su Qinyun was actually Xianxia's big sister, and Su Qinyun was in the process of soothing her mentally unstable little sister. Everything is like the reflection of the moon and flowers in a pond of water. I can only look on wistfully, but the reflection would shatter should I reach for the moon and flowers in the water. A hint of sadness appeared on Xianxia's face at the conclusion of her sentence, making her appear particularly vulnerable and sorrowful. And Lin suddenly had the urge to hug her gently to himself in order to soothe her aching heart. Of course, Lin valued his life far too much to actually act on those whims. A surprised expression appeared on Su Qinyun's face. Is that really what you think? Xianxia nodded her head, then shook her head. This was the first time during the conversation that an expression of surprise had appeared on Su Qinyun's face, prompting Lin to transmit his voice to her curiously. What did Xianxia just say? Su Qinyun replied with a serious expression. Sister Xianxia says she's too perfect for her own good, and although she has had many potential suitors ask for her hand, all of them have ulterior motives in their pursuit. It has become very difficult to find people that love her wholeheartedly for who she is, and even harder to find someone that satisfies her standards. In other words, she's feeling a little lonely, and she says she wants to be in a relationship, and Lin was in complete shock. It felt as if there were a group of mythological beasts stampeding in his heart. My God, Xianxia wants to be in a relationship? This was earth-shattering news. Imagine the sensation this would stir up within the kingdom of the 9 states. He then suddenly thought of a very serious problem. Did she say whether she wants to be in a relationship with a man or a woman? This was a critical issue. To Lin, this issue was even more important than the news event itself. Su Qinyun blinked with incomprehension as if she was finding it strange that Lin was asking all these additional questions. But she still gave a serious reply. Of course she's looking for a man. If she was looking for a woman, she could just come to me. Gasp! And Lin inhaled in shock. Su Qinyun had provided too much information in that one sentence. He needed some time to process her words. What did Su Qinyun mean when she said Xianxia could just come to her if she was looking for a woman? She spoke the words so naturally, but was there a hidden meaning behind her sentence? If Xianxia really was looking for a boyfriend, then this was shocking news. If this news traveled to the heavenly court, every man would probably go mad. Right at this moment, Xianxia cast her gaze on Lin. Her eyes were rippling with emotion, causing Lin to shudder involuntarily. Lin, would you take a stroll with me? Lin completely rooted to the spot. Su Qinyun opened her eyes wide as she looked at Xianxia, then at Lin. She was naturally aware of the meaning behind Xianxia's words, and it was exactly because of this that she was in complete and utter disbelief. You two had obviously asked Su Qinyun the same question. After learning of the context, an expression identical to Lin's appeared on its face as it also stood rooted to the spot, seemingly dumbfounded with shock. Are you kidding me? Xianxia has never even been in a close relationship with another man, but now she wants a boyfriend? On top of that, what was this about asking Lin to take a stroll with her? Was she looking for a spirit-nurturing stage sugar baby? If word of this was to reach the ears of the Taoist immortals in the heavenly court, they'd probably cough up blood in rage. Xianxia stood up from her lounge chair and walked gracefully toward Enlin. Each and every one of her actions seemed to be smooth and choreographed, exuding a natural sense of beauty that enchanted the onlooker. She seemed to find Enlin's awestruck expression a little funny and chuckled lightly. There's no need to be so nervous. Although her voice was still quite cold, it was no longer emotionless. Enlin recovered from his shock and stared at the epitome of perfection standing in front of him, unable to believe the situation he was in. He suddenly realized that he could understand what Chang was saying. Xianxia was repressing her hipster disease just so she could engage in a normal conversation with Enlin. This notion made Enlin feel extremely flattered. Come, take a stroll with me in the osmanthus forest. Xianxia laid a hand on Enlin's arm and the world around them began to warp. In the next instant, they both appeared in the forest of osmanthus trees. Is this teleportation? Enlin's pupils contracted drastically. This was the first time he had ever seen anyone teleport so nonchalantly. Normally, return to void stage mighty figures had to tear a rift in space first before stepping through. For Xianxia to be able to instantly teleport with a wave of her hand, this was something only a mighty figure at the pinnacle of spatial manipulation could manage. Xianxia closed her eyes lightly and inhaled deeply. Her eyelashes trembled lightly under the glow of the moon like a fluttering butterfly. What a lovely scent. This is the time when the osmanthus flowers are in full bloom. She smiled lightly and began to stroll around the forest with Enlin in tow. Enlin couldn't help but blush lightly at the feeling of Xianxia's hand in his. Enlin, Xiao Yu has gained over 1 kilogram of weight from the snacks you brought here. In the past, she was always too concerned about her figure to indulge herself. Who would have thought your snacks would make her completely cave in? Enlin recovered from his daze and chuckled lightly. Hee, you should send Xiao Yu to me sometime. I can walk her for you. Really? She's always in the Moon Palace with me and never exercises. It would be great if you could take her for a walk at your university from time to time. No problem, but you have to confiscate her jade pestle first. I still have PTSD from that thing. Haha. Xiao Yu has mentioned the story about you in the past. She said you're too dumb and needs to be knocked on the head regularly to become more intelligent. Enlin. Thus, the two of them strolled together in the moonlit forest, chatting freely. The feeling Xianxia gave him was she was no longer the high and mighty leader of the Moon Palace, but instead just a warm and approachable woman. A light breeze flew by, sweeping up a few strands of Xianxia's luscious hair, blowing the light, enchanting scent of osmanthus flowers toward Enlin. She raised a hand and a white flower petal flew toward her in the wind and settled in her palm. Xianxia looked at the pristine white petal with a smile on her face. This is the time when all the osmanthus flowers are in full bloom. The petals are good enough to be turned into tea leaves, or to be used for making osmanthus mooncakes. Enlin was greatly intrigued by her words. You know how to make osmanthus mooncakes? Xianxia raised her chin with a proud expression. Of course. The mooncakes I make are some of the best under the heavens. If you're interested, I can make a few osmanthus mooncakes for you. That would be great. Enlin nodded in reply. Xianxia was the leader of the Moon Palace. The mooncakes she made could be real mooncakes. Just the notion itself was enough to bring a smile to Enlin's face. He could bring out the mooncakes and flex to everyone else. You guys can only look up at the moon when making mooncakes, whereas my mooncakes are personally made by Xianxia, who resides on the moon herself. Xianxia couldn't help but chuckle lightly at Enlin's quick response. He probably didn't even know just what an honor this was. One had to realize that within the heavenly court, a mooncake made by Xianxia herself was a priceless object comparable in value to at least one immortal pill. However, Xianxia had no intention of disclosing this to Enlin. It was extremely rare for her to meet a person with such thick skin, so she didn't want to ruin their conversation with unnecessary nuances. All the immortals in the heavenly court looked upon her with eyes that practically glowed. Their scorching gazes were a huge turnoff for her. However, this spirit-nurturing stage cultivator beside her completely bucked the trend. Although he was initially entranced by her looks, He soon rediscovered his natural personality and began to stroll and chat with her, as if she was just another normal woman. I feel very relaxed interacting with you. I'm not sure if this is a so-called date as I believe it's known as on Earth, but to be honest, I don't dislike this sort of feeling, Xianxia said. And Lin replied with a teasing chuckle, don't dislike equals like in my books. Xianxia smiled lightly as she looked at Lin with her bright rippling eyes. Her smile was the epitome of beauty, and for an instant, it seemed to become the center of the universe as Lin's heart skipped a beat. And Lin inhaled deeply and only managed to come to his senses after a long time. Her extreme beauty coupled with that enchanting smile was simply too destructive a package. And Lin was almost killed by her beauty. There's a research report on Earth which states that a man can lengthen his lifespan by regularly looking at beautiful women. After seeing your smile, I feel like I'm now immortal, and Lin exclaimed in marvel. Huh? Did you dip your lips in osmanthus honey? How shameless of you! Xianxia retorted Lin's compliments with her words, but for some reason, she did not actually feel any displeasure at his words. She released Lin's hand and looked at him with narrowed eyes. Thus concludes our game of boyfriend-girlfriend. You are the first man that I have ever gone on a date with, and you might well also be the last. So you should be proud of that. And Lin nodded with a serious expression, clearly very much in agreement with Xianxia's statement. Can I boast about this to my friends? This was a date with the most beautiful woman in the heavenly court. For God's sake. He even held her hand. He could boast about this for 100 years. Xianxia chuckled grimly. You can boast about this to anyone you like, but don't say I didn't warn you. If you really do spread word of this, every male in the heavenly court would probably instantly become your enemy. And Lin faltered slightly at her words before a chill ran down his spine. Her words definitely rang true. If he wanted to continue to exist in the heavenly court, he absolutely had to keep this a secret. I don't dislike being with you, but as expected, it's still much more stimulating being with Su Qinyun, and I'm extremely happy when I'm with her as well. Xianxia spoke with a sad expression. It seems like I'm beyond salvation. And Lin's lips twitched slightly, but he remained silent. He didn't know how and he didn't dare to respond. He had speculated that there was an ulterior motive behind Xianxia's decision to look for a male suitor, and that was that she wanted to correct her sexual orientation, or experience what a relationship with the opposite sex would be like. It appeared now that the former was indeed Xianxia's objective, but unfortunately, her efforts ended in failure. By the way, do you know why I sacrificed so much to save you back then? Xianxia suddenly changed the topic of conversation to one that Lin was extremely curious about. This was a question that had perplexed him for a long time. He had a feeling that there were some complex circumstances involved, and Lin's interest was immediately piqued. Why? Xianxia smiled mysteriously. Back then, your blood essence had all seeped away, and you were only kept alive by being locked in the soul-locking ice coffin. Even Shi the Enlightened from the heavenly court was unable to bring you back. After that, Su Qinyun came to the Moon Palace to implore me to save you. I couldn't bear to refuse her, so I refined an ultimate creation pill which was imbued with the true power of the moon, and that pill saved your life. This is what everyone thinks to be the truth. But did you know, there was a person that came to me before Su Qinyun did, and it was exactly because of him that I decided to pay such a heavy price to save you. And Lin immediately grasped the situation. So the reason Xianxia saved him was actually because of that other person? Who's the other person? And Lin asked with bright eyes as his heart thumped with excitement. Xianxia turned toward Lin. Take a guess, who'd be able to convince me to pay such a heavy price to save you? Even the Celestial the Arch is incapable of this, so take a guess at who else it might be. Not even the Celestial the Arch was capable of convincing her. And Lin stood rooted to the spot. He felt like his brain had disintegrated into a pile of mush. He had initially thought that it might be the principal of the university, or the mysterious true god that had given him the system. But Xianxia had just said that not even the Celestial the Arch would be able to convince her, so it had to be some existence above the Celestial the Arch. The Celestial the Arch was already the monarch of the kingdom of the 9 states. He was the most powerful of all the true gods, an existence higher than him, was that even possible? And Lin pointed to the sky with a shocked expression. Could it be that God himself asked you to save me? Peft! Xianxia's serious expression instantly crumbled, and her body trembled with laughter like a lotus flower sitting on a pool of rippling water. Please, I'm talking about something very serious here. Can you stop joking around? And Lin's expression soured. But I really don't know who it could be. Xianxia looked at Lin's expression and deduced that he did not seem to be lying. A sense of puzzlement welled up in her heart. Could it be that he really didn't know that person? Or perhaps that person never revealed his identity to him and was always protecting him from the shadows. She felt like Lin really was oblivious to the situation, so she revealed the answer to him. The person who came to the Moon Palace and asked me to save you was none other than Dao Lord Luya. Dao Lord Luya? Who's that? And Lin blinked in confusion. Xianxia's chest tightened at his oblivious expression. Did you sleep through your Tai Chu continent history classes? And Lin shook his head and replied in a straightforward manner. That's an elective subject. I don't like history, so I didn't choose it. But if this Dao Lord Luya truly is someone famous, I should have heard his name from somewhere anyway. Xianxia sighed lightly. Compared to the other three on the Tai Chu continent, he's definitely far less renowned with only a handful of people that know of him. He hasn't established any sex, but he stands above the three realms and travels through the myriad of worlds at his whim. Alright, how about this? You've at least heard of the Sakyamuni Buddha, right? And Lin immediately nodded his head. He was the founder of the Buddhist kingdom, a powerful mighty figure that was comparable to the Celestial the Arch, so of course he had heard of him. The Sakyamuni Buddha was the disciple of Grandmaster Hun Kuan. Grandmaster Hun Kuan, along with Dao Lord Luya, Her Majesty Nuwa, and Ancestor Hongjun are the four gods of creation. Do you understand now just who Dao Lord Luya is? Xianxia looked at Lin with a hint of a smile on her face. And Lin was completely dumbfounded by her words. It was as if he was listening to some sort of fictional story. Dao Lord Luya? God of creation. Holy shit, this was a guy countless times more powerful than even the likes of Long Outyen and Zhao Ritian. When did he forge relations with such a mighty being? Could it be that he was the main character of some predestined fate? That he had some sort of unimaginable power within him? That the world needed him as its savior? And Lin's thoughts surged uncontrollably as he stood rooted to the spot like a statue. This was simply far too much to take in at once. A gentle breeze passed through, blowing a translucent white flower petal to sit on his head. But he did not take any notice of it. Xianxia did not disrupt his thoughts, leaving him to digest everything on his own. After a long while, Lin finally came to his senses. Ahem. Then do I still have to pay you back for the immortal pill? Xianxia. She slapped her forehead in exasperation. Never would she have thought that these would be the first words to come out of Lin's mouth after taking so long to digest the situation. Oh, did Dao Lord Luya tell you that I have an unmatched talent and am destined to save the world or something like that? No, Xianxia snapped. Also, since you offered to repay the money for the immortal pill, you can't go back on your word now. I won't ask for too much either, only 12 million spirit stones, which is just enough to cover the cost for refining the immortal pill. And Lin nodded a little sheepishly as a hint of disappointment welled up in his heart. So he wasn't some savior after all. A series of questions then began to appear in his mind. What did Dao Lord Luya look like? In what way is he related to me? Why would he want to save me? In the face of Lin's string of questions, Xianxia was at a bit of a loss as well. Dao Lord Luya was very handsome. As for the other questions, I don't know. Go ask him yourself. And Lin blanked out at her words. Dao Lord Luya wasn't his beast pet or something. He didn't even know where to find him. How the hell was he supposed to ask him anything? However, Xianxia did say that Dao Lord Luya was quite handsome, so he could essentially eliminate the old man that had forced the system on him back on Earth from his list of possible candidates. If he really was quite handsome, why would he transform himself into an ugly old man when he saved Lin? Wasn't that an insult to his own good looks? And Lin's heart began to gradually calm down. Mighty figures of that level were simply too far away for him to even consider. Even if he wanted to find out the truth, he didn't have the strength to do so at this point in time. Under the current circumstances, it was enough to know that he had a mighty supporter looking out for him. This was a backer that was even more badass than the Celestial the Arch. He transferred the 12 million spirit stones from his storage ring to Xianxia. After repaying his debt, Lin felt a strong sense of freedom and relief. He was an honest person that felt extreme discomfort at owing anyone a debt. This was probably just a bad habit he wouldn't be able to kick. There were only 2.8 million spirit stones in his storage ring now, bringing him down from super tycoon level to just tycoon level, knocking him down one entire socioeconomic class. However, it definitely wasn't the end of the world. He had to buy a present for Su Xiaolin after this. If he had given Su Xiaolin money, she definitely wouldn't accept his gift, so he had to find some other way to express his gratitude. Xianxia used her teleportation technique, and the two of them arrived back at the Moon Palace. Su Qianyun and Yu Tu stared blankly at the two of them, as if they were looking at the eighth wonder of the world. Xianxia's prior depression had completely vanished, and she walked to Su Qianyun's side with a gentle smile before she picked up Su Qianyun's hand in her own. "What are you looking at me like that for? Nothing happened between Lin and me." "But, Sister Xianxia, you held hands with him?" Su Qianyun's chest rose and fell quickly, and a light blush surfaced on her face as if she was detailing some extremely lewd gestures. "You adorable idiot." Xianxia flicked Su Qianyun's forehead with a slim finger. "Didn't I tell you that you can't get pregnant from just holding hands? Only kissing can result in pregnancy." Su Qianyun's blush deepened even further, making her cheeks appear like two ripe apples. "Then did you kiss him?" Xianxia shook her head earnestly. "No, I would only kiss you." And Lin averted his eyes and pretended to be deaf. He really wanted to ridicule their conversation, but he knew that was probably not a good idea. Yu Tu was also standing in silence, clearly already used to the scene taking place in front of her. She had her gaze focused on Lin, looking as if she was in deep thought. "Lin, although Xianxia doesn't mind you knowing about her sexual orientation, I implore you not to tell anyone." A female voice suddenly sounded. Lin nodded solemnly at Yu Tu and transmitted his voice in reply. "Rest assured, I'll take this secret to the grave." After chatting for a while longer, Lin left the Moon Palace with Su Qianyun while riding on the back of his dog. A month-long holiday period was coming, and Lin returned to his living quarters and began to cultivate through tempering his core. The beast core within his body was growing brighter and brighter, shining like a miniature sun within his sea of vital energy. The energy contained within the beast core was already extremely dense, and Lin had an indistinct feeling that he had reached a certain threshold, and breaking through the threshold would allow him to also make a breakthrough in his cultivation base. In a short span of 1 year, he was already close to reaching spirit nurturing intermediate stage. This was all thanks to the divine liquid creation technique as well as wings of true fire, which combined to strengthen his body and increase the size of his sea of vital energy. Only after building a strong foundation could he progress quickly through the ranks. The next day, Lin traveled to Do Shui Palace and traded Emperor Ziwei's Immortal Pill coupon for a 5-elemental Immortal Pill. This was a 6th-grade Immortal Pill which could improve the consumer's control over the power of the 5 elements. The Evergreen Technique, Wings of True Fire, Divine Liquid Creation Technique, and Earth Lotus Supreme Skill were all cultivation methods which tied to the power of the 5 elements. He felt like the 5-elemental Immortal Pill would further his proficiency in those techniques and provide the impetus for his breakthrough. Thus, he swallowed the Immortal Pill right in front of Yishi. This was an experiment of his. Even if he couldn't make a breakthrough, gaining further proficiency in his control over the 5 elements wouldn't be a bad thing. Soon, he could feel his blood begin to boil as the effects of the Immortal Pill took effect. Blue liquid began to surface on his skin as a lotus flower containing the power of earth appeared on his forehead. On top of this, crimson wings of flames began to appear around his body, and a green halo materialized above his head, emitting powerful life force energy. All 4 of his cultivation methods began to manifest themselves on his body. Yishi widened his eyes as his breathing accelerated. "There it is, this the qualitative change in the Immortal Pill I was talking about." Boom! Vital energy suddenly began to surge in the air before condensing into a huge wave of vital energy, which converged above Lin's head. The vital energy created a vortex of over 1,000 feet, engulfing the sky above them in a spectacular show. In the end, the vital energy began to surge into Lin's body, assisting him in completing his transformation. Ishi's knees gave out from under him as he sat onto the ground with his mouth hanging wide open. This is a true mighty figure in immortal pill consumption. Not only did he activate a qualitative change in the power within his body from consuming the immortal pill, he even managed to make a breakthrough in his cultivation base. What fearsome skill! The vortex of vital energy gradually subsided. Lin stood up and looked around with bright eyes as he felt the new energy surging around his body. From this day forth, he was a spirit-nurturing intermediate-stage cultivator. Congratulations on your successful breakthrough, Mr. Lin. She immediately offered up words of congratulations and stared at Lin as if he was looking at his idol. This is all thanks to the immortal pill you refined for me, Elder Ishi. Lin joined his hands in a grateful salute. No. It was clearly because of your unmatched skill in consuming pills. Ahem. I was wondering if Mr. N could perhaps give me some directions on how to consume immortal pills. Ishi asked a little sheepishly. Asking someone how they consumed pills was a very abrupt question, especially as Lin was probably using some sort of mystic technique in conjunction with consuming the pill to bring out the best effect. His question was akin to asking a magician to reveal how their magic tricks worked. However, the pill consumption technique Lin demonstrated was simply too sensational. She couldn't bear to pass up this opportunity. Don't worry. I'll definitely provide you with a satisfactory reward for your disclosure. She continued eagerly as if he was afraid Lin would refuse. Lin scratched his head with a puzzled expression. What the hell was he saying? All I did was swallow the pill and digest it. This was like someone suddenly coming up to you and asking you to instruct them on how to eat food. For fuck's sake, even a 3-year-old child knew how to eat. You'd have to be a retard to require instructions on how to eat. She could see from Lin's perplexed expression that he was unwilling to disclose his secret. This was most likely a highly confidential secret, so it was normal that Lin didn't want to tell anyone. After a brief moment of disappointment, she soon recovered his composure. Even if Lin didn't tell him his secret technique, she was determined to figure it out by himself. This was his pride as the disciple of the Lord Lao Zi, and there was nothing that could stump him. Lin was a little perplexed by the situation and decided it was best to bid Shi farewell. He then immediately fled the scene. After rising into the air, he turned his gaze upon the system anxiously. The cultivate hard and improve every day phrase that the system had thrown at him was a severely traumatic experience. It was only through extremely good fortune that he managed to encounter a lot of miraculous events which helped him break through to spirit-nurturing intermediate stage within the span of a year. Now that his cultivation base had changed, there should be a new set of instructions in the system's taskbar. Spirit-nurturing final stage. Condition. Slay an Emperor-level sea monster through your own strength. Lin's expression faltered at this condition. Emperor-level sea monsters were the same as Emperor-level demons. Only after reaching the soul formation stage were they worthy of the title. As for sea monsters, there were plenty in both the East Sea and the West Sea. As long as he was diligent, he would definitely be able to find one. This mission was essentially asking him to challenge an enemy above his own cultivation base. What if he used the Gundams to beat a sea monster to the brink of death, after which he delivered the killing blow? If the system counted this as slaying a sea monster through his own strength, then this task really wasn't very difficult at all. Obviously, Lin wasn't going to pass up the chance to improve his cultivation base through completing a system mission, especially when the mission seemed like a very achievable one. After all, progress in cultivating through normal means was far too slow. Even a prodigy of the highest caliber would require quite a few years to make each breakthrough, and Lin was unwilling to waste that much time. He wanted to catch up to Su Xiaolan as soon as possible. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. With that in mind, Let's go slay a sea monster in the East Sea during this holiday period. And Lin immediately departed after making his decision. He set off at the crack of dawn with Xiaoqiu and Dabai in tow. After making a final decision on his plans, and Lin suddenly felt like he was forgetting something. Why do I have the feeling I've forgotten someone? He furrowed his brows in deep thought. I've got Xiaoqiu and Dabai. Holy fuck! Xiao Hong! And Lin yelled in sudden realization. He suddenly remembered his little red flower as his eyes widened in shock. Dabai also came to a realization at Lin's exclamation. Woof! I knew there was something missing recently. Turns out it was Big Sister Hong. Perhaps she's still with Su Xiaolin. And Lin grimaced. I don't think she came out after diving into Su Xiaolin's lap at the Winter Dragon Tomb. It's been so many days. I can't believe we've never noticed her absence. Big Sister Hong's sense of existence is diminishing further and further. She's probably already returned to the Vermilion Bird sect with Su Xiaolin. Xiaoqiu shook his head in resignation. And Lin slapped his forehead and sighed. So be it, she can photosynthesize in the Vermilion Bird sect anyway. We don't have much time. Let's set off for the East Sea immediately. Dabai wagged his tongue. Aren't we going to recruit some team members? Woof! Xiaolin has to return to her sect to consolidate Shun Yin's inheritance. Su Qinyun needs to stay by Chang'e's side. And Big Brother Chang is in seclusion at the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect and won't come out until he reaches spirit-nurturing final stage. And Lin sighed in resignation. There were 2 spirit-nurturing final stage cultivators in their class now. Su Qinyun lived up to her title as a Daomad cultivator. Her dedication to her Dao allowed her to make extremely quick progress to become the first student to reach spirit-nurturing final stage in their class. Su Xiaolan, on the other hand, managed to make a breakthrough after exploring the Winter Dragon Tomb. When Shenyuan Cheng learned of this, he was completely distraught. He was a student that had been granted a letter of recommendation from a true god. To be overtaken by 2 of his classmates in quick succession was too much for him to bear. Hence, and Lin was unsurprised that Shenyuan Cheng made the decision to put himself into seclusion in order to improve his cultivation base as quickly as possible. It's just an emperor-level sea monster, we can take care of it ourselves. And Lin wore a calm and confident expression. It was just a soul formation stage sea monster, what did he have to fear? Let's go. Dabai, Xiaoqiu. We'll set forth to the East Sea immediately. There was a vast expanse of land between the Kingdom of the 9 States and the East Sea, which was a lot bigger than even the Kingdom of the 9 States. There were over 100 small tribes from the Tai-Chu continent distributed over this vast expanse of land. And Lin definitely wouldn't choose to fly to the East Sea. That was simply an unfeasible option, as Dabai would probably die from exhaustion before they even arrived at their destination. Luckily, he was filthy rich, so they were able to successfully arrive at the East Sea through the use of a series of teleportation spell formations. Wow! So this is the East Sea. There's no end to it in sight. And Lin stood on the sandy beach and gazed into the skyline as he exclaimed in excitement. Translucently blue, infinitely vast, majestic and imposing. Those were the immediate first impressions the East Sea gave him. The location they were situated at was part of the Pearl Kingdom. The Pearl Kingdom was ruled by the Pearl people. They were one of the aforementioned small tribes in the region. The Pearl people were very interesting in appearance. All of them were of a yellowish-white pallor with pairs of hands and feet similar to that of a human. But they were very stumpy and short. On top of that, their bodies were extremely round, and their average height was around 1 meter. Looking from afar, they looked like a bunch of anthropomorphic pearls walking around. Mr. and Lin, this is the part of the ocean closest to the 7 Demons realm. A large pearl pointed into the distance with a serious expression on her round face. Her name was Chi-Chi, and she was a professional tour guide who had been hired by Lin for 10,000 spirit stones. She was a renowned beauty in the nearby Bolan city, with the roundest, smoothest, and whitest body around. Even from Lin's perspective, she was quite beautiful to behold in a purely artistic way. And Lin nodded in response. The 7 Demons realm was a renowned part of the ocean where there were frequent sightings of powerful sea monsters. They would often attack the boats traveling through the region, and some especially bloodthirsty sea monsters would even make their way out of the ocean to hunt for prey on the coast. There were tales of 7 powerful demons ruling over this area of the East Sea with armies of tens of thousands of sea monsters under their command. Hence, the area was named the 7 Demons Realm. If it wasn't for Enlin's willingness to pay a hefty price and his powerful cultivation base, Chi-Chi would not have taken the risk to bring them here. All right, let's go back to make some preparations and set off into the ocean tomorrow. Excitement danced in Enlin's eyes as he stared out into the sea. So what if there are 7 powerful demons here? I'll crush them all and become the Pirate King. No one could understand what Enlin was talking about, but they did manage to grasp one crucial piece of information from his monologue, and that was they were venturing out to sea tomorrow. Within Bolan City, there were round pearl people walking around everywhere, but one could occasionally catch a glance of 2 human figures. These humans were probably cultivators who had traveled here from the Kingdom of the 9 States. They towered above all the pearl people like giants and had to be careful when entering buildings in case they bumped into transoms. As a professional tour guide, Chi-Chi was very proficient at organizing events. Enlin and the others explored the region with her in the lead and thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Once night fell, Chi-Chi led them to a renowned restaurant and ordered a huge seafood feast. There were all kinds of seafood delicacies piling up the whole table, including shellfish, fish, and seabirds. Enlin, Dabai, and Xiao cleaned up the whole table of food in record time. This was the most delicious seafood they had ever tasted. After their huge seafood feast, they settled down for the night in a hotel. I've organized 3 large merchant ships, the top levels of which will be filled with merchandise, as well as bait with extremely strong scents to attract sea monsters. Chi-Chi sat in front of Enlin as she reported to him the preparations she had made for their journey out to sea the following day. The sea was unfathomably huge. If they were to explore the ocean themselves in search of an emperor-level sea monster, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The best way was to lure the sea monsters to them, and the 3 merchant ships would act as the ideal bait. Just as everyone was chatting in the room, the ground below them suddenly began to tremble. Boom! The sound of an ear-splitting explosion erupted from afar, as if there had been a heavy collision. Enlin immediately stood up with a cautious expression. Chi-Chi also stood up and opened the windows before looking toward the city gates, where she was met with the sight of roaring flames and thick, billowing smoke. It's the sea monsters. They're attacking the city. Sea monsters attacking the city? Enlin's eyes immediately lit up as he looked around at Dabai and Xiao, who wore expressions identical to his. They were just thinking about how to lure the sea monsters into their trap. But the sea monsters were courteous enough to spare them the trouble of doing so. This was an opportunity that they were obviously not going to pass up. Let's go and introduce ourselves to those sea monsters. Enlin flew into the air excitedly on his dog's back and flew toward the city gate. Be careful. Many of the sea monsters are poisonous. Chi-Chi had not yet reached spirit nurturing stage and therefore couldn't fly, so she could only offer up words of caution as Enlin departed. I'll keep that in mind. Enlin flew toward the city gate without even a backward glance. So what if the sea monsters were poisonous? His evergreen technique was able to dispel all toxins. Only the poison from evil spirit emperors would be worthy of any concern. At this moment, the area in front of the city gate had been transformed into a battlefield. Countless pearl people glistened under the moonlight as they scurried around the city wall, forming a long defensive line as they rained cannon blasts onto the sea monsters below. General Pearl King, there's too many of them. If things continue like this, our defensive line is going to crumble. A pearl soldier yelled. Hold on. I've already requested reinforcements from Dalang City. Their forces will arrive soon. A big and round pearl in a suit of dazzling golden keratin armor replied sternly. Just as they were talking, a huge tentacle suddenly extended over the top of the city wall and began to sweep about with tremendous power. Countless pearl soldiers yelled in anguish as they were swept off the city wall. Ha 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 ha! Pearl King, come to meet your maker. A huge octopus over 100 feet tall appeared outside the city and cackled arrogantly. Boom! 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 Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. A black figure rammed into the city gate relentlessly. Countless attacks from the Pearl People rained down upon its body, but it continued to remain completely unscathed. Deep Sea Octopus King, Dark Water Turtle Monarch. The Pearl King's face fell at the sight of the two gigantic creatures attacking the city. Don't forget about me. At this moment, a semi-transparent creature with lightning crackling around its body appeared in the Pearl King's line of sight. Pearl King, cease your meaningless resistance. The Crimson Demonic Emperor is only asking for 10,000 Pearl People as a sacrifice. If you surrender and open the city gate for us, we promise to take no more than what is necessary. Otherwise, if we have to break through by force, we'll slaughter everyone in this city. The Pearl King's body swayed unsteadily at the sight of the creature with lightning crackling around its body. Lightning Jellyfish King. It looks like the Crimson Demonic Emperor has its eyes set on the Bolan city this time. The Pearl King was only a spirit-nurturing intermediate-stage cultivator, similar to the Deep Sea Octopus King and the Dark Water Turtle Monarch. But the Lightning Jellyfish King was a creature at the peak of spirit-nurturing stage. If it really went on a rampage, their city wall would probably crumble under the force of his attacks. I'll give you 10 seconds to think. Open the city gate for us and we'll leave after taking 10,000 Pearl People, or we'll break through by force and slaughter the whole city. The voice of the Lightning Jellyfish King was like rumbling thunder. It was so loud that even those within Bolan City were able to hear its demands. The residents of Bolan City were all in shock. With these three powerful sea monsters combining their forces, the Pearl King was no match for their collective might. The Jellyfish King had already commenced its countdown. The residents in the city were all scurrying around in a panic. Looking down from a bird's-eye view, it appeared like a bunch of huge pearls rolling around on the ground, presenting quite a sight to behold. Time's up. Looks like you'd prefer to have the whole city slaughtered, Pearl King. Lightning flashed as the Jellyfish King cackled in a sinister voice. On top of the city wall, all the Pearl soldiers were raining down spell techniques onto the army of sea monsters below. Boom! 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 The Dark Water Turtle Monarch increased its ramming force and cracks were already beginning to appear on the city gate. Pearl King! The city gate is about to be breached! A Pearl soldier yelled in panic. A determined expression appeared on the Pearl King's face as it transformed into a streak of white light and charged toward the Dark Water Turtle Monarch. Hee. That's exactly what I was waiting for. The Jellyfish King cackled as it sent bolts of lightning flying toward the streak of white light. Boom! The lightning collided with the streak of white light, and a figure was knocked flying in an explosion of energy. The Pearl King crashed heavily into the city wall, making a huge indentation on the wall itself. Pearl King! The soldiers on the city wall were instantly gripped with fear. The figure that had been knocked flying was none other than their most powerful warrior, the Pearl King. Despair appeared on all the Pearl soldiers' faces. Even the Pearl King was unable to withstand a single attack from the Jellyfish King. Was this destined to be the day that Bolan City fell? Another ear-splitting boom erupted, and the Dark Water Turtle Monarch finally managed to ram a huge hole into the city gate. The army of sea monsters exulted in loud cheers and began to flood in through the hole in the city wall. Ha ha ha! Don't leave any of the Pearl People alive! The Lightning Jellyfish King charged toward the city wall with unstoppable force, with the sole aim of slaughtering all the Pearl soldiers. Did you ask for my approval when you decided to trample on these cute Pearl People? A cold voice suddenly sounded. A huge fist projection crackling with golden lightning collided heavily with the Jellyfish King's body as golden light lit up the night sky. Boom! The seemingly invincible Jellyfish King was knocked to the ground by the golden fist projection as a terrifying blast of energy exploded forth, killing a few dozen sea monsters who were unfortunate enough to be in the general vicinity of the blast. A proud figure on a white dog appeared in the sky as if he were the destined savior of the Pearl People. Sword Immortal and Lin seized the stage. Lightning crackled amid the cloud of dust and debris in the air as the Jellyfish King emerged from the rubble. Blue blood was streaking down its whole body. It had clearly been severely injured by Lin's fist. You're a human cultivator? The Jellyfish King was in shock. That's right. And Lin brought out his evil-slaying sword as he looked down on the Jellyfish King from above. Powerful sword intent surged violently throughout the air, signaling the entrance of Sword Immortal and Lin. This is a conflict between us sea monsters and the Pearl people. What's a human like you sticking your nose into this business for? If you ruin the Crimson Demonic Emperor's plans, you'll face the full wrath of the sea monster army. I'm giving you one last chance to leave here now. The Jellyfish King knew it was no match for Lin, so it immediately mentioned the name of its master in an attempt to scare him off. Is the Crimson Demonic Emperor an Emperor-level sea monster? And Lin asked with bright eyes. The Jellyfish King clasped its tentacles behind its back in an arrogant gesture. Of course, His Majesty is not someone the likes of you can mess with. A sly smile appeared on Lin's face. Then I definitely won't be letting you leave here alive. The Jellyfish King was slightly taken aback by Lin's reply. Xiao Chou, go guard the gate. And Lin had already leaped off Dabai's back as wings of wind appeared behind his back and streams of wind began to revolve around his sword. Xiao Chou descended upon the city gate like a fiend celestial. He activated his black flame domain and the surrounding 100 feet radius was instantly transformed into a sea of black flames, instantly burning all the sea monsters within the domain into ashes and dust. The Pearl people were all completely shocked by Xiao Chou's power. This is the power of God Realm. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Anyone with the strength of God Realm was already considered to be unimaginable powerful in the eyes of the Pearl people, but this was only the beast pet of that human cultivator. Just as they were rooted to the spot in shock, an even more shocking scene transpired before their eyes. The Jellyfish King, which was the most powerful existence within the army of sea monsters, was sliced into a few dozen pieces in a mere instant by Lin. The Pearl King stared at the diced-up Jellyfish King, shocked into silence. In front of the city gate, the dark water turtle monarch had its shell shattered into pieces by a single blow from Xiao Chou's silver staff as black flames raged, incinerating hundreds of sea monsters. This boundless black flame domain was an unbreakable line of defense for Bolon City. And Lin descended onto the ground as a wave of gold rippled outwards, causing all the sea monsters within 1,000 feet radius to froth at the mouth and fall unconscious on the spot. Divine Might Technique. And Lin used his cultivation base advantage to unleash his Divine Might Technique to brilliant effect. And Lin walked forward step by step as if he was a god of war while sea monsters fell around him in hordes. The weakest sea urchin warriors met an even more tragic fate as their bodies were detonated under the power of divine might. The final spirit nurturing stage sea monster, the deep-sea octopus king, was scared shitless by the one-sided slaughter taking place around it. 5 of its tentacles had already been torn off by Dabai, and it scrambled toward the sea with all its might, only to be pinned flat on the ground by a massive black brick falling from the sky. Don't kill me, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the Crimson Demonic Emperor will kill you all, the deep-sea octopus king yelled. During this period of time, its remaining tentacles had all been torn off by Dabai as blood gushed forth from its wounds. Oh? So the Crimson Demonic Emperor will avenge you if I kill you? And Lin asked curiously as he stood atop the black brick. The deep-sea octopus king threatened in a menacing voice. Of course! Once he senses our demise, the Crimson Demonic Emperor would lead an army of sea monsters to raze Bolon City to the ground within 2 days. If you let me go, I can implore the Crimson Demonic Emperor to spare your life. And Lin smiled. So the Crimson Demonic Emperor will come to find me. That's perfect. The Octopus King was then buried under a vast expanse of golden lightning as it stared in disbelief at the mountain-quaking lightning fist projection expanding in its vision. The battle concluded in no time, and the sea monster army was completely annihilated. And Lin, Xiao Chou, and Dabai returned onto the city wall, where they were met with a hero's welcome as raucous cheers reverberated throughout the city. Friends of the human race, I'm forever grateful to you for rescuing Bolon City in its time of peril. The Pearl King rolled around on the spot in excitement. It was said that a pearl rolling around on the ground was their way of expressing the utmost gratitude. It was similar to a human kneeling in thanks. Please rise, General. I was only passing through here and decided to eliminate the sea monster army as I dislike their cruel and ruthless ways. Enlin spoke solemnly while the Pearl King continued to roll around on the ground. The Pearl King spoke respectfully. I hope you may accompany me to my humble abode, where I can fully express my gratitude. Enlin pondered the situation for a short while before nodding in agreement. It was going to take a while for the Crimson Demonic Emperor to make an appearance anyway, so they might as well accept the Pearl King's offer and wait at his residence. He leaped onto Dubai and picked up Chi-Chi first. Chi-Chi stared up at Enlin with reverence in her expression. She had seen some of the battles from her vantage point in the hotel and had a rough grasp of how the battle progressed. The gallant Monkey King that had descended from the sky when the city gate was breached was none other than the adorable ugly monkey perched on Enlin's shoulder. She had thought they were just going to be passive bystanders. But they've transformed into the heroes of Bolan City all of a sudden. Chi-Chi was completely awestruck to be in their presence, and her big watery eyes rippled as she stared at Enlin. But her seductive gaze, unfortunately, had zero effect on Enlin. The Pearl King was the general of the Bolan City army, as well as the city lord. His humble abode had the best view of the finest scenery as well as many beautiful female servants. It was undoubtedly one of the best places to be in the whole city. As Enlin had already had dinner, the Pearl King brought out a few snacks and a flask of exquisite wine for Enlin to enjoy in the guest hall. They were then treated to the sight of a beautiful pearl dance. The pearl dance consisted mostly of them rolling around in all types of different formations, traveling in graceful, mesmerizing trajectories. It had to be said, the dance was quite pleasing to the eye. The Pearl King sat on the main seat, appreciating the dance with relish. Mr. Enlin, you need not worry about the Crimson Demonic Emperor. I've already contacted the king via voice transmission talisman and revealed to him everything that had happened today. The king has agreed to send some powerful cultivators to be stationed at Bolan City. The Pearl King spoke before he sipped on some wine, and Lin didn't really care either way. After all, with the two Gundams as his trump cards, dealing with an Emperor-level sea monster would be a piece of cake. The next day, legends of Enlin's heroics had spread throughout the whole of Bolan City. Just when the Bolan City had been breached by the sea monster army, the Black Flame Monkey King, the Divine Wind Dog, and Sword Immortal Enlin stood up in the name of justice and slaughtered the sea monster army, cementing themselves as heroes of Bolan City in the process. Enlin was extremely pleased to hear the Pearl people refer him as Sword Immortal. This was a landmark transformation from being a self-proclaimed title to a title that was acknowledged by others. Although the people that were referring to him as Sword Immortal were just a bunch of pearls, it was still something worthy to be proud of. That night, the powerful cultivator from the Pearl Kingdom arrived. Enlin had initially thought that the aforementioned powerful cultivator would be an extremely badass pearl, so he was surprised to find that it was a beautiful woman. Not a beautiful woman from the standards of the Pearl people, but an actual beautiful woman. Mr. Enlin, thank you for all you've done for the Bolan City. My name is Bei Lian. I'll be responsible for protecting Bolan City from here onward. A woman in a blue summer dress appeared in front of Enlin and spoke in a cold voice. Her refreshing disposition was like that of a celestial maiden, and her eyes were like rippling water with a hint of coldness in their depths. Her skin was white as snow, with just the right amount of pink to create an alluring combination. Most importantly, she had a pair of intricate dragon horns. Ms. Bei Lian, did you come from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas? Enlin asked with a hint of surprise. Bei Lian nodded lightly. I'm the 11th princess of the Dragon Court. I just so happened to be in the Pearl Kingdom these past few days and decided to come here of my own accord after learning of the situation here from the king. The Dragon Court is responsible for protecting all coastal countries, so you can leave everything to me. That's okay. I can stay here to lend a hand. Also, I have a mission to kill the Crimson Demonic Emperor, so if you'd leave that particular sea monster to me, it'd be much appreciated. Enlin spoke earnestly. He was still waiting for the Crimson Demonic Emperor, so there was no way he could just leave everything to her. Bei Lian's brows furrowed slightly at his request. Are you kidding me? You're just a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator. How are you going to kill the Crimson Demonic Emperor? Don't worry. I have a trump card which I can use to take care of the situation, Lin replied. What kind of trump card? 2 mechanical puppets with power comparable to soul formation stage cultivators. I don't believe you. Bei Lian shook her head. She had already lost her patience with Lin. I'll prioritize the safety of Bolan City above all else, so I won't be free to look out for you on the battlefield. In her heart, she had already labeled Lin as an arrogant idiot. An emperor-level sea monster was not an average beast. How dare a mere spirit-nurturing stage cultivator like him request her to leave such an opponent to him? Did he think he was invincible just because he slew a few evil spirit kings? If it wasn't for the fact that Lin had saved Bolan City in their time of need, she wouldn't even waste any words with someone like him. Lin sighed in resignation. Then we'll see how we go. Bei Lian humphed coldly and left without another word. Bai wobbled his head around. They're both prodigies from the Dragon Court, but Shen Yin is a lot more pleasant. He couldn't help but draw comparisons between Shen Yin from the Winter Dragon Tomb and Bei Lian. She's doing the right thing from an objective point of view. After all, not every spirit-nurturing stage cultivator is as powerful and talented as I am to be able to slay a soul formation stage sea monster. So her concerns are quite valid. However, I am the Grandmaster of landing the killing blow, so I'm not scared of anyone stealing kills from me. Lin smiled confidently. Bai grimaced in response. This is the first time I've seen someone boast so shamelessly after being looked down upon. Big brother, I concede to your shamelessness. In order to welcome Bei Lian's arrival, the Pearl King organized a huge feast, and Lin and his entourage were also invited, and they immediately tucked into the huge seafood feast placed in front of them. The Pearl King raised his glass. We're extremely fortunate to have the Dragon Princess come here to help us combat the Crimson Demonic Emperor. I propose a toast to the Dragon Princess. Pft, cough cough. Lin immediately choked on his food as he heard the title of Dragon Princess. Lin raised his hands in apology as everyone turned their gazes upon him. Sorry? I ate too fast and choked on some food. Bei Lian furrowed her brows lightly and added a crude label to Lin in her heart. Lin repressed his urge to laugh and raised his glass as well in a collective toast to the Dragon Princess. Shen Yin already had the title of Heavenly Dragon Maiden. Now Bei Lian entered the conversation with the title of Dragon Princess. He saw no problem with that, except he didn't know where her Yangguo was. Hopefully, she wouldn't get assaulted by Taoist priest Yi. 2. For context, Yangguo was the lover of the Dragon Princess in the aforementioned story, and in the story, the Dragon Princess was unknowingly raped by a certain Taoist priest. The dinner feast concluded and all the guests left. In the dead of night, a phosphorescent orb glowed brightly atop the city wall. The wind roared a little more fiercely than usual. There were many Pearl soldiers who were patrolling around the city gate. The Crimson Demonic Emperor would most likely attack within the next few days. So there were a lot more soldiers positioned on the city wall alongside some powerful cultivators who had been deployed to Bolan City from other parts of the Pearl Kingdom. A woman in a blue summer dress stood atop the city wall. The wind roared past, causing the light material of her dress to cling to her perfect figure, accentuating her lithe and graceful curves. Lin stepped onto the city wall and waved at the female figure. Hey there, Dragon Princess. What are you doing here so late at night? The woman turned to look at Lin with an expressionless gaze before turning back to gaze out at the sea. And why exactly are you here? To look at the night scenery? Lin was a little taken aback by her words, clearly not expecting the Dragon Princess to come up with such a retort. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a stroll. Heh, so the monkey on your shoulder and the white dog behind you also coincidentally couldn't sleep. Lin's expression turned a little bit awkward. It wasn't like he could say he was waiting for the Crimson Demonic Emperor to show up so he could land the killing blow after the Dragon Princess weakened it in battle. Bei Lian looked out into the distance as the corners of her lips curved up slightly in a barely detectable smile. She remained silent for a moment before speaking again. There's something amiss with the tides and a sense of peril in the wind. The enemies tonight won't be easy to deal with. Look after yourself. I don't have the energy to protect you in battle. And Lin nodded internally in approval and admiration, as expected of a member of the dragon tribe. He couldn't sense anything wrong with the tides or the wind, only that the wind was a little stronger than usual. The waves on the surface became stronger and dark clouds obscured the moon overhead as the air around them seemed to grow heavier. They're here. Bei Lian's expression became extremely serious. 3 black figures came closer and closer as their powerful auras swept through the air toward the city wall. Bei Lian's expression instantly turned into one of shock. Not just the Crimson Demonic Emperor, but 3 Emperor-level sea monsters. Could it be that they're the other demonic monarchs from the 7 Demons realm? But that doesn't make sense. Why would they cooperate with one another? For the very first time, she felt that things were spiraling out of her control. She had recently broken through to Soul Formation Intermediate stage and would thus be more than powerful enough against 1 Emperor-level sea monster, but they were being invaded by 3. Countless sea monsters flooded toward Bolan City in a dense and imposing army formation. A gigantic silver falcon pierced through the air before circling around overhead. A white flying giant clam of 1,000 feet in length broke through the layer of dark clouds and descended upon them. Divine Wind Demon Monarch, Myriad Wave Demon Emperor. Bei Lian's body swayed unsteadily as all the color drained from her face. Impossible. Why are there 5 Emperor-level sea monsters? Their combined powers would be enough to wipe out half of the entire Pearl Kingdom. Why would they all mobilize to attack Bolan City? A thought suddenly seemed to occur to her, and she turned to yell at Lin. Run! There's no reason for you to meddle in this battle. You're going to die if you stay here. And Lin blinked. Then what about you? Bei Lian snapped a jade talisman in her hand, as she looked up at the 5 gigantic creatures in the distance with a determined expression. I can't leave. If I leave, Bolan City's defensive line would immediately crumble, and all the inhabitants in the city would be slaughtered by these monsters. I'll use a mystic technique to try and delay them as much as possible before reinforcements from the Dragon Court get here. And Lin stared at Bei Lian with a profound look, as if he were getting to know her for a second time. She was most likely aware of just how dismal the chances of her plan succeeding were. Otherwise, she wouldn't be telling Lin to leave this place. And Lin laughed heartily. Let me give you a hand. I couldn't bear to see so many cute pearls die. And I've said this before, the head of the Crimson Demonic Emperor is mine, so don't try to steal it from me. You? Bei Lian didn't know what to say anymore. When she saw the determination and confidence in Lin's eyes, she finally sighed and nodded in resignation as the image of Lin in her heart was flipped on its head. Then I'll leave the Crimson Demonic Emperor and take on the other 4 Demon Emperors. No, aside from the Crimson Demonic Emperor, I'll take on another 2. You can take on the other 2 left. Are you crazy? Nope. Let me show you something awesome. And Lin's storage ring flashed and 2 silver, metallic Gundams appeared from within. Bei Lian stared at the 2 mechanical puppets in front of her in shock. These are the trump cards you're referring to? Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. And Lin nodded. These 2 Gundams each possess strength comparable to a Soul Formation Initial Stage Cultivator. From their auras, it appears that there are 3 Soul Formation Initial Stage sea monsters while the other 2 are Soul Formation Intermediate Stage. The Divine Wind Demon Monarch and the Myriad Wave Demon Emperor are the 2 Soul Formation Intermediate Stage sea monsters. You go and stall them for as long as possible and leave the other 3 to me. I'll take care of them, then come to assist you. Bei Lian stared at Lin with disbelief in her eyes. In the distance, the sea monster army surged toward them like a turbulent wave as the sound of horn erupted, signaling the commencement of battle. A creature with a cow's head and a pair of crimson horns flew toward them in the air on a wave of blood. A massive whale of a few hundred feet in length was lifted up by a plume of black mist as it slowly approached Bolan City through the air. A purple glow radiated from its pupils, seemingly able to mesmerize its onlookers. A sea monster standing on its hind legs with green coral all over its body and a pair of saber arms strode toward them, covering a vast distance of 100 feet with each step. Everything in its wake was completely corroded as a deathly aura emanated from its surroundings. Crimson Demonic Emperor, Overlord Whale, Coral Shinigami. Bai Lian rattled off all these names which belonged to extremely renowned Emperor-level sea monsters in the East Sea. The Pearl King had already collapsed onto the ground with a despairing expression. Why are there so many Emperor-level sea monsters? Are the heavens trying to smite Bo Lan City? Not only had the Pearl King been scared shitless, but all the Pearl soldiers on the city wall had also collapsed in fear. Just one Emperor-level sea monster was enough to destroy several cities. Bo Lan City was now being invaded by as many as 5. What was their objective? Capture 10,000 live Pearl people for the sacrifice and kill the rest. The Crimson Demonic Emperor stood proudly in midair as it commanded in an earth-shattering voice. This was not a declaration of war. This was the declaration of an inevitable result. Boom! The sea monster army began to mobilize as war cries erupted throughout heaven and earth. At the same time, the 5 Emperor-level sea monsters also set into motion. They all wore cold expressions as if they were preparing to stamp an ant into the ground. The huge silver falcon descended as bolts of white lightning formed sharp swords and crashed toward the city wall. Don't die! Bai Lian's eyes turned golden as she looked at Enlin for one last time before countless bolts of lightning began to erupt around her as she pounced toward the divine wind demon monarch. Their clash creating the most spectacular show of explosive lightning. Boom! The two opposing destructive forces of lightning clashed together, lighting up the entire night sky and creating a shockwave which radiated outwards for over a kilometer. Then, under the shocked gazes of the other 4 Emperor-level sea monsters, the divine wind demon monarch was knocked back a few hundred meters by the powerful dragon princess. She's from the dragon court. The Crimson Demonic Emperor immediately reacted to the situation. Calm down. She's only one person. We can eliminate her together. The Overlord Whale turned its huge body as the purple glow in its eyes grew even brighter. However, right at this moment, a silver Gundam descended from the sky and aimed a fist into the mountainous body of the Overlord Whale. From afar, it looked like a tiny silver speck landing on an endless expanse of black, following which the mountainous black body began to cave in. The Overlord Whale yelled in anguish and began to fall from the sky. The Coral Shinigami's expression drastically shifted as it sought to assist the Overlord Whale, but it was met by another silver figure. The silver figure slashed a light sword toward the Coral Shinigami. Its sword was like a sword of blue lightning, carving a lethal trajectory through the air. They have more reinforcements? He dodged the strike and began to emit thick green mist from its body. The silver Gundam was soon completely engulfed in the extremely toxic mist which could even corrode a magic tool and liquefy it. The Gundam swung its light sword relentlessly as the Coral Shinigami was forced into retreat. The toxic mist made contact with its smooth, mirror-like armor, but was unable to inflict any damage. What the hell? Where did these mechanical puppets come from? The Crimson Demonic Emperor began to scan the battlefield nervously. He then caught sight of a man charging at him while riding on top of a white dog with an accompanying Monkey King enshrouded in black flames. The Pearl soldiers also began to offer up a spirited resistance against the army of sea monsters. Just as they were falling to complete despair, Enlin and the Dragon Princess entered the fray to keep the powerful Emperor-level sea monsters at bay, thereby greatly lifting everyone's spirits. Hold on, everyone. We haven't lost this battle yet. The Pearl King roared as he swung his sword. The city protection spell formation was activated as countless spell techniques rained down onto the sea monster army below, blasting a massive crater into the ground while tearing countless sea monsters to shreds. However, there were simply too many sea monsters, and the city wall began to tremble violently under their collective attacks, clearly on the brink of collapse. In the air, Bai Lian, who was single-handedly battling the Myriad Wave Demon Emperor and the Divine Wind Demon Monarch, was also in dire straits. The two of them were both experienced Soul Formation Intermediate Stage monsters, but she had only just recently broken through to Soul Formation Intermediate Stage. Even though she possessed the extremely powerful bloodline of dragons, The combined attacks of her two enemies were slowly wearing her down toward what seemed like an inevitable defeat. Was it time to use that mystic technique? The mystic technique greatly boosted her combat strength at the expense of diluting the purity of her bloodline. If she was to use it, then she basically had no chance of breaking through to return to Void Stage in the future. But if she didn't use the mystic technique, and Lin would probably soon be overwhelmed and killed. Bai Lian turned her head to assess Lin's situation with concern in her eyes. She was then greeted by the sight of the Crimson Demonic Emperor's head falling down from the sky, a man with white wings on his back and a sword of wind that appeared to be shimmering as he flew in midair, along with a pair of piercing white eyes that seemed to be able to pierce through all illusions. Is that Lin? He really managed to kill the Crimson Demonic Emperor. But he's only spirit-nurturing intermediate stage. How did he do it? Bai Lian's pupils contracted drastically as she stared at Lin with shock written all over her exquisite features. The other 4 Emperor-level sea monsters were also given a fright at the disappearance of the Crimson Demonic Emperor's aura. When they discovered the person that had killed the Crimson Demonic Emperor was only spirit-nurturing stage, they were shocked into complete silence. Are you kidding me? The Crimson Demonic Emperor was killed by that spirit-nurturing stage human cultivator? Even with the help of the huge dog and the Monkey King, he shouldn't have fallen so quickly. A chill ran down the Divine Wind Demon Monarch's spine. We have to eliminate that human cultivator first, said the Myriad Wave Demon Emperor, and hundreds of mutant beasts flew forth toward Lin from within its giant clamshell. The Divine Wind Demon Monarch spread its silver wings and summoned up bolts of lightning as it tore through the air toward Lin at a speed that exceeded the speed of sound. Bai Lian gritted her teeth and stood in defense in front of Lin as lightning began to ripple around her body. Her slender hands were like the wings of a hummingbird, quickly making one seal after another. Suddenly, 9 blue lightning dragons flew into the sky, creating a massive spell formation which defended against the attacks of the 2 Emperor-level sea monsters. After successfully slaying the Crimson Demonic Emperor, a ding-dong sounded in Lin's mind. Congratulations! Mission successfully completed. Immediately following this, he felt as if a certain shackle in his body was shattered once again. Xiao Cho, Dabai, protect me. I'm about to make a breakthrough. And Lin roared as he hurriedly flew toward the city wall and sat down in meditation. Big brother, now's not the time for jokes. Didn't you just break through not long ago? Woof! Dabai flew toward Lin and stared at him with his big watery eyes. However, he was instantly greeted by the sight of a surging vortex of vital energy, which spanned an area a few thousand feet in radius. Dabai! Xiao Cho picked his nose nonchalantly. Big brother Bai, you should stop applying the theoretic principles of cultivating to Big Brother. And Dabai nodded with a serious expression. Sorry for my mistake. Someone was about to make a breakthrough? The remaining 4 Emperor-level sea monsters all stirred as they detected the violent surge of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around them. They all turned their gazes toward Lin as their eyelids twitched. Him again. He just slew the Crimson Demonic Emperor. Now he was celebrating by making a breakthrough? Bai Lian's lips also twitched in disbelief. She was completely at a loss for how to evaluate this human cultivator. In her heart, she added a miraculous label onto her image of Lin. The mechanical puppets will stop moving after we kill that human cultivator. That looks like our best bet. The Coral Shinigami yelled hurriedly after dodging another sword strike from one of the Gundams. I'll use a mystical technique to trap the Gundams. You guys take the opportunity to kill that human cultivator. The Overlord whale spoke as the purple light in its eyes glowed even brighter. Its body began to expand drastically as its aura steadily increased in power. A huge billowing cloud of black mist erupted forth like a giant wave. Overlord Domain. Overlord Demon Lock. The black mist condensed into substantial chains which flew toward the 2 Gundams as the Overlord whale unleashed its domain. One of the Gundams used its light sword to slice the chains to shreds, while the other brought out a laser cannon which blasted the chains into oblivion. But there seemed to be no end to these chains as more and more of them erupted forth to trap the 2 Gundams within. Boundless ocean cage. The myriad wave demon emperor's body trembled violently as countless strands of wire sharp enough to slice through steel flooded toward Bai Lian in an indestructible white wave. Soon, Bai Lian was completely trapped within the cocoon of indestructible wires. Lightning crackled violently within the cocoon, but she was unable to break through. The divine wind demon monarch spread its wings and pounced toward the city wall. Two of the emperor-level sea monsters, the divine wind demon monarch, and the coral shinigami both pounced toward Lin with unstoppable force. As long as they could take this opportunity to eliminate the human cultivator, the battle would essentially be over. The attacks from the Pearl soldiers were nothing but pea shooters to them, and the divine wind demon monarch's silver wings tore through the protective formation on the city wall like a hot knife through butter. Die! The coral shinigami released a cloud of toxic green mist which took on the form of a huge green skull, and it opened its cavernous mouth as it pounced on the meditating Lin. Xiao Chou and Da Bai immediately appeared in front of Lin, and a sea of black flames coupled with countless blades of wind crashed toward the green skull. Boom! The terrifying collision shattered the green skull into a massive puff of green mist. Xiao Chou had already adorned the Azure Battle Arhat mask, and his aura became explosively more powerful as he stood resolutely in the tracks of the coral shinigami. However, the divine wind demon monarch was already upon them. The full-force attack of a soul formation intermediate stage sea monster would ram them to death if they didn't dodge. But Xiao Chou and Da Bai both chose to stand in front of Lin with a powerful resolution in their expressions. The divine wind demon monarch flew toward them with fearsome force and the sole aim of reducing the three of them into mincemeat. Boom! A golden bolt of divine lightning descended through the air as if it were a sharp sword slashing through the heavens. It broke through the domain of the divine wind demon monarch and crashed heavily into its head. Ow! The divine wind demon monarch yelled in anguish as it began to spiral toward the ground. Boom! Countless sea monsters were completely flattened by the divine wind demon monarch's mountainous body as a massive crater of over 1,000 feet in radius appeared in the ground. There was blood flowing freely from its head while Bai Lian stood atop its head with a cold expression. Bai Lian's aura was extremely powerful and crimson lines pulsed throughout her body, undulating in its brightness in a rhythm akin to that of a heartbeat. Golden lightning enveloped her whole body, radiating extremely fearsome energy. So I had to use the mystical technique after all. A sad voice sounded. A bitter smile appeared on the dragon princess' face. Who would have thought that she would ruin her own chances for future progression just for this puny human cultivator? Myriad wave demon emperor. What the hell are you doing? The divine wind demon monarch roared in shock and rage. It was on the verge of success before Bai Lian's sudden appearance. A hole had already been blasted into the myriad wave demon emperor's white cocoon and clouds of white smoke were billowing out from within. The divine wind demon monarch unleashed its white lightning and directed them toward the dragon princess. The dragon princess was enveloped by her own golden lightning, and the white lightning immediately dissipated as it came into contact with the golden lightning, as if the golden lightning was lightning of a higher caliber. At the same time, the dragon princess rained her fists down mercilessly onto the divine wind demon monarch's body. Each punch was like a bout of rumbling thunder, causing the ground to tremble under its power. The rumbling of the earth was accompanied by a continuous stream of anguished cries from the divine wind demon monarch. Right at this moment, Lin abruptly opened his eyes, and his pitch-black, evil-slaying sword began to tremble lightly. The coral shinigami witnessed Lin stand up from afar and spread open a pair of white wings. Within an instant, Lin had appeared behind him, wielding a sword with streams of wind flowing around the blade like strips of silk. The coral shinigami's eyes widened as it felt a hint of coldness on the back of its neck. And then there was nothing. Its head slowly detached from its body and fell toward the ground as blood gushed forth. And Lin smiled with relish at the power coursing through his body. He had come close to exhausting all his vital energy after using the wind sword only once back when he was at spirit nurturing initial stage. Now that he had broken through to spirit nurturing final stage, his sea of vital energy had expanded to multiple times its former size, and his beast core had also become much more efficient in absorbing vital energy. In contrast to his spirit-nurturing initial stage days, he felt as if he would now be able to use the wind sword technique 5 to 6 times in succession. The myriad wave demon emperor had somehow already slipped away into the layer of black clouds without anyone detecting its retreat. And Lin looked toward Bei Lian, who still had golden bolts of lightning flashing around her body. Beneath her feet was the body of the divine wind demon monarch, who had been brutally pummeled to death by her bare fists. Bei Lian turned toward Lin and smiled with pulsing crimson lines still visible on her fair skin. "You're okay now?" And Lin's heart trembled as he shook his head. "I'm fine now. Retract your mystic technique." At the conclusion of his sentence, he immediately spread open his white wings of wind and flew into the air in pursuit of the overlord whale. And Lin's heart was filled with rage and remorse. He had underestimated these emperor-level sea monster in the end. During the time he took to break through, he was almost killed along with Dabai and Xiaoqiu. On top of that, even Bei Lian was forced to use her mystic technique. This was a mystic technique he had seen once before in Xinyan's memories. It was a bloodline purity sacrificial mystic technique, the usage of which would dilute the purity of one's bloodline and make future progression in cultivation base next to impossible. And Lin closed the distance between himself and the overlord whale at a startling speed. The overlord whale had already escaped to the shore of the ocean, and it immediately unleashed countless black chains toward Lin in a bid to delay his pursuit. Third technique, 100 sword technique. A crisp ringing sounded from the evil-slaying sword as it flew into the air. 99 white celestial swords suddenly appeared in the air as vital energy surged violently. Countless streams of sword intent appeared between heaven and sea with the appearance of the celestial swords, causing the very air itself to tremble. Each and every one of the celestial swords was extremely dense and contained energy in extreme abundance. "Go!" And Lin stabbed a finger toward the overlord whale, and the 99 celestial swords followed suit. The overlord whale detected an extremely powerful threat to its life, and it retracted its black chains to form a barricade in the path of the celestial swords. Boom! The white celestial swords slashed through the layers of black chains with unparalleled power to the point that even the sea behind the overlord whale was parted by their fearsome might. Unparalleled sharpness. The 99 celestial swords completely annihilated the overlord whale's barricade of black chains and pierced through its mountainous body under its shocked gaze. Howl! The overlord whale roared with anguish. The last of the 100 swords was the evil-slaying sword. It pierced through the air in a lethal trajectory and ran through the overlord whale's head with the force of a meteorite striking the moon. The sword intent from the celestial swords tore the overlord whale's body into shreds, and even parted the ocean behind it for a distance of 2,000 feet. Boom! The overlord whale's life force completely vanished and its carcass fell into the ocean. The evil-slaying sword released a satisfied ringing sound after drinking the blood of 3 emperor-level sea monsters, and it flew back to Lin's side. "You're starting to become more of a worthy owner now." A cold voice sounded in Lin's mind, and Lin smiled lightly. This seemed like the first time the evil-slaying sword had ever voluntarily spoken to him. But he wasn't in the mood to respond to its compliment. The amount of vital energy he exhausted through the use of the 100 sword technique was extremely terrifying, and he was already experiencing symptoms of vital energy depletion. He began to make his way back to Bei Lian after hurriedly swallowing a blood spirit pill. 5 emperor-level sea monsters participated in the invasion of Bolan City. They came, they saw, and 4 of them died while the other escaped. The entirety of the sea monster army was shocked by this outcome. Led by Xiaoqiu and Dabai, the Pearl Army soon vanquished the sea monster army and the battle drew to a close. Bei Lian stood beside the head of the divine wind demon monarch and gazed at the man walking toward her with a complex expression. She didn't think for a moment that a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator would be capable of slaying emperor-level sea monsters. She was even more shocked that a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator was able to wield such brilliant sword techniques. As a prodigy of the Dragon Court, she silently plastered a prodigy tag onto her image of Lin. And Lin stowed his 2 Gundams away into his storage ring and walked toward Bei Lian with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry." Find authorized novels in Webnovel Faster Updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Bei Lian was slightly taken aback by his apology before smiling lightly. You really should be apologizing. You were far too reckless. And Lin nodded and didn't mention anything about the dilution of the purity in Bei Lian's bloodline. Bei Lian was a proud dragon princess who probably wouldn't want others to learn of the fact that her bloodline was no longer pure. If she didn't say anything, then Lin would pretend he didn't know. And Lin actually already knew of an ancient technique that could reverse the bloodline dilution effects from Shen Yi's memories. Shun Yin had once sacrificed the purity of her bloodline during the battle against the god fiend of 6 paths, but later on, she found a way to recover it. However, this technique was quite difficult to enact, so Lin decided to only tell Bei Lian about it once he was close to succeeding. Let's go back, Dragon Princess. Sure. Within the 7 Demons realm, there was an island which had soil that radiated a purple light in an area enshrouded in white mist. A giant white clam pierced through the white mist and slowly descended on the island. Myriad Wave Demon Emperor, why are you the only one that has returned? Where is everyone else? A white bear with a frosty aura radiating from its body asked. An opening appeared in the giant clamshell, and a huge white butterfly fluttered out from within. It looked at the white bear and the flaming dragon in front of it and said in a cold voice, "They're all dead. All 4 of them?" The flaming dragon was extremely shocked. "Did you encounter someone from the dragon court?" The giant butterfly shook its head. "No, we did encounter a powerful horned dragon, but she was only one person. The person that really flipped the battle on its head was a human cultivator." The butterfly spoke with fear lingering in its heart as it elaborated on Lin's feats. It spoke of his soul formation stage mechanical puppets, his powerful sword techniques, and the fearsome power he displayed to slay both the Crimson Demonic Emperor as well as the Overlord Whale as a mere spirit-nurturing intermediate-stage cultivator. The white bear and the flaming dragon both fell silent at the butterfly's description. How could there be such a human cultivator? After a long period of silence, the white bear said with a solemn expression, "That means the 10-spirit sacrificial formation is missing a vital piece. The sacrificial pearls?" A huge formation constructed from blood was drawn into the ground, and it emitted a peculiar light. The formation spanned the entirety of the island, and the blood flowed in an extremely complex series of patterns. The blood continued to run across the purple soil of the island as if it would never dry out. The butterfly heaved a remorseful sigh. The Crimson Demonic Emperor initially thought we could all join forces and fulfill the final step to completing the 10-spirit sacrificial formation. Who would have thought that we would encounter such a bizarre human cultivator? Is this all meant to be? This was just a small mishap. There are still 15 days left until the stars align and His Holy Majesty is revived. So we still have a chance, the flaming dragon said in a low voice. I'll personally make a trip this time, and I'll take the storage bead with me. We'll pick out a random city in the Pearl Kingdom and abduct 10,000 Pearl people with the storage bead. I'm sure lightning won't strike twice. The butterfly and the white bear were both quite relieved to hear this plan. The flaming dragon was the fastest among all the demon kings in the 7 demons realms. Its speed coupled with the storage bead would make the task an extremely simple one. Within Bolan City, a battle that was worthy of being recorded in the Pearl Kingdom history books had just concluded. Bei Lian returned to the Pearl King's abode to meet the Divine Guardian squad members that had been summoned to Bolan City by her Jade Talisman. As the battle here had already concluded, Bei Lian directed them to the 7 Demons realm to continue searching for the Myriad Wave Demon Emperor. The next day, the entire Pearl Kingdom had learned of Lin and Bei Lian's heroic feats, and the whole kingdom was in a state of overjoyed shock. Thus, Lin once again became the hero of the Pearl Kingdom. As a duo, he and the Dragon Princess were awarded the title of the Pearl Savior Duo, and Lin felt like this title wasn't too bad. At least it was a lot better than titles like Poison Lord and was second only to the title of Sword Immortal and Lin. And Lin encountered Bei Lian once again in the Pearl King's backyard as she played with the fish in the artificial pond. Hi there, Pearl Savior. And Lin greeted her with a smile. Bei Lian looked up at Lin with a smile on her face, as she toyed with the goldfish in the pond using a tree branch. She opened her cherry lips and blew a breath of air into the pond, causing the water above the goldfish to ripple lightly. However, not only were the goldfish not scared away by her gesture, more of them were drawn to the scene. "It looks like you're a very popular figure. Even the fish adore you." And Lin walked to her side and remarked in amazement. Bei Lian did not respond and continued to poke her tree branch into the water. And Lin also blew a breath of air into the water, and a few of the fish immediately swam away. "Huh. They don't seem to like me much. Could it be because I have bad breath? But I just brushed my teeth." The corners of Bei Lian's lips lifted slightly, and she finally responded. "All fish are naturally fond of members of the dragon tribe. Also, why did you call me Pearl Savior just then? It's a popular term within the Pearl Kingdom. Everyone is calling us the Pearl Savior duo, so of course I have to refer to you as Pearl Savior." Bei Lian nodded her head. "The Pearl people is a very kind-hearted race. I'm glad to have been able to fight for their safety. I heard the King of the Pearl Kingdom awarded us a bunch of good stuff too. It'll probably all arrive here within a day or two." And Lin turned his head to look at Bei Lian. Her beautiful face remained expressionless. And Lin continued, "You saved my life last night as well, so I'll be sure to give you a big present next time." Bei Lian shook her head in refusal. "There's no need for that. We were comrades during that battle, and it's quite normal for comrades to help each other out on the battlefield." And Lin seemed to have already anticipated her response and didn't force the issue any further. Instead, he brought out a talisman. Then, "Leave me a voice transmission talisman." Bei Lian's eyes rippled as she looked at Lin with a surprised expression. "Why? So we can meet each other again sometime in the future." "All right then." Bei Lian had never given a voice transmission talisman to another man before. After a brief moment of hesitation, she still decided to leave him a voice transmission talisman as requested. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief after successfully exchanging talisman details and prepared to move on to the next step of his plan. After returning to his room, he made a list of all the items he needed to gather. Thousand-year moon sinking wood, ancient purple vine, true blood of the winged dragon, dark ice crystal, desolate flaming bones, divine white herb. And Lin, Dabai, and Xiao Chou all stared at the items on the list, trying to recall the respective locations where these items could be found. Dabai was a little frustrated. We've all seen Xinyan's memories, but those were all fragments. The process of bloodline purification was an important one for Xinyan, so her memories of the process were relatively detailed. But so many years have already passed, those items may no longer be where she remembered them to be. And Lin took a deep breath and nodded. "Regardless, we have the coordinates, so we have to give it a try. If we can't find all the things on the list, we'll try to buy them, and if that doesn't work, then we'll just have to give Bei Lian a copy of this list so she can help us look for the items." Bei Lian had made a huge sacrifice in order to save his life, so Lin really wanted to reverse the aftermath through his own power, rather than relying solely on Bei Lian's help. There were many extremely valuable items on that list. Even if they could be found in auction houses or treasure pagodas, and Lin would probably be unable to afford them with his current trifling net worth. The next day, the rewards from the Pearl Kingdom arrived. 1,000,000 spirit stones, a bunch of exotic plants, minerals, and many precious gemstones. And Lin sold all of it to the Pearl King. He ended up with 1.1 million spirit stones for his troubles and somewhat replenished his barren wallet. After a rough tally, he found that he had a total of 4.7 million spirit stones. This was quite a large sum already. After a short period of recovery, Bei Lian came to bid farewell to Lin. "I'm not going to travel any further. I have to make a trip back to the Dragon Court." "All right, then I'll come to find you at the Dragon Court soon." And Lin knew the reason behind her decision to cease her travels and forced a smile onto his face as he bade her farewell. Bei Lian shook her head as a teasing smile appeared on her exquisite features like a plum flower blossoming in winter. "Don't come to the Dragon Court. I don't want to be associated with you." And Lin. Thus, the two of them went their separate ways. And Lin began his journey to gather the items on the list. And Lin, Dabai, and Xiaoqiu were surrounded by a large crowd of pearl people as they exited the city gates. Qiqi, a great beauty from Bolan City, was also among the crowd. She waved at them and offered loudly, "Senior and Lin, next time you come to the Pearl Kingdom, I'll be your tour guide for free." And Lin gave a knowing smile and waved goodbye to the crowd. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of pearl people, he jumped onto Debai's back. Then they flew off toward the sea and disappeared from the pearl people's views. Their first stop was someplace near the East Sea's Green Island. Located there was the 1,000-year moon-sinking wood. There's a moon-sinking tree growing in the seabed 7 kilometers east of Green Island. After seeing that this tree had developed intelligence, Shun Yin didn't have the heart to hack it to death. So, she only cut off one of its branches. "I wonder if this tree is still there?" And Lin said calmly as he looked at the nautical chart in his hands. "Although we call it the 1,000-year moon-sinking tree, it was actually already 2,000 to 3,000 years old back then. Now, I'm afraid that it's already a 10,000-year-old tree spirit. If it's become a spirit and run away, or if someone else has already obtained it, then this trip of ours will be for nothing." Woof! Debai was feeling a little anxious. "There's another possibility. It's already died of old age and even its body has rotten away," Xiaoqiu further added. "And Lin, Green Island. This island was rich with vital energy and flourishing with life. There were beautiful foliages and stunning canopies. From afar, it looked like a green gem embedded on the ocean surface. This was also how it got its name of Green Island." And Lin continued moving forward according to the markings on the map. Soon after, the rumored island appeared in his field of vision. However, Lin and the others weren't in the mood to wander around Green Island. Instead, they flew 7 kilometers to its east and directly plunged into the sea. "Xiaoqiu, switch on your searchlights." Clang. Xiaoqiu activated his golden eye technique, or in other words, his super searchlights. Like a piercing blade tearing apart the darkness, a golden beam shone toward the seabed. Xiaoqiu also released his half-step soul formation stage aura. This aura ensured that no deep-sea creatures would dare to go near them. Just like that, they finally arrived at the seabed after descending more than 2,000 meters. "I remember that there was an azure-colored boulder next to the moon-sinking tree," and Lin said. "I found the boulder, but the tree's gone." Xiaoqiu looked toward a certain direction and saw a familiar-looking boulder. After tens of thousands of years, it still rested there silently. However, the greenish-yellow moon-sinking tree next to it had already vanished. And Lin's heart sank. He hurriedly ran to the boulder and thoroughly examined the area. In fact, he even went as far as to use an immortal spell and dig up 3 feet of the seabed. However, it was as if the tree had vanished completely. "That's impossible. Being as precious as it is, the moon sinking would shouldn't rot easily even if the tree has died. How can there be no trace at all? Did it become a tree spirit and run away? Did some other being obtain it?" And Lin never would have imagined that his search for the first material would end in such a way. He was struggling to come to grips with this reality. On Green Island, fierce winds howled and thunderous lightning crackled about. On a white stone altar, a group of tree spirits and spirit beasts were shivering as they lay prostrated on the floor. "I, the ancient Moon Emperor, slew the Azure Emperor here today. Are there any objections?" A greenish-yellow tree person was standing proudly in the center of the stone altar. It held a golden sword in its hand and exuded a fearsome might. Next to it lay a lifeless azure-colored tree person which had been hacked into 2 pieces. The tree spirits and spirit beasts hurriedly shook their heads. They didn't dare speak a single word of objection. Azure Emperor was the strongest being on Green Island. Now, even it had died at the hands of the ancient Moon Emperor. How would they dare oppose it? Seeing all the powerful beings of Green Island prostrate themselves and submit to it, the ancient Moon Emperor laughed heartily. Its kingly might wantonly swept out into the surroundings. Felt extremely content and proud. "I, the ancient Moon Emperor, observed the Tao under the sea for 3,000 years. Yet, a slut ruined my perfect body and severed my cultivation path. However, I would not be stopped by that. The heavenly Tao has mercy, and I was able to once again form a perfect body and set foot on the path of cultivation after 9,000 years. I was even able to attain full enlightenment of the soul. Now I'm the Emperor of Green Island. Who refuses to accept this? Its voice was thunderous and mighty, alike the crashing waves of the turbulent sea. Its fearsome might even caused the plants within a radius of thousands of feet to start trembling. The ancient Moon Emperor was very happy because today was the day that it took over Green Island. This was the most glorious moment in its tens of thousands of years alive. Would you look, not a single being on Green Island dared speak out against it. I refuse to accept this. A voice suddenly traveled down from the skies. This voice was like a sudden clap of thunder which shattered the silent and oppressive atmosphere. The tree people and spirit beasts all shuddered as they looked up toward the sky. They wanted to see which death-seeking fool it was that dared defy the formidable ancient Moon Emperor. The ancient Moon Emperor's expression also changed as it glanced up toward the sky. It didn't expect for someone to actually come and cause trouble at the moment that it was going to become emperor. At this moment, it had already sentenced the unwanted visitor to death in its mind. Then, the beings on Green Island saw an unfamiliar face. This was a monkey. This monkey gripped a silver staff in his hands and was enveloped in black flames. Suited in a black crystal armor, this monkey appeared impressive and commanding. The only blemish was that his face was a bit too ugly. The ancient Moon Emperor detected that this monkey was only of the half-step soul formation stage. Moreover, the accompanying white dog and human cultivator were only of the spirit nurturing stage. Who are you? It immediately sneered. Why do you refuse to accept me as emperor? After realizing that the objecting Monkey King was not even at the soul formation stage yet, the beings of Green Island all felt a sense of disappointment. They felt like this monkey was truly crazy. One had to realize Green Island's Azure Emperor was a supreme being of the soul formation initial stage. Yet, even it was cut into two by a single strike from the ancient Moon Emperor. Now, a monkey which hadn't even reached the soul formation stage was opposing the ancient Moon Emperor. Was this not seeking death? Ahem. I'm the commander, the golden-eyed Monkey King. As for why I refuse your claim, it's because I feel like refusing it. The Monkey King was overbearing, and it spoke in a bold and confident manner. That was right. These visitors were none other than Xiao Chou, Dabai, and Enlin. Once these words left Xiao Chou's mouth, the beings on Green Island were all instantly shocked. The ancient Moon Emperor was also stunned. This was the first time it had seen a not-so-powerful monkey act in such an unruly manner. At this moment, Dabai was excitedly passing on voice transmissions to Enlin in secret. Look, big brother, and apart from having a face and a pair of arms and legs, this moon-sinking tree is almost exactly the same as the one in the drawing. It's become a tree spirit. I told you that it might have gone to some island to build a fiefdom. Who knew that it would be such a coincidence? And Lin had a look of gratification. After endless mountains and rivers that leave doubt whether there is a path out, suddenly one encounters the shade of a willow, bright flowers, and a lovely village one. If it didn't cause such a commotion, then perhaps we mightn't have even come here. This is fate. Seeing Xiao Chou's arrogant temperament, the ancient Moon Emperor knew that it had to kill the chicken to warn the monkey too again. Tui, it should kill the monkey to warn the other beings. Since you refuse to accept me, then go die. The ancient Moon Emperor wasn't a tree which liked to talk nonsense. A full moon materialized behind its back and emitted a white glow which illuminated a radius of 100 feet. It's appeared. The ancient Moon Emperor's Moonlight Shield domain. The Azure Emperor was hacked to death before it could even break through this domain. Seeing this glowing full moon, the prostrating tree people suddenly cried out in surprise. The ancient Moon Emperor had achieved a flawless victory against the Azure Emperor. To the powerful beings of Green Island, that was especially shocking. The ancient Moon Emperor's formidable defense put it in an invincible position. It was also this impregnable defense which forced them to abandon their thoughts of resistance. A confident smile spread across the ancient Moon Emperor's face. After it had been cut by that female, it swore that it would definitely protect itself well, and thereafter it became a tree that never got injured again. It was this dedication and perseverance which allowed it to finally realize the Moonlight Shield domain. Afterward, others wouldn't be able to bully it. Only it would be able to bully others. Ugly monkey, die! The ancient Moon Emperor stamped its feet and a towering aura soared into the skies. Its golden sword ruthlessly slashed toward Xiao. Xiao put on his azure battle Arhat mask, and his aura suddenly soared dramatically. Then, he smashed his staff down toward the charging ancient Moon Emperor. Boom! As the sword and silver staff collided, a spherical-shaped vacuum formed. Then, it exploded with a loud rumble. This explosion whipped up fierce winds and caused heaven and earth to tremble. Find authorized novels and Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Xiao was sent stumbling back dozens of feet, and the ancient Moon Emperor was also pushed back a few steps. The ancient Moon Emperor was astonished by the monkey's strength. It didn't expect for the monkey to be so evenly matched with it. Come again! It roared loudly and continued to lunge at Xiao. Boom! 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 The ancient Moon Emperor and Xiao were locked in an intense battle in the sky. Vital energy raged around them, and the sounds of their collisions reverberated over 2 kilometers into the distance. The powerful beings of Green Island were all stunned as they watched the battle raging on in the sky. They didn't expect for this monkey, who was not even of the soul formation stage, to be on such equal footing with the ancient Moon Emperor. Boom! The longer Xiao battled, the more fearless he became. He swept out another devastating strike and knocked the ancient Moon Emperor back dozens of meters. Seeing this, the expressions of Green Island's inhabitants changed once again. Heavens! The Monkey King commander is actually pressing the ancient Moon Emperor back. Don't tell me that Green Island is going to change owners again. That's impossible, an old tree person said while shaking its head. The Monkey King's attacks can't break through the ancient Moon Emperor's Moonlight Shield domain. Moreover, the Monkey King has most likely used a technique which grants him a burst of explosive power. This type of technique can't last for long. The moment its effects disappear is the moment that this Monkey King dies. The old tree person was absolutely spot on in its analysis. The effects provided by Xiao's Azure Battle Arhat mask was almost about to disappear. Are we still a bit off? And Lin grabbed the evil-slaying sword out from his storage ring. The ancient Moon Emperor and Xiao were still locked in a fierce battle. No one would take notice of a mediocre cultivator's actions. Right at this moment, however, heaven and earth suddenly became pitch black. Second technique, Shadow Tiger. Everything became silent. The ancient Moon Emperor suddenly started shuddering, and a feeling of impending doom enveloped its entire body. This was a feeling of danger that it had never felt before. It frantically drove its Moonlight Shield domain to the max of its abilities, and the full moon behind its back released a boundless white glow. However, the darkness was like sharp claws as it ripped through the white glow and consumed the full moon. No! The ancient Moon Emperor was terrified, and it immediately begged for mercy. At that moment, it recalled the ruthlessness of the Dragon Tribe female's sword strike. It once again felt the terror of being at the mercy of others. I'll borrow your arm for a moment. Amid the absolute darkness and deathly silence, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded, and Lin appeared from within the darkness and ferociously slashed at the ancient Moon Emperor. A black sword projection which stretched thousands of feet long suddenly cut down. The tormented wails of the ancient Moon Emperor echoed through the skies. Light reappeared. The darkness had come quickly, and it also left quickly. When the beings of Green Island finally regained their vision, what they saw was a giant white dog holding a thick greenish-yellow arm in its mouth. It was currently fleeing off into the distance with the Monkey King. Humph! What bullshit, Emperor of Green Island. Can't even block a single strike of mine. Sword Immortal and Lin will spare your life, so you can reflect upon yourself. After performing a single sword slash, the handsome male threw down these comments and left the beings of Green Island to gaze upon the back of his mighty figure. He trod on his strange black brick and flew off into the skies. No one dared to stop him. Shock gripped at their hearts. They couldn't fathom why this spirit-nurturing stage cultivator was so strong. However, there was one thing that they were especially clear about. That was, Sword Immortal and Lin had defeated the ancient Moon Emperor with a single strike of his sword. His achievement would definitely spread throughout Green Island and even the East Sea. Of course, this was on the premise that the ancient Moon Emperor didn't mind. After surviving this great catastrophe, the ancient Moon Emperor had already lost its long Outyin temperament. It shivered slightly as it descended back onto the stone altar. It knew that if Enlin didn't spare it just then, it definitely would have lost more than just a single arm. Its entire body would have been cleaved into two halves. The male with terrifying sword techniques has left. Why did he leave after throwing a single strike? The ancient Moon Emperor was puzzled. However, thinking back to the giant dog which was holding one of its arms in its mouth, it seemed to come to some understanding. Back then, didn't the dragon tribe female also leave after hacking off one of its limbs? A feeling of extreme terror gripped at its heart as it mulled over the familiarity of these events. It shivered involuntarily. I've beaten away all those who dared challenge me. Now I'm the Emperor of Green Island. Who refuses to accept this? The ancient Moon Emperor's mighty voice boomed across the stone altar. The beings of Green Island all felt as if their intelligence had been insulted. However, they still didn't dare say a thing. Although the ancient Moon Emperor had lost an arm, there still wasn't any being here who could defeat it. Since no one objects, then I'm the Emperor of Green Island from today onward. After saying this, the ancient Moon Emperor ascended Green Island's throne. Congratulations on becoming Emperor. May the almighty ancient Moon Emperor enjoy boundless longevity. The tree people and spirit beasts of Green Island all hailed their new emperor in unison. Somewhere on Green Island, a male trod atop the rolling waves. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The power of wood on this island is so rich. It's a good place to cultivate. Huh? It seems like there's a gathering over there. How can I, spring male, let slip such an interesting event? Since they're all gathered together, I may as well take this opportunity to install myself as this island's owner. That way, I can build a rich, powerful, democratic, and cultured island nation. Hee hee. Up in the sky, Enlin placed the ancient Moon Emperor's arm into his storage ring. He had already examined this arm with his divine inspection technique. This was a 10,000-year moon-sinking wood, and its quality was numerous times better than what he had anticipated. He was a bit regretful now. How good would it have been if he directly slaughtered the ancient Moon Emperor back then? They could sell the excess material, couldn't they? These were valuable materials. Next, he needed to collect the ancient purple vine and true blood of the winged dragon. He could find both of these materials at the East Sea's ancient battleground. He had seen this ancient battleground in the scenes that Xianxia had shown them. This was where the God Fiend of Six Paths, a failed Dao integration stage experiment of the Purple Star Realm, led 100,000 ghostly soldiers and waged war against the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. Countless powerful beings died in that earth-shaking and brutal war. The casualties included 5 returned to Void Stage winged dragons and the Vermilion Bird Sex peerless prodigy, Dongfang Ming. Now, that battleground had already become an isolated death trap. Spatial turbulences ripped through the area, and ghostly apparitions roamed. Supreme beings of the Return to Void Stage dared not set foot upon that place, as doing so would cause that fragile piece of heaven and earth to crumble and collapse. Only a few cultivators of the Soul Formation stage or Spirit Nurturing stage would risk venturing there in search of great opportunities. It was in some realm of that ancient battleground that Xianxia found the ancient purple vine and true blood of the winged dragon. Hopefully the cultivators who entered later haven't discovered that independent realm yet, Enlin said uneasily. It wasn't that he was worried about the ancient purple vine wilting or the true blood of the winged dragon drying up. The ancient purple vine could feed off the atmosphere of death to survive, while the true blood of the winged dragon was immortal and existed within the bones of winged dragons. What if the ancient purple vine has become a spirit and run away? Dabai suddenly asked worriedly. Enlin, before, he didn't believe that things could become spirits after living for a long time. However, the incident relating to the moon-sinking tree rendered him speechless. Enlin didn't respond to Dabai's question. He chose to remain silent. After a long time, After seeing an overgrown island, they started to dive down further. On the floor of the deep sea, a white, ripple-like barrier stretched thousands of kilometers. Once upon a time, this place had the strongest defensive spell formation and was the most prosperous city of the Dragon Court. However, a sudden battle destroyed everything. Now, it had already become an isolated death trap. I see it. The entrance is over there. Following his memory, Xiao navigated around the white barrier and finally located a large white door with his searchlights. They were delighted as they made their way before this large white door. Light rippled within this door, and it gave off a feeling that was both mysterious and dangerous. Looking into this door, and Lin's eyes became snowy white. The passage through this barrier is still clear and unobstructed. Moreover, it's relatively stable today. This truly is a divine blessing. Ancient battleground. Here I come. This was a vast expanse of barren land. At the top of the sky was a barrier which separated the sky from the water. This barrier emitted a soft glow which was much like the color of dusk. From time to time, a gust of destructive wind would burst out from the fractured voids. An air of death and evil would also occasionally rise from the floor. Furthermore, resentful souls and evil spirits who would never be reincarnated also hovered around this vast land. This was the Dragon Court's ancient battleground, a vast expanse of abandoned land. 5 finely dressed males stood next to a fractured white column. They all wore expressions of anxiety and misery. Prince Chiwu, are we really not going to rescue Princess Inyuan? A middle-aged male asked anxiously. The red-haired male who stood in the center of the 5 people had a dark expression on his face. Eventually, he flung his sleeve and said, "Humph! Do you think that I don't want to rescue my 13th sister? You have to understand, though, she strayed into the myriad ghost realm. After entering that place, who can make it back out? I say we think of how to escape this place and report this to father. He'll deal with the matter." The male named Chi Wu clearly had the highest authority here. After he made his decision, everyone else fell silent. It was just that they all had a look of pity on their faces. Report this matter to the Dragon King and wait for him to deal with it? By the time they fled back and sent people over here, perhaps the 13th princess would have already died and become a member of the myriad ghost realm. Chi Wu gripped a black-colored ancient bead in his hand. He had found this ancient artifact after entering this realm when the passage through the boundary was stable. At the very least, he hadn't wound up empty-handed. Let's return now. Chen Yuan, Huang Yuza, you two go and draw away the group of bone ghosts ahead. Hearing Chi Wu's order, Chen Yuan and Huang Yuza both nodded and smiled faintly. A string of curses raced through their minds. Bone ghost mobs were extremely terrifying. Even worse, there were 2 black mist bone dragons of the soul formation stage amid this mob. Only Prince Chiwu would do things such as sending out cloud dragons of the spirit nurturing final stage to act as bait. As Chen Yuan and Huang Yuza stepped forward, they took out their flying swords and exchanged a glance. They could see the expression of resignation and helplessness on each other's faces. They both activated a sacrificial mystic technique. Even if they didn't die this time, they would definitely be left half dead. Go! Heroes of the Dragon Court! Chi Wu gracefully saluted them off. Chen Yuan and Huang Yuza grimaced. They really wanted to curse out loud. However, they managed to forcefully contain themselves in the end. This was probably the predestined fate of royal guards. For the safety of royal members, they would not hesitate or refuse orders even if it meant sacrificing their lives. The 2 of them leaped into the sky and flew forward. The dense mob of bone ghosts caught the scent of living beings and instantly entered into a state of frenzy. Wah! 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 Wails and howls suddenly echoed throughout the entire realm. Countless bone ghosts started lunging toward Chen Yuan and Huang Yuza. Many even hovered in the skies and traveled at a speed faster than Chen Yuan and Huang Yuza. Boom! 2 gigantic bone dragons who had deep, crimson eyes also started to move. They possessed towering might and bore down toward the 2 figures in the sky. Chen Yuan and Huang Yuza immediately used mystic techniques and ignited their potentials too. They continued to act as bait. We should also get moving. Seeing that the mob of bone ghosts had already been drawn away, Chi Wu leaped onto his sword and flew toward the sky. The remaining two people nodded and followed behind Chi Wu. They became two streaks of light as they whizzed through the sky. And Lin, Dabai, and Xiao Chou finished crossing through the barrier passageway. Initially, they had wanted to use Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 as path-exploring scouts. Unexpectedly, though, Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 elicited a vigorous reaction from the passageway. As if it had been irritated, the barrier passageway immediately started to contract once the Gundams set foot upon it. The sight of this frightened them immensely, and they flew through the long barrier passageway as if their lives depended on it. In the end, they managed to successfully cross into the interior realm of the barrier just in time. Phew, that was a close call. Who would have thought that this barrier passageway could also shrink like that? We almost didn't make it in. And Lin's heart was still fluttering with fear as he looked toward the white passageway which had already shrunk to the size of a pinhole. Could this Dragon Tribe barrier be resisting Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 because they're inventions from Purple Star? Dabai speculated, and Lin nodded. He felt that this deduction made a lot of sense. The barrier passageway has closed, Xiao Chou said anxiously. How are we going to get out? This isn't an urgent matter. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We'll discuss it after finding what we came here for. And Lin wasn't a pessimistic person, and his tone was full of fighting spirit. At this moment, 3 powerful auras suddenly closed in on them. Be careful. Strong enemies are heading toward us. Xiao Chou wore a grim expression as he looked ahead. And Lin and Dabai also tensed up. They didn't expect to encounter enemies so soon after entering this realm. This animosity arrived far too quickly. Members of the Dragon Court? Seeing that the leading person was a handsome male, and Lin said this with an uncertain tone. This male had billowing red hair and a pair of dragon horns on his head. This was a distinct feature of the Dragon Tribe. Upon seeing Lin and the others, the red-haired male was also slightly stunned. However, he immediately came to his senses and elegantly clasped his hands in salute. Fellow cultivators, it's a pleasure meeting you people here. I wish you all luck in your treasure hunting endeavors. I'll be heading off first. I suggest you don't get excited too quickly. And Lin averted his gaze sheepishly. Huh! The red-haired male was dumbfounded after hearing this reply. What kind of reply is this? He's telling me to not get excited too quickly? Is this a provocation? But I didn't offend him? Prince Chi Wu, the door to the barrier passageway has shrunk to the size of a pinhole. A person next to the red-haired male stared at the barrier behind Lin and shouted in panic. Chi Wu looked behind Lin, and his pupils constricted. Even his heart almost missed a beat. He finally understood the implications of Lin's reply. Holy fuck! Excited my ass. Even the doors disappeared. You, fellow cultivator, how come this door contracted? Chi Wu was indeed very noble in temperament. He held in his frustration and spoke calmly toward Lin and the others. I don't know either, Lin answered innocently. There was an anxious expression on his face. It shrank to this size right after I entered. I'm still trying to figure out how to get out myself. Chi Wu grimaced. Holy shit. He was that unlucky? The door shrank down right after he entered? This group of cultivators all looked very unfamiliar. There was no reason at all for them to screw him over. Even if they did want to screw him over, how were they able to time it so well? Speaking of which, was he just extremely out of luck this time? Boom! A deafening rumble reverberated in the distance. It was as if a large army was bearing down upon them. Prince, it's the bone ghosts. They're charging over. One of the males turned pale with fright and spoke in a shaky voice. Bone ghosts? And Lin looked into the distance and saw a mob of dark and twisted beings surging over. Most of these bone ghosts had skeletal bodies and were shrouded in a layer of black mist. Among them were 2 particularly gigantic bone dragons who were chewing on something. Their crimson eyes imparted a dangerous and cruel glint. Chi Wu drew his flaming sword and unleashed his powerful soul formation initial stage aura. He appeared commanding and intimidating. Fellow cultivators, These bone ghosts have been wreaking havoc in this mystic realm, Chi Wu said loudly. Now that the exit has been closed off, we'll be continuously harassed by their mob. Let us work together to destroy them. All right? And Lin nodded. Cruciform nether flame slash. Chi Wu's blade sliced out 2 tremendous arcs and slashed aggressively toward the foremost black mist bone dragon. Mountain quaking lightning fist. Heavenly wolf claw. Black flame fist. And Lin and the others all launched their attacks. The 2 people beside Chi Wu also lunged toward the black mist bone dragon. Frosty ice tornado. White cloud lightning sword. Boom. 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 Numerous deadly immortal spells hurtled toward the bone dragon and bone ghosts. These spells instantly killed dozens of bone ghosts and even managed to push the 2 soul formation stage bone dragons back. Die! Chi Wu and the 2 males beside him clashed with a bone dragon. After a few blinks of the eye, the 2 males were severely injured and sent flying back. A strange feeling surfaced in their minds. Why is it so quiet behind us? They looked behind them and found that Chi Wu, their leader, had already flown 2 kilometers away. The dog-riding male and monkey had fled in another direction and had already become black dots in the distance. A cold chill shot down the 2 males' spines as they came to a sudden realization. No! Following this blood-curdling scream of despair and devastation, what welcomed them was the bloody maw of the black mist bone dragon, and Lin looked behind him. The mob of bone ghosts probably couldn't catch them now. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Only lunatics would fight those bone ghosts head-on. I just didn't expect for that Prince Chi Wu to sell his teammates out even quicker than us. He's a member of the dragon tribe and they all referred to him as a prince. Could it be that he's some prince of the dragon court? Woof! Dabai flew atop the wind and slowly voiced out his speculation. And Lin nodded. He's most likely a prince of the dragon court. After all, the Dragon King has so many children. His sons and daughters could probably make up almost 2 soccer teams. It wouldn't surprise me if he actually is some prince. In any case, it's got nothing to do with us. We need to make haste and find that independent realm. They kept flying and swerved around all the spatial fractures that they came across. They didn't want to risk getting injured by the deadly blades of wind which gushed out from these fractures. As they flew, they also encountered some bone ghosts. However, these weren't in mobs, so Lin casually disposed of them. I remember that the entrance to that realm was in the northwest region of these ruins. And Lin said slowly as he sifted through the images in his memory. It's next to a gigantic skull. Big brother, and why don't we treasure hunt here as well? Dabai's eyes glimmered brightly as he asked this eagerly. And Lin stroked his chin and eventually nodded. This can be done. However, we'll leave it till after we find the ancient purple vine and true blood of the winged dragon. Their failure to obtain inheritances at the Winter Dragon Tomb scarred them for a long time. Thus, it was due time for them to seek out some great opportunities. After flying for a while, the light in this realm dimmed for some reason. Boom! The deep rumble of thunder sounded in the distance. It sounded like the angry roar of a wild beast. Be careful, guys. The energy ahead is very strong. And Lin warned as he unsheathed his evil-slaying sword. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a black skeleton like evil spirit lunged toward them. It was sliced into 2 before it could even come to within 30 feet of Lin. However, this was merely the beginning. Soon, 6 evil spirits snarled and lunged toward them. At this moment, wind blades and black flames swept toward the evil spirits and ripped their bodies to shreds. Say, there weren't any evil spirits back when Shanine came here. Woof! Dabai grumbled after seeing the unending waves of evil spirits descending upon them. It's been almost 10,000 years, and Lin said indifferently. It's only normal that there are some changes. He felt that there was nothing strange about this. At this moment, Xiao Chou noticed some plant in the distance and exclaimed, "Look over there. Next to that large boulder. There's a blade of grass which is emitting a faint blue glow. Heh! It's definitely something valuable." And Lin's eyes also lit up. He could sense the energy fluctuations emitted by that blade of grass even from a long distance away. And Lin didn't hesitate. He immediately flew toward the bluegrass and plucked it out from the ground. Divine inspection technique. Serene attaining grass, an object of extreme een. Grows in places with dense atmospheres of death. Demonic blood forms its foundations. Attains initial success after 300 years, and attains phenomenal success after 3,000 years. This is a phenomenal success. First rank immortal grass. There was a bright glimmer in Enlin's eyes, and he was full of excitement. This is a first-rank immortal grass. We've truly struck gold this time. He didn't hesitate and immediately placed the serene attaining grass into his storage ring. Then he shifted his gaze to a nearby location. Huh? The rumbling thunder seems to be coming from over there, he remarked curiously. Could it be that an extremely rare treasure is being born into the world? In order not to attract attention, Enlin, Dabai, and Xiaoqiu decided to travel over by foot. They drew in a sharp breath when they saw the scene in front of them. Gasp! Just how fucking many evil spirits are there? Enlin exclaimed in surprise. Xiaoqiu grimaced. At least tens of thousands. Before them was a stretch of crimson-colored land. On this land, the thickly dotted evil spirits blotted out heaven and earth. They drifted around this space and emitted a violent and sinister aura. This sight was enough to make one's flesh crawl. Big brother, and look over there. There seems to be a blue halo which is emitting lightning. Woof! Dabai motioned with his eyes. And Lin looked toward the northeast region of this crimson land. The evil spirits were packed especially densely there, and they almost looked like a slate of squirming black mass. There were barely any gaps in between the evil spirits. However, he still managed to look past this mob of evil spirits and was able to vaguely discern the blue halo which was emitting lightning. It looks like someone is trapped there, and Lin exclaimed softly. Are we going to rescue them? Xiaoqiu asked, and Lin pursed his lips. They're neither relatives nor friends, and Lin said while shaking his head. What's the point of saving them? Then, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered something. Look over there. There seems to be a treasure 300 meters north of the blue halo. Xiaoqiu and Dabai both looked over. Sure enough, they could vaguely see a small tree which was burning with crimson-colored flames. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 can lead the charge. Xiaoqiu and Dabai, you two protect me. Now that the large mob of evil spirits is attracted to that blue halo, we'll seize the opportunity and grab that small tree. After that, we'll flee. And Lin was in high spirits as he issued these commands. Xiaoqiu and Dabai were a bit speechless as they nodded. They felt that their master was stooping lower and lower. At this moment, inside the blue halo, a pretty young female who was dressed in white was currently gripping the lightning bead in her hands tightly and trying her best to maintain the defensive spell formation. Standing next to her were two young females who were dressed in black-made uniforms. They were pale with fright and their eyes were full of despair. Princess Inu, what are we going to do? One of the black-clothed maids asked shakily. The energy contained within this extreme lightning formation can only last for 4 hours. The time is almost up. Once the spell formation ran out of energy, what awaited them was the gnashing jaws of the tens of thousands of evil spirits. That was even more terrifying than dying a swift death. Once the spell formation failed, perhaps they would all choose to commit suicide straight away. The white-clothed female gritted her teeth and tried her best to remain composed. Don't worry. My elder brother will definitely come to rescue us. Hold on for a little longer. Perhaps they're almost here. He knew that we were trapped here right from the beginning, yet he still hasn't come to rescue us. He's clearly a coward and doesn't dare risk his life to come over here. The other black-clothed maid fumed. Inu shook her head. She didn't give up hope and said, Perhaps. He's thinking up a rescue strategy right now? Right at this moment, a laser beam streaked past the blue halo. Boom! The scorching hot and powerful beam incinerated all evil spirits that it came into contact with. The three young females within the light halo all shuddered. They looked toward where this laser beam had come from. I said so, didn't I? Inu sobbed. Big brother Chi Wu will definitely come to rescue us. After seeing the hope of survival and after seeing her elder brother risk his life to come and save her, Inu finally let loose her pent-up emotions. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Boom! Another laser beam penetrated through the air. Immediately afterward, two sword-wielding figures appeared before her. Behind these two silver figures were a handsome male, a dog, and a masked monkey. Seeing these figures, the three females were once again stunned. What's going on? It's not Prince Chiwu. Princess Inu's eyes glimmered brightly and numerous speculations formed in her mind. Are they helpers that Big Brother Chiwu found? Or are they kind-hearted cultivators who coincidentally entered the ancient battleground and came to our rescue after seeing us trapped? Speaking of which, they truly are really powerful. They actually managed to carve a path out of this densely packed evil spirit mob. What's more, the sword-wielding male in the center is really handsome. Inu's face flushed red. The image of this hero fighting against tens of thousands of enemies and charging toward them was deeply etched into her mind. However, the direction of their advance seemed a little off. Immediately afterward, the silver mechanical puppets, male sword Immortal, dog, and monkey all scraped past their blue halo. They didn't so much as spare the three females a glance. Instead, they forged straight ahead toward the north. Within the blue halo, the three females were wide-eyed with shock. They fell into a long and uncomfortable silence. Princess Inu shuddered slightly, and her heart sank. Her breathing became labored and uneven. Their aim is the fire-blood divine tree? The two maids nodded stiffly. The hero didn't save the damsel in distress. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Those people had the exact same aim as them. They were also after that fire-blood divine tree. Their emotions had truly been taken on a roller coaster ride. In fact, those people might have even come in the hopes that the trapped females, would attract a large portion of the evil spirit mob. Seizing this opportunity, they would then snatch the treasure. Princess Inu didn't become discouraged. This was her last hope of being rescued. Fellow cultivator, please rescue us. I beg you. We'll definitely reward you greatly. Her voice was very loud, and the male a few hundred meters away could definitely hear her. And Lin naturally heard her pleas for help. However, they could barely guarantee their own safety amid this mob of evil spirits. What reason would they have to rescue those trapped females? And Lin dashed before the flaming tree and pulled with all his might. Shit, why is it so hard to pull out? Princess Inu saw that they completely ignored her words and didn't even shoot a glance back. They were only focused on trying to uproot the fire-blood divine tree. They didn't reply at all. What could she do? Since when had Princess Inu ever faced such despair and indifference? She was so angry that she almost burst into tears. Meanwhile, Lin and the others were still trying to uproot the tree. Hurry and help me out. The roots of this tree are way too deep. And Lin pulled with all his might, yet he still couldn't uproot the tree. Thus, he immediately called for help. Hearing this, Xiaoqiu and Dabai ran over and also grabbed onto the fire-blood divine tree. 1, 2, 3, heave-ho! And Lin roared loudly, and the dog and monkey both pulled. Boom! The ground started tremoring and a network of veins popped up on the crimson surface. Then, the soil was sent flying and crimson roots were ripped out from the ground. And Lin and the others were shocked. The roots of this tree covered an area thousands of feet in radius. No wonder it was so difficult to pull out. Time was of the essence, and Lin didn't have time to inspect their spoils. He hurriedly placed the fire-blood divine tree into his storage ring before starting to retreat. At this moment, a female's voice once again sounded from the blue halo. I beg you, please rescue us. We have a treasure map of the ancient battleground here. If you rescue us, then the treasures are all yours. And Lin paused mid-step. He glanced toward the blue halo and saw the young female's despairing look. Her delicate face was tear-stained, and she also held an ancient sheepskin map in her hands. For some reason, his heart softened. Fine. I'll risk rescuing you this once. Gundam 1, Gundam 2, activate gravity field. Mark the 3 females as allies. Boom! A purple halo started spreading out. This halo released a devastating pressure, and it crushed all the nearby evil spirits down onto the ground. Run! And Lin shouted at the 3 females. Inyu's reaction was insanely quick. She immediately retracted the blue halo and rushed toward Lin with her 2 maids. The powerful gravity field couldn't last for long, and it started disappearing soon after Inyu reached Lin's side. The 2 targets of the massive mob of evil spirits converged into one. The pressure faced by Lin and the others instantly increased immensely. Like a surging wave, countless evil spirits swooped toward Lin. Their ghostly shrieks reverberated through the skies, and they bared their piercing fangs and brandished their sharp black claws. This surge of evil spirits was aggressive and relentless, and their speed was even faster than that of the 3 females. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 brought up the rear, and they continuously launched attacks in order to hold the evil spirits back. Meanwhile, Lin, Xiaoqiu, and Dabai cleared the path ahead. The 3 flower for visiting. He held the sheepskin map in his hands and looked at the locations of the treasures that were marked out on it. These locations were all conjectured by the high priest of the dragon tribe, so it was very likely that there would be exotic plants and materials at these places. Moreover, even the estimated danger levels were labeled next to these locations. The serene attaining grass that he had obtained earlier was of exceptional quality, yet it didn't appear on this map. Clearly, the high priest wasn't able to mark out all the treasures that existed here. Every 1,000 years, the dragon tribe would send people here to collect the treasures which formed naturally. Not only was this a type of training, but it was also a chance to encounter rare opportunities. Who would have thought that he would be able to take advantage of this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity? And Lin was overjoyed just thinking about this. As for Prince Chiwu, he wouldn't dare seek out the treasures even if he learned of their locations. With his cowardly personality, he would need at least a few cannon fodder mates before he dared venture into any dangerous location. Thus, Lin wasn't afraid of Chiwu beating him to the punch. He planned on finding the ancient purple vine and true blood of the winged dragon first before trying to obtain the other treasures. Time for us to get going, Lin said as he stood up. After resting for a while, they had all recovered their energy already. What treasure are we going to look for first? Inyu asked curiously, and Lin gave her a sidelong glance. After learning that the exit had closed, this little princess who was sobbing just then decided to tag along with them. Although Lin also knew that he gave off a sense of security, it would still be quite a hassle bringing this burden along. If you fully unleash your powers, can your strength reach the soul formation stage? Lin suddenly asked. Inyu was slightly dazed. Then she answered earnestly, it can probably reach half-step soul formation stage. Then, she saw Lin's look of disdain. Her chest tightened. You, a cultivator of the spirit nurturing final stage, being able to unleash the power of half-step soul formation stage is already really impressive. Okay? Yeah. Lin nodded. When I was of the spirit nurturing initial stage, I slaughtered a few beasts of the soul formation stage. Now that I'm at the spirit nurturing final stage, I can probably slay beasts of the soul formation intermediate stage with a single strike of my sword. Inyu was stupefied. She dazedly stared at Lin. His eyes were full of disdain and his expression appeared serious. She finally realized something. Not only was there a potential problem with her intelligence, but perhaps she was also a weakling. The 2 maids understood the meaning behind Lin's question. In times of critical need, we're willing to sacrifice ourselves for our master. Lin nodded. These 2 spirit-nurturing intermediate stage maids had pretty good awareness. If Inyu could unleash the strength of half-step soul formation stage, then she wouldn't be a burden anymore. Just like that, they eventually agreed for Inyu to tag along. Let's go. We'll look for the ancient purple vine and true blood of the winged dragon first. Flower vases means someone who is beautiful but has no other redeeming ability.